Colleagues, good morning and welcome to our Strategic Plan and Budget Committee meeting on December the 13th, 2013. I will now call on Regional Clerk Will Short to conduct the roll call. Will.
Thank you, Chair Harris. Councillor Craig. Present. Councillor Deutschmann. Here. Councillor Erb. Present. Councillor Foxton. Present. Chair Harris.
Present.
Councillor Huning.
Happy Budget Day!
Councillor James. Councillor James. Present. Councillor Liggett. Councillor McCabe. Present. Councillor Nowak. Councillor Solonen.
Present.
Councillor Shantz.
Present.
Councillor Verbanovic. Councillor Williams.
Here.
Councillor Wolf. Present. And Chair Redmond is en route. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Will. I would like to acknowledge that the land on which we gathered today is the traditional territory of the Haudenosaunee, Anishinaabe, and Chinantan peoples. We acknowledge the enduring presence of the Indigenous peoples with whom we share this land today, their achievements and their contributions to our community. Are there any declarations of pecuniary interest? Councillor Deutschmann.
Yes, I have to declare a pecuniary interest with respect to one of the motions that's going to be considered today with respect to Oxford Road 5. Our firm has a claim involving an individual that was injured in an accident at Punky Doodle's Corners, which is part of the County Road 5. I'm assuming that's part of the motion, so I'm declaring a conflict with respect to that item.
Sure. Okay, thank you, Councillor Deutschmann. Okay, colleagues, as I said in our first meeting, the challenges we face in 2024 are indeed significant. Inflationary pressures, increasing service demands, and as we've talked quite a lot about, not enough funding from our other levels of government. This has forced us to consider some difficult choices today. Over the past few months, we have taken a detailed look at regional service delivery through the lens of 4 priorities of our strategic plan. We've also heard from partners at the GRCA and the Waterloo Region Police Service. And we've heard from community organizations and residents about how they feel we should tackle this great challenge. The task before us today is to reach a budget that meets the service delivery needs of the community while respecting people's ability to pay for those services. Colleagues, we will have a long day ahead of us. So before we get started, I'd like to make 2 key points. One, today is about making tough choices. Choices that we are, of course, are elected to make. This is our second budget as a council now, and I do believe we have learned a lot since our last budget. One thing I found particularly frustrating last year, imagine some of yourselves, was a number of tough decisions we deliberated extensively that were reversed following budget approval. I think we owe it to our constituents to make hard decisions today and to get it right, recognizing that we can always make different decisions in future years. The second point I want to make is we have a number of big picture funding policy decisions on the agenda today. Through the staff presented budget and through individual councillor motions, today is about approving the funding buckets or envelopes, which we will allow staff to plan, deliver service, and in some cases bring back more information for us in the new year. I'm going to encourage us to stay at that level today where we have the opportunity for a more detailed discussion in the near future, which is related to my last point. I can't kickstart this meeting without a comment on the marathon meeting that was last year's budget. While I enjoy, of course, spending time with you all, let's get to it and not be here very, very late into the evening. One question, one follow-up, and I will do my best as chair to keep things moving through the process while ensuring we hear from everyone. With that, I'm going to turn it over to the studious and ever professional Mr. Dyer to kick us off. Mr. Dyer.
Thank you to the chair and welcome to the Strategic Planning and Budget Committee to 2024 Budget Day. I have a few introductory slides before turning it over to a couple of my colleagues, and then we'll get right down to business with a number of things that need to be accomplished over the course of the day. Of course, our purpose here today will be to approve a 2024 business plan and operating budget, as well as the 2024 capital plan and the capital forecast, which currently takes us out to 2033. And then we will also be looking for approval of our 2024 user rates, fees, and charges that will be established within our user fee and charges bylaw. Next slide, please. So in terms of all the information and agendas that are available to you, we've included here the link to the budget book with all the service expansions and all the agendas to the meetings that we've had since October the 4th, when we formally started the review of the 2024 budget process. Next slide, please. And this is the path that we've taken to get us here. We have gone through, I think in some detail, the four pillars, if you will, of the strategic plan. We've talked about the capital program. We've had 3 public input sessions, presentations from the Police Services and Grand River Conservation Authority, and we're here today in order to approve and adopt the 2024 plan and budget. Next slide, please. And so with that, I'm going to temporarily turn things over to my colleagues, Connie McDonald and Mathieu Getzky, who will speak a little bit about the plan and about the engagement efforts that have been undertaken through this plan and budget process.
Thank you, Craig, and good morning, Regional Council. Today is an exciting day, an important day, and the culmination of months of hard work as staff in preparing this plan and budget and collecting feedback from community and partners to inform the plan and budget. Before we go any further, I want to recognize the many hours and difficult decisions that have brought us to what is presented to you today. I want to recognize the voices that provided feedback, and I want to recognize the conversations around this horseshoe that have helped get us to this point. I also want to recognize that we are in Council's hands today, and we are looking forward to all the discussion and direction that final budget day brings. As you know, we worked together with community this past year to create a roadmap for our future, Growing with Care, our 2023 to 27 strategic plan. This budget is our first chance to put that new plan into action. I said earlier that today is an exciting day, and I say that because days like today help lay the foundation for the future by identifying investments to provide services for a community that is quickly growing to 1 million residents. It will be a day of decisions, many difficult, because as we know, this has been another challenging budget year. Municipalities locally and across Canada are grappling with higher inflation and increasing costs. We also know that affordability is a challenge for residents, a challenge being felt across Ontario and the rest of Canada. As a leadership team, we are proud of the work that staff have done to find operational efficiencies and savings, $40.5 million over the last 5 years. We know that these efficiencies are helping to address affordability and are putting resources where they are needed most. In Waterloo Region, we have a community with many important needs, a community that puts their trust in us to make the right choices. And collectively, we must recognize those needs and step up to meet them. And we have to continue to work together to make those steps in an affordable way. Next slide. You'll see here some of photos of the different services that we provide. You know, a photo of the ION, a photo of new affordable housing being built, a photo of someone serving someone in one of our in our long-term care home. These services respond to the needs of residents, not just today, but in the years to come. Through the strategic plan, we identified 4 key priorities that will intentionally focus us to help create a community where everyone can thrive. Part of that plan is an investment in homes for all, to create affordable and equitable housing, helping to eliminate chronic homelessness, and to create the economic conditions to bring investment and good jobs to our region. Part of that plan is an investment in climate-aligned growth to reimagine infrastructure, land, and resident-centered services in a new way as we respond to climate change as a community. Part of that plan is also the provision of equitable services and opportunities that will explore new models of service through community collaboration and partnership to make sure that everyone has what they need to live their best life in Waterloo Region. And the final part of that plan is a resilient and future-ready organization to advance service through innovation, data, and technology, and to provide solutions that provide better customer service, access to programs in a way that's affordable for taxpayers. I want to conclude by thanking strong leadership from Council, acknowledging solid partnerships across the community, and staff's continued commitment to serving this community with compassion and care. We have achieved great things to date and look forward to supporting residents and taking ownership of the future that we are building together. Council, as ever, your leadership team is here to help you answer any questions you may have throughout the day. But before we get into that, I'll share just a bit of what we heard from the community that has helped inform our plan and budget for next year. Next slide. So as we've spoken about throughout the process, one of the most important parts of the plan and budget process is engaging with community and partners about what matters most. Over the past year, obviously we spent a significant amount of time connecting with community as we built our strategic plan. Our goal through the plan and budget engagement process was to build on that dialogue, get out into the community to continue to reach people through special events, through our community connectors, through workshops and others. We also gathered information collected by our reconciliation and equity, diversity, inclusion team, and through a number of different surveys that were conducted in the community. Next slide. So the engagement this year was really a temperature check based on the data gathered through our plan and budget process last year, and of course the engagement done through the strategic plan. We focused on raising awareness around the budget and the big decisions that were before council, and were able to reach over 100,000 people through social media, events, and newsletters, and also able to directly connect with thousands of people through events and our Engage Water the Region survey. Next slide. We're pleased here to include an early snapshot of the latest results of the immigrant survey and youth impact survey that were conducted this year. And while these are not publicly released yet in full, you'll hear more about that in the coming months. The top issues, of course, coming through in these surveys were very consistent with what we heard through the engagement in the development of our strategic plan, as well as specific engagement related to the budget. Next slide. A particular focus that was important to us as part of the plan and budget engagement was getting out and listening to specific communities. We wanted to make sure in particular that we spoke to residents and new Canadians in each municipality across the region. As we got out and spoke to folks, themes were relatively consistent, but there were a few unique ones. Given the urgency of basic needs, new Canadians were most concerned about immediate access to affordable housing, as well as access to childcare and employment opportunities. As staff were out in the townships, our residents were most concerned about enhanced inter-community transportation options and maintaining a small town feel while managing growth. Next slide. During our conversations in the community and through the survey that we conducted, residents were asked where the region should focus our efforts as we embark on our new strategic plan. Excuse me. As a note of context, these results are generalized input and are not statistically robust and not representative of the community overall. So this really gives you a flavor of what we heard, but this is not statistically relevant data here in these priorities. What we did hear through this was that many residents were concerned about the affordability of living and working in the region. Specifically, concerns were raised about levels of taxation and government spending. We heard about transit, housing, and climate action as the most frequent topics that people mentioned. These themes are no surprise to you all. They continue to rise to the top and have certainly been at the forefront in our strategic plan. I'll now hand it over to my colleague Mathieu, who will speak to the additional transit engagement that took place.
Through you, Chair. So on the transit side of things, between November 6th and December 1st, Grand River Transit asked for feedback on its 2024 plan with a focus on 4 key areas that you see there: bus service, ION service, fares, and advertising proposals. So you'll see in the next couple of slides, we're bringing back the results of the survey. The online survey asked people to evaluate on a scale from 0 to 10 whether they were very satisfied or very dissatisfied with the proposals going forward. And the results that you'll see they're quite interesting. We've had 2,500 responses, a lot of impressions on social media, a good level of engagement, so we're happy with that level of engagement that we received, and we think it actually is quite representative of our customer base, and we'd like to thank them for providing all this feedback specific to the service plan. This is also an opportunity for the public to provide feedback that's not related to budget issues, and these are elements that we also take into account and that will feed the business plan that we're working on towards next year. So next slide. So these are the 2 first areas that we asked questions about were first the bus service proposal and then the ION service proposal. So on the bus side of things, customers are generally pleased with overall increases to service. there's still, a portion of customers that are dissatisfied because they don't see enough service being added to their specific routes or areas that remain underserved across the region. But overall, I think they appreciate that a lot of the service increases, that the expansions that were put forward by staff are about responding to the levels of crowding that they've experienced, I would say, since September. On the ION side of things, we heard loud and clear that the proposal we had put forward to try to match demand, try to match supply as closely as possible with demand levels was not enough to counter the fact that evening service has to be made convenient. And when we move to 30-minute frequencies, we know suddenly people have to start planning about their trips, and that adds a completely different way of using transit. And so based on that customer feedback, the proposal has been modified, and we brought it a few weeks back, and well, that's good information for us, and it actually supports the general approach of our business plan to move as much as possible towards 10 or 15-minute headways for all our services, because that's what enables transit to be used without thinking about it. Next slide, please. So on the advertising proposal, so the results of the survey are also interesting because we see a bit of polarization there in the responses, with some customers very in favor of finding all possible ways of gathering additional kind of non-fare revenue as customers are concerned about rising fares, and then some who are very dissatisfied with the increase of advertising because of the impact on kind of the brand and the general image of it. So there, I would say overall, it is leaning a little bit skewed towards being satisfied about it, and so you'll see the revised proposal that we're bringing to you today later in this committee. On the fare side of things, fares are one of the way that we know that the proposal there, the feedback was mixed. Customers are concerned about the rising costs of transit. Affordability remains a general concern, and I know we're looking at more, I would say, more structural changes to the fare and fee schedule, and that we'll bring back later. I think overall, in the qualitative feedback we've gotten is customers appreciate the addition of the new group pass, as well as the extended transfer time, which will give them more opportunities to use transit and maintain it affordable. I think and finally, we still had some feedback looking for age-based discounts for seniors and students. And that concludes kind of this presentation of the transit engagement. Back to you, Craig.
Thank you. So just to provide the committee with an update of our current budget position. It is summarized on the slide before you and reflects the position coming out of our most recent meeting back on November 29th. Currently sitting at an overall tax impact of 7.95%. That's inclusive of the police services budget as approved by the board back on November 15th. Every change that is contemplated and approved today by Strategic Plan and Budget Committee will be tracked. We'll be able to show you an updated position at any point over the course of the day. If that's helpful at any time, please let us know, but we'll try to schedule that in at various times so that it's clear to everyone where we currently stand. Next slide, please. And this shows you in a little more, this is a summary of what you'll see. Apologies for the header at the top. We came a little bit out of alignment there. But overall, in the bottom right-hand corner, you can see the 7.95% being our current budget position, and we'll see how that evolves over the course of the day today. Next slide, please. Just a reminder that included in the reserve position that's currently before you is approximately $8.9 million in funding from the Tax Stabilization Reserve for a variety of purposes, predominantly related to the paramedic services expansions and the current plan to end chronic homelessness. Next slide, please. And overall, in terms of funding for external organizations, just a reminder, it's a slide that we've showed a couple of times over the course of the process. What council will be doing today, what committee and council will be doing today through the approval of the budget will be to establish funding envelopes for various grant streams. We note, based on the approval at committee back on November 22nd, the addition of the $1 million for the Community Capacity Building Fund in the 2024 budget. Next slide, please. From a capital perspective, our 2024 capital budget is currently sitting at $540 million. As shown before you, you can see on the left side the various components from an expenditure perspective, and on the right side, the funding and financing of that capital program. And on the next slide, overall, a $6.7 billion 10-year capital program, not surprisingly, predominantly related to water, wastewater, roads, public transit, and in a way that's, I think, more significant than in years past, the Waterloo Region Housing Services, Waterloo Region Housing Master Plan and the Housing Services Capital Program at a much more significant level than we've seen in years. Next slide, please. And so I was asked just to provide before we get into the details, into the next steps with respect to the approval of the 2024 budget, I was asked to provide a bit of commentary about what 2025 and 26 are looking like right now. And, just jumping to the comment at the bottom, our sense right now is 2025 and 2026 are going to look to be in a very similar range as what we've experienced in 2024, in 2023 and 2024, for all of the reasons that are set out above, which I don't intend to go through in detail. I think it's fair to say that what you see before you is a pretty accurate snapshot of what's happening in upper and single tiers across the province. There's a very consistent set of factors that are impacting municipal budgets across this province. And I think what you see in front of you represents the most significant items that this council will be dealing with in its 2025 and 2026 budgets. But without getting too far ahead of ourselves, we should then go to the next slide, which is today's order of business. And you're going to see this slide periodically as we work our way through the various components that need to be decided on today. We'll do an introduction of the main plan and budget motion, and then it's a series of discussions and motions that we'll be looking for from Budget Committee around revenue, around the library and police budgets. We have some recommendations around budget amendments due to funding reductions. We have an item that was deferred from November 22nd. We have some staff reports, and then councillor requests and councillor motions. And once we get through all of that, we'll be in a position to pass final motions with respect to user fees and charges, the municipal budget regulation, and finally an amended main plan and budget motion, which will signify approval of the 2024 plan and budget. So, Mr. Chair, I'll turn it back to you for the introduction of the main plan and budget motion. And this gets the plan and budget motion on the floor. It's not a vote right now, but it needs to be moved and seconded in order to commence the discussions today.
Okay, I have a quick question from Councillor Craig, and then we'll get to the motion.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. Very quickly, a 1% increase on our budget, what is that in terms of actual dollars, approximately?
Through the chair, 1% on the overall budget is approximately $7 million.
$7 million.
Just under.
And with the paramedic, we share that with the province, am I correct? The costs?
Yes, that's correct. The paramedic services operating costs are shared on a 50-50 basis with the province. The reason we use the tax stabilization reserve in a year of service expansion is that there's a 1-year lag with that ministry. So what we incur this year will not be picked up until the following year.
Will the province, if I may, the final question, Mr. Chair, will they share the 50-50 on the expansion?
It's a very good question. Our assumption is that they will. It's an assumption we make every year. And as I think everyone is aware, there have been significant investments in increased paramedic services over the last 7, 8, 9 years. Every year the province has approved it. So we're optimistic that that trend will continue. And if it doesn't, there'll be a conversation here at committee.
So we don't have a written contract?
We do not. It's through the chair. It's an annual submission that we make to the branch of the Ministry of Health, and again, over the years, they have been accommodating of the increases that Regional Council has approved.
Thank you very much. Okay,
thank you.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Councillor Shantz.
Thank you. A quick question as we're starting out. Can you remind me where we started this budget in terms of what was annualized from last year? Where did we start? Last year, we would have had some items that were projected over into this year, annualized and otherwise. Where did we start? How much of this budget is because of decisions we made in previous years?
Yeah, okay. I think I understand the question, and I'll just look to my colleagues to look up that number, and if we could just check out that number and get back to you shortly. Thank you.
I don't know if that'll stall. We'll get to the motion, and then okay. So I'd ask for a move, Councillor Wolf, seconded by Councillor James for the main motion, and we'll have a discussion on that if there are any questions. So debate.
Okay, so with the main plan and budget motion introduced, moved and second on the floor, we'll now start working our way through today's order of business. And the first item for committee's consideration are some revenue adjustments that staff are proposing. If we go to the next slide. We've taken another look, as is our practice, at major non-tax revenues. And we do this for a couple of reasons. One is the original budget estimates were prepared back in the late summer and early fall, typically based on maybe a half a year or so of actual information for the year. We made some further significant adjustments in the fall to the public transit fare budget, which is increasing significantly over 2023. We have two additional proposed amendments that we'd like to put forward for the committee's consideration. One is an additional $500,000 in fare revenue that would bring the 2024 fare revenue budget to just over $55 million, and an additional $500,000 for housing rent. And this is all simply revised estimates based on more recent information. There's no change in fare structure. There's no change in rent amounts. It's just providing a better estimate of the overall budget. And so if we go to the next slide, so we have a recommendation, a three-part recommendation. To increase transit fare revenue by $500,000, to increase housing rent revenue by $500,000, and also to increase supplementary taxes by $1 million. And so these are the taxes that are generated by new properties that are added to the assessment roll over the course of a given year. As we talked about last time, we have a healthy increase in our assessment base over the course of this year. We're confident that adding to the budget for supplementary taxes by $1 million is reasonable and sustainable. Overall, this would reduce the levy requirement by $2 million in total if all three pieces are approved. And so I'll turn it back to the chair for discussion at this point.
Okay. Councillor Shantz.
Thank you. Does the increase in fare affect the township routes at all?
I will just, I guess, ask the respective staff if they want to just jump right in, knowing that where those questions are coming. I'll take it upon yourselves to just respond. Matthew, I'm assuming that's you.
So just so the increase in fares, So the fares themselves, they're the same across the region. So the increase in fare is the same for Route 21 or others. In terms of the revenue, I know we've looked at some of the revenue increase and how that would offset some of the service expansions, especially for Route 21.
So the 500,000 specifically that's referenced here, is it part of that, or is that just part of what the original budget was?
Yeah, through the chair, I believe this 500,000 increase relates predominantly to the urban conventional system and will be credited as such.
Councillor Erb.
On the slide, the reduction of the 2 million, that was not included in the 7.9 that we saw on the previous slide. Is that correct?
Yeah, so very good question. So yes, the original position that I showed earlier is our starting point for today. Mm-hmm. So everything that we talk about from that point forward is not included in that 7.95%. So this would be a reduction to the overall levy and tax impact. And that holds for all of the different items that we'll be looking at over the course of the day today. So we have a starting point and then a series of potential adjustments to the budget, and then at the end of the day, an amended plan and budget motion.
Okay, and just one more, if I may, Mr. Chair. The increase in rent, is that from predominantly from Waterloo Regional Housing properties, or what would be a good example of where that increase comes?
Through the chair, it would be exclusively through Waterloo Region Housing properties.
Thank you.
Councillor Urbanovich.
Thanks very much. Just want to be clear on the public transit. This is purely fare related. The issue of advertising we'll discuss separately, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, and on the automated speed enforcement, we obviously still have to have some discussion around the overall staffing around that, which happens later on. This revenue is based on the implementation plan as outlined in full staffing, or like how will this potentially be impacted? Or I guess if we approve this but pare back the other later on, it would just mean that potentially there may be a gap at the end of the year in the because this is a because this is essentially an enterprise in a sense, it really wouldn't impact the budget, correct?
Through the chair, I think that's correct. Perhaps if we just put the motions back up again just for a moment, that slide, that would be helpful. So just for clarity, the three motions relating to transit fares, housing rent, supplementary taxes, again, are all simply based on our updated understanding of our experience in 2023 and a better estimate of 2024. There's nothing in this motion that affects the revenue estimates for automated speed enforcement. Those revenue estimates that are in the budget right now are entirely consistent with the service expansion that was presented and discussed at an earlier meeting.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Councillor McCabe.
Thank you, through you, Chair. And I realize, so I'm just concerned that particularly with the transit fare increases, that I'm concerned about the increased cost to this single fare, and wondering if it's possible. I know we had that this is before us right now, but instead of increasing the single fare, if the increase could solely be on the monthly pass, because I think that's a better way to raise revenue. And I'm also just, with the increased service has come increased ridership, which is a really tremendously good news story. And so I wouldn't want a single fare particularly to discourage some of the increased ridership that we're having.
Mr. Dyer.
Yes, thank you to the chair. Yeah, so my suggestion for committee would be to treat this revenue estimate separately from any suggestions or concerns around the fare structure itself. So this is simply an update of our best estimate of what revenue in 2024 will look like. There will be opportunity later today as we work through the order of business. We will be talking about user fees and charges. If there are proposed changes to any of the user fees and charges that staff have brought forward, I think that would be an ideal and opportune time to have that conversation.
Thank you very much.
Councillor Hunick.
Through the chair, the motion that I proposed a month ago around increasing the monthly pass instead of increasing the fares was to increase the monthly pass in the amount that we would profit from the individual fares. But if the motion that Councillor McCabe has suggested is on the table, I would second that as well.
Yeah, Councillor Hunick, I believe that will be dealt with at a later time.
Great.
So, Councillor James?
Thank you. Through you, Chair Harris. I was just going to say what Mr. Dyer said about the user fees and charges. I think this will come up then for in terms of the fares.
Exactly.
So you already said what I had to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Wolf?
Through you, Mr. Chair, to Mr. Dyer. In the last one, the $1 million for assessment growth, is that a conservative estimate? Could we increase it?
So through the chair, I would say the budgets team is conservative by nature. So when we look at these, when we look at supplementary taxes based on new assessment growth, we have a couple things to consider. So the main thing we want to do is make sure that what we're recommending is sustainable in the long run. So just because we had a higher level of assessment growth in 2023 doesn't necessarily mean that that level of assessment growth is going to happen in the future, right? And so we think, from a staff perspective, that the $1 million increase strikes a reasonable balance between, being as realistic as possible, but also making sure we don't come back to you next year to say, oh, the increase that we approved is actually not achievable. We have to reduce our supplementary tax revenue in the following year. So we try to treat it as kind of a stepped approach. Our current budget is in the $12 to $13 million range. This would add another $1 million on top of that. We think it's achievable, and we think it's an appropriate number. If council wished to approve a different number, then that would be entirely up to you.
So we could increase it maybe a little bit, like 200,000, 500,000.
Well, I think we're in committee's hands here. The staff recommendation is $1 million, and if that's supported, then great. If a different number is supported, then that's what will be in the budget, and we can report back over the course of the year as to our actual experience relative to that number.
Okay, so if I wanted to make a motion?
An amendment, you mean?
An amendment, sorry, to say, to add 500,000 to that number, and Councillor James, would second.
Point of order.
Okay, Councillor Hunick.
I'm not sure what the point of this is, because we're dealing with estimates, correct? Like, I don't know why we would.
Oh, okay, it's a question. So I'll ask Mr. Dyer to answer that question, for Councillor Hunick.
So through the chair, I think it's a fair comment to say that it is an estimate. The motion as it stands is to increase supplementary taxes by $1 million. The amendment, if I understand it right, would be to increase the budget by $1.5 million. I think that, okay, I'm not the clerk, but I think that motion is in order. And it's, again, I think this is, as is always the case on the revenue side, it's a question of risk, right? And how much revenue risk are we, both from a staff perspective and then from a council perspective, are you willing to take with respect to being able to achieve that target? Because if it's not meant, then that's a shortfall that has to be made up somewhere in the budget. And that's why we tend to be a little bit conservative, but that's the reason, because we don't want to have to come back to you next year and say, we're going to have to reduce this budget, which is then a levy increase in that particular year. But it ultimately comes down to what council is comfortable with in the budget.
Okay, so we do have a motion, an amendment brought forward by Councillor Wolf, and I believe there's a seconder by Councillor James. So discussion on that amendment. Councillor Foxton?
Thank you, and through you, Chair. I'm not in favor of increasing, and I'll tell you why. Right now, people are not paying their regional bills or part of their regional taxes. And as a township, we have to pay you 100% of what's owed to you, even if our constituents can't. And so to expect it to be greater, I would be surprised if we hit the million next year. Things keep going the way they are. So I would like to leave it the way it is. Thank you.
Councillor Verbanovich.
Thank you very much. And so I appreciate what the motion that's before us. And I think Mr. Dyer is absolutely right. It is a bit of a balancing act. Can we just put that slide back up for a moment, please? That showed those amounts. So it's actually the other one that shows that the overall amounts. There we go. And so, sorry, Mr. Dyer, where's the $1 million or $1.5 million reflected in this chart, or is that just a separate issue?
Yeah, so through the chair, it's a separate issue. This chart focuses on non-tax revenues specifically.
Okay, gotcha. So I will support the recommendation or the amendment that's in front of us. I think it's a reasonable request. It's trying to move us in a direction that's, trying to get things down a little bit. It'll have an impact of about, I think, 0.15%, but every little bit helps. And so I'm prepared to support it. I think it's reasonable, and if we know there's a lot of growth happening in our municipalities, and while I understand the concern that Councillor Foxton has raised, I think at the end of the day, if it's billed, those dollars are owed. I get that there may be some challenges around transferring it, but ultimately, it's a revenue stream, and I think it's a reasonable level of risk in a very tight budget year.
Okay, I don't see any other speakers, so I am going to ask that the amendment to the motion that was moved by Councillor Wolf, seconded by Councillor James, be put up. Pardon me, I know these two down here are wizards, but we got to afford them a little bit of time to get things up. So that the regional municipality of Waterloo approve an additional $500,000 to the proposed operating budget as set out in the report as is. So folks, I will draw.
No, the amendment is the amendment is for $1 million.
$1.5 million. It should be $1.5 million. Oh, an additional 500. No, it says an. So you say one. Okay, draw your attention, colleagues, to eScribe. We'll need to be on item 7.1. That's where we're at right now, so it'll pop up and encourage you to vote yes or no on that. Councillor Liggett, can I get you to vote yes or no on eScribe, or let us know, indicate?
First off, all your sound disappeared. It's back. So is the motion isn't up on the screen. So is the 1.5 including the amendment or without the amendment?
The amendment is to increase supplemental taxes by 500,000 to 1.5 million.
Okay. Okay, my reaction.
Okay, that's carried, colleagues. So I think we've had good discussion, debate on this. Let's go right to the main motion then, please, as amended. We'll go back to eScribe now with the original motion amended, and we'll need to just change that item C. We do need to get, remind me who was, are we asking for a mover and a second? Yeah, we'll need Councillor Verbenovic and Councillor Nowak is the mover and the seconder for that amended motion now.
This is this, so it's the 5.5 and 1.5.
Okay. 5.5 and 1.5. Councillor Liggett, can you indicate?
I did.
Okay, support? Oh, opposed?
No.
Okay, my bad. And that is carried. Thank you. The next item on the agenda is 7.2, items referred from Library Committee. I'll pass it back to Commissioner Dyer for that item.
Yes, thank you to the chair. If we could move to the slide deck, just a couple of slides here to summarize the action taken by the Library Committee, which was back on November 30th, was to approve the 2024 Region of Waterloo Library budget. Net expenditure just over $3.5 million, a property tax levy of just under $3 million, and approval of the library capital budget and forecast. If we go to the next slide, please. So overall, this is just a high-level summary that shows you the expenditure, revenue, and property tax requirement. Overall, an increase of about $223,000. Relatively small budget, so that represents an 8% increase. And if we go to the next slide, we have proposed language for a resolution for consideration by the Strategic Plan and Budget Committee for today.
Okay, questions? Councillor Salonen.
Thank you. I just know a lot of my colleagues don't follow the Library Committee, so I was just wondering if Mr. Dyer could quickly give a summary, essentially what you emailed yesterday to those on Library Committee of what that increase is representing. That would be appreciated.
Testing my memory from 24 hours ago. Three main components. Just focusing on the levy increase, the $223,000. There's kind of three things happening. First of all, last year being 2023, there was a contribution from the library capital reserve that was made to offset some of the increases in the library operating budget. That was at $200,000. That reserve transfer is being phased out. So the $200,000 that was in 2023 is now $100,000 in 2024. So that makes up $100,000 of the levy increase. In addition, there were some additional operating costs associated with the, if I recall, the 10 branches as well as the headquarters building. Not a service level change, but just an overall increase in costs from an inflationary perspective. And then, the majority of the library budget is staffing related, and there were some staffing costs in terms of cost of living adjustments and benefits. If I recall, no changes to the library FTE count. And between those three, that explains virtually all of the increase.
Can I get a mover and a seconder for this move by Councillor Salonen, seconded by Councillor Wolf? I don't see any further discussion, so colleagues, if we can pull that up on eScribe. And that is carried. Thank you, colleagues. I'd like to now move to item 7.3, items referred from Police Services Board. I'll turn it back over to Mr. Dyer.
Yes, thank you. Thank you to the chair. So the next item for committee's consideration is the 2024 Waterloo Region Police Services budget. And if we can go to slide 33, that would be great. We'll start off with the resolution that was approved by the Waterloo Region Police Services Board back on November 15th. And that has a two-part motion. One was to approve the 2020, so again, this was the board motion that approved the 2024 operating budget estimate with a net levy of $228.4 million. And that the board approved the 2024 capital budget estimates as summarized in Appendix B to the report of that day. So if we go to the next slide, I have just a couple of summary slides of the budget itself. So from an operating perspective, you can see here both the 2023 and the 2024 WRPS operating estimate. Sorry, that shouldn't say proposed. I think that should say okay, it was as approved by the board, and I guess proposed for consideration by Budget Committee today. $252 million in expenditure, non-tax revenues of about $24 million, and as I said earlier, the property tax requirement of $228.4 million. This represents a 6.7% increase from a levy perspective year over year. And with our assessment growth at just under 2.2%, the overall change in property taxes from a police perspective is 4.43%. If we go to the next slide, we provide a summary of the capital program. So overall, this is a $279 million capital program over 10 years, largely focused on police vehicles, equipment, and buildings. It's a $30 million budget plan for 2024, and so you can see here the various sources of funding. We rely on capital reserves, on development charges, and in some cases on property tax supported debentures. This relates predominantly to some of the more significant facility work that's proposed over the next 10 years. So the operating budget, so the operating estimates and the capital estimates both approved by the board back on the 15th. And if we go to the next slide, I believe we have a proposed motion for committee's consideration today, which would be to take the following action with respect to the 2024 police budget. With the wording before you, with a net expenditure $252.4 million, property tax levy as indicated, and approval of the capital program.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Dyer. I will ask for a mover and a seconder. Moved by Chair Redmond, seconded by Councillor Shantz. Discussion, Councillor Hunick.
Through the chair, can you tell me how many spots WRPS got at the police college in 2023, 2022, and 2021, respectively? My question relates to the likelihood of achieving 18 new sworn officers in 2024. That's why I'm asking.
So through the chair, I don't have that information available. We could certainly report back to the councillor.
Okay, thanks.
Councillor Foxton.
Thank you. Through the chair, I've been approaching the police quite often to get accurate information because there's a lot of information out there that may not always be accurate. I have asked, what is their final surplus? They do have a $1.1 million surplus. So being in politics, we know surpluses are from a certain thing. So I said, what is the surplus from? And they said it's not an actual surplus because of lack of hirings or anything else. It's an amount of money given as a grant from the government for the court service. So therefore, it's 1.1 million surplus that they will be using for the court services. And as we all know, in a grant process, you have to use it by a certain deadline. And I thank them very much for the information. So without the grant, there would be no surplus, and the grant does not involve any of regional tax dollars. Thank you.
Councillor Deutschman.
Thank you, Chair Harris. I'll be opposing this budget for a number of reasons. Three in particular. One, the request for 18 additional officers when we have a deficit of 22 officers currently. And as I've pointed out previously, over the past 2 years, they've only been able to hire net 6 additional officers. That's why there's this massive deficit of sworn officers. And for the last 3 quarters of 2023, they've had a deficit of 35 officers, which is a $2 million salary surplus when you take a look at the wages and salaries line. At the end of the 3rd quarter of 2023, they had a surplus in the wages and salaries of $6 million, and that factored in overtime. It's in the documents, it's in the variance reports. They had a revenue surplus of $2.3 million. Now, they want to add 18 to the deficit of 22, which is 40 officers starting January 1, when they can't hire more than 6 net in a year. So there's that surplus right off the bat. Secondly, they're annualizing salaries to January 1. So that means we're paying for 40 officers that won't exist on January 1. That is based on last year's budget when we were told 18 officers represented $1 million per quarter. That is over $2 million that we are paying for officers that don't exist. By any conceivable notion, any person spending their own money would not do that. It doesn't make any sense to spend an additional $2 million plus for officers that we're not going to get. And finally, on the issue of the surplus, Police Services has not been transparent on the surplus. Councillor Foxton's right. They are projecting a $1.1 million surplus this year based on a $200,000 operating surplus plus the $800,000 that they're getting from court services and protection prisoner transfer. Now remember, they're calling that a surplus. They don't have to use that money for those purposes. A surplus is extra funds, all right? But I'm not arguing about that. I'm not quibbling about that. My issue is when you have a surplus, a positive net levy variance at the end of the 3rd quarter of $8 million, and then you're telling us that it's going to be $200,000 at the end of the year, the question fairly put is, how is that so? And you can't say it's overtime because overtime is factored into up to the Q3 mark. So I went back, I took a look at 2002, or 2022, I should say. And that's the first full year after the KPMG report. The KPMG report noted that there were surpluses on average of $3.3 million for 2019, 2020, 2021. The first year following the KPMG report, the surplus is $200,000 or $284,000. So the question then is why? So I took a look at each of the variance reports for 2022. And what the police services did was, at the start of 2022 in their budget, they were going to take a contribution from reserves of $2.1 million. Recognizing that there was a surplus, they used the surplus instead of the contribution from reserves, which led to a negative revenue variance at the end of the year, which resulted in the $200,000. In 2023, they are putting $10.5 million into reserve. $8 million is budgeted from the levy, $2.5 is budgeted from development charges. Fair enough, not quibbling with that. The issue is, during the year, transfers are being made from anticipated surpluses, and it's in the variance reports that I have reviewed. I've reviewed each and every document, and it clearly states transfers being made. In fact, last quarter, they made a almost a $1.5 million transfer to reserves over and above budgeted amount. So that $8 million variance would have been 9.5. So what I'm saying to you is that the response from police services has not been transparent, and for a whole lot of reasons, including not being able to hire all that they want, paying for them starting January 1, and no transparency on surplus, this budget should be rejected and sent back to Police Services Board. It is not doing a service to the taxpayers of the regional Waterloo. It is not transparent, and it is taking far more than they should be taking from the tax base, and we should be asking for them to do better. They're not listening to us, they're not hearing us, and they can do better.
Almost perfect timing, Councillor Deutschman. Chair Redmond.
Thank you, Chair Harris. I'm very pleased to put this motion before council, and I would have to tell you that we meet monthly as the WRPS Police Service Civilian Oversight Board. We have quarterly reports that deal with all of the issues that have been referenced around this horseshoe as we go through the budget. And I would have to tell you, at 7:30 this morning, I met with my colleagues to get this month's budget meeting and WRPS business dispatched with before we came here. I would hope that this community and this regional council knows that the members of the WRPS Police Services Board take their role very seriously. We ask the hard questions, and we are accountable. So I think that the budget before us is one that is well worth passing. And I would also hasten to remind everybody that it isn't just about the number of uniformed officers. Police services are 24/7, and when there aren't new officers or other officers do overtime, which is why the overtime budget goes through the ceiling, because fundamental to everything the police service does, as well as Police Service Board, is to make sure that everybody has safe and effective policing so they feel safe and are safe in this community. And because of that, this is an investment in our community's welfare that is well worth investing in.
Thank you, Chair Redmond. Councillor Shantz.
Thank you. The police services is a big organization, just as the region is. And I would say we hired 158 new officers last year, 158. My question would be either to Mr. Dyer or Ms. Bellissimo. At the region, how many vacant positions do we have today?
Through you, Chair. I don't have a specific number. I will tell you that as a result of resignations, retirements, terminations, we are on average advertise over 1,000 roles in the organization, and so we're actually never at full complement because we're always filling vacancies as a result of normal turnover in any organization. I'll get the exact number for you, though.
As a result of that, do we end up with a surplus or extra dollars in our budget because of vacant spaces?
Well, I know that we count on gapping dollars. We call them gapping dollars, but my colleague might be able to answer that question more specifically. But we have gapping dollars because we know every year we will have vacant positions that we cannot fill.
Thank you. And I know the police service is also accounted for gapping. I don't know the number, though.
Is that a question for Mr. Dyer? Or? you want to?
So through the chair, and my apologies, I was involved in another discussion. If the question is about the gapping process at the region, so yes, we absolutely make adjustments to our budgets. So I think there's two different ways it happens. One, we make adjustments to our budgets to allow for vacancies over the course of the year. And from a budgeting perspective in our service expansions, we like to try to pick what we think is the most realistic start date for our positions. And that's, I think, a practice that we've had at the region for many years.
Councillor Hunick.
Thank you, Chair. I understand and appreciate that ideally the people of Waterloo Region would get 18 new sworn officers in 2024. However, it is highly unrealistic that 18 officers will be hired in 2024. And so for that reason, I cannot support this budget. I really like Councillor Bravanovic's strategy of hiring the regional employees based on 50% of the annualized salary model. And I wonder if WRPS would consider that. Just putting it out there.
Sorry, Councillor Hunick, we're just going through things up here. Was there a question there? No. Okay. Just wanted to clarify.
The question was whether or not the 50% annualized salary could be considered by WRPS. But I'm not sure if anyone from WRPS is here to answer that currently.
I don't believe so. We'd have to get back to you on that, Chantel. And I don't know if Chair Redmond is.
I don't know if I can answer your question directly, but I would tell you that we do make use of gapping. The police officers being brought on are scheduled to come with when they come out of police college, and there is a certain amount of money to attract officers perhaps from other services. So all of those instruments are employed to lower the budget at WRPS.
Thank you, Chair Redmond. And just as a follow-up, that's why I asked about the number of spots at the police college we've received in the last 3 years. But we don't have that information either. So.
All right. Thank you, Councillor Hunick. And sorry, colleagues, we're going to try to monitor who's up first and try to keep that lineup intact. Councillor Verbanovich.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And I was just going to follow up on that question. So am I clear that there is no one here from WRPS to answer any questions?
No.
Okay. I mean, I guess I'll just flag that it would have been helpful, I think, especially in light of the role that it plays in the budget to have had someone here. So I'll perhaps ask the question of Chair Redmond as Chair of the Police Services Board as a follow-up. It's my understanding that hiring now is happening in two ways, and you've just alluded to it. One is the new recruits that are being brought in. They're getting scheduled into OPC, the Ontario Police College, for training and at various points during the year, and then they end up becoming, frontline officers here in the community. The other way is folks who are coming from other municipalities, and I understand that there's been an uptick on that with more officers choosing to relocate here for a variety of reasons. Do you have a sense of, of the annual positions, how many of those are being filled by people who are relocating, and how much will that sort of impact or is forecasted to impact in 2024?
So again, I would just underscore and not to evade the question. I don't know if I have hard numbers, but I would have to tell you, I think it is either Peel or Halton that's looking at hiring 130 officers, and they too will have the same strategies as you just outlined, Councillor Verbanovich. So we are always in a recruitment mode, and we had a report at WRPS Police Board this morning talking about all of the ongoing initiatives that we continue to do. It is a very competitive field out there. I know at the region, and I'm sure at area municipalities, we see the competition for high-quality employees. It is the same at WRPS, whether they're uniformed officers or civilian officers. So that recruitment is constantly happening, and those are some of the tools in the kit. And we do take a stance of always being ready as a police service, and clearly this is led by the leadership of the chief and the deputies and their team to make sure that when and if we find somebody that is a good match for the police service, that we are able to offer them employment quickly. So I can't actually give you numbers, but I would tell you that all of those strategies are monitored and employed on a continuing basis.
The other question I have then, because as you're aware, there's a motion coming forward later, as Councillor Hunick referenced with respect to regional staff, and dealing with a portion of it this year, with some of it being annualized in the following fiscal year. So some of it would be in 2024, some in 2025. I recognize that under normal circumstances, that's not the ideal way to do it, but we've done it here before. We've done it at our area municipality as a way to soften the impact on future budgets. Is this something that could be achieved with the police budget? Where part of it is annualized in 2024, with the remaining part carrying over in 2025.
So at the risk of this feeling like ping pong, I would remind council that there was a KPMG study that said we needed 55 more frontline officers at that point in time. And the police board, recognizing that there would be sticker shock, pace that over 3 years. So I would tell you that the police board feels and the service feels that they have already taken into consideration the kind of burden this is on the taxpayer and have spread that increase out over 3 years. And again, I would reiterate, it's a very competitive market to attract uniform and civilian officers. So the police board feels that they have done their due diligence and that they have recognized that there is only one taxpayer, and they continue to find ways to work with community to bring a more comprehensive kind of support for safety and well-being within the region. But all of those things have been taken into consideration.
So, Mr. Chair, as a follow-up to that, because I didn't hear an answer, quite respectfully.
Well, you know what, I'm going to just jump in on that because, colleagues, we have had a day where we had the Waterloo Region Police Service here. We had Chief Crowell here. We had the finance representative from the police service. We have had an opportunity to ask questions on this very matter, that these could have been addressed and asked at that time. And now we're coming back knowing that there's no representative here from the police. We've never had one on budget day. And we're asking the same questions that either were asked of the chief or are being asked again, knowing that he's not here. So, Chair Redmond's not going to, I'm not going to ask Chair Redmond to continue to answer questions. That's not really her role here today. So, I guess I'd instruct council here, if there's an issue with the motion that they have before us, they have a right to either A, amend it, or B, we're going to vote on it and deal with it either way.
Well, Chair Harris, respectfully, this is final budget day. This is an opportunity for us to make amendments and changes to the budget. To be absolutely clear, I have consistently been supportive of the police budget, and I will again be supportive of the police budget today. But the issue is we're trying to see how we can make some adjustments in a critical year when affordability is an issue for our residents. We're trying to see if there's some room here. I'm not saying don't commit to the officers. I'm talking about annualization. And, I will say that I do think that, regardless of what's happened in the past, senior officials should be here to be able to answer any questions on budget day for motions that come forward. So I will express that as a concern, as someone who is very supportive of what WRPS and the police budget.
Okay. Again, police chief was here to address these same concerns, only just a short period of time. I understand, some may have questions. we'll do our best to try to answer those. But those are the options that council have on this particular motion today. So with that, Councillor Craig.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. And I know I'm getting, I mean, this seems to be an ongoing or never-ending story about the police budget and the surpluses and so on. And I find it disappointing. And of course, I don't want to call it an accusation, but the comment about not being transparent, I find very bothersome, because what basically is being said is that I'm not being transparent, and neither is the regional chair or Councillor Shantz, and we're sitting here. And I take exception to that. We've done everything, and we felt when the police chief came in that in fact he could clarify a number of the issues around the surpluses. And I think to a great extent he tried to do that. Also, we received last week a further follow-up from the chief on the clarification of facts on surplus and overtimes, because there were more questions. Well, I should hold it up. Yeah, it's right here. Okay. We got that last week in an email. And I thought, well, this is the end of it. We've answered everything. But like I said, it just continues to go on and on and on. And if in fact you want to vote against the budget, I think we already know around this table that that's not going to be very successful if you want to bump it up to a higher level, because you won't win this, not on these particular facts. No, you won't win it. So anyways, don't worry. I just wanted to make that clear, but you know, this causes a lot of damage in the community because people get the wrong information. There are letters to the editor. There are, you know, we got Louise D'Amato running around with all the misinformation out there that's been clarified, including what her article today, which is wrong. And it's got a very damaging effect on the police community. And I keep raising that over and over and over. And no one seems to understand that. And I think we got to, you know, take a new approach to this. I said when the police chief was here, would he be willing to sit down with any member of council and go through these things? He said he would. I don't think the offer's been taken up. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, Councillor Salonen.
Thank you. I'm not certain where to go after that. Really what I wanted to say is just kind of remind that our role here around this table is to either approve this amount or not. And regardless of if we approve it or not, even if we wanted to lower the amount or suggest a lowered amount, it's not our discretion as to how those funds are distributed and if that requires hiring or other distribution of resources. I just wanted to remind everyone around the table as well as those viewing. And, you know, I recently did a ride along with the police, and I have continual calls for increased level of service of police services out in the rural townships. And I was really caught off guard. We had to wait around for almost an hour to go report to a call that was a domestic because we needed a second police officer out there to be with us because they have a policy that you can't walk into a domestic as one officer. So when I see those things and the impacts to real people's lives, when you call 911, you're in an emergency, and again, if they can't respond because they don't have a second officer, I'm comfortable with the hiring strategy. But again, at the end of the day, that's not even down to this table as to how those resources are distributed. So I just kind of want to remind everyone of that, but I look forward to people questioning the FTEs that are in our control later on in the budget today with as much scrutiny, and as such, I will be supportive of the police budget today.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Stalin. I think you hit it on the head with regards to the overall number, so let's stick to that. Councillor Erb.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Some of the comments I wanted to make have been already said, particularly by Councillor Solomon, but I'm going to be supporting this. I'm happy to do that. I think those in the community that are questioning if the police should be, have received additional funding, are living, their heads are in the sand. They don't understand what's happening in this community on a daily basis, and the crime and the need for additional resources. What I find unfortunate about this debate on the police budget this year is it's been focused on this surplus, which to me is an internal conversation that needs to take place at the Police Services Board and is really nothing. It's getting into the weeds, which we have no business doing. And so often it's distracted from the conversation that should be taking place around this table, and it's sucked the oxygen out of the room. And it's created a false narrative in the community that the police aren't being transparent and giving the proper information to regional council or the community. And I think that's very sad, and it's set up this divide between the police and the community. And I'm feeling that there's some responsibility at this table for that to be happening, and I wish that could end. And you know, in the paper this morning, it was reported that we didn't receive the information that we requested. We got it on November the 29th, and we also got it in the budget package earlier this week, which increases this narrative in the community that that the police is not being transparent. And I think that's very unfortunate. We can do better than that. And I'm happy to support this, and I hope we can take this conversation to a higher level going forward.
Thank you, Councillor Erb. Councillor James.
Thank you, through you, Chair Harris. I'm listening to the dialogue, and it is an extremely challenging year, and I recognize the need that exists for our Waterloo Regional Police Service. What I do have concerns with, and I think Councillor Craig, you alluded to a new approach, and I think that we're going to continuously have this discussion about budgets year after year, as I've heard year after year for a number of years. And as looking into kind of the historical piece around this discussion, I know in 2020, the region put a motion forward to ask the province to amend the Police Services Act to give municipalities greater control over the budgets and the activities of the police services as they're responsible for funding, along with a number of other things. And I do believe I don't know if there's been correspondence back, so I'll look to Chair Redmond, those on the board as well, to see if there's been any response to what was sent in 2020 regarding pretty much a new deal. And I think we are stuck in a place where all we can do is approve the number. Mr. Dyer, my question for you is, can you explain what happens if we do not approve this? What does this process look like if the budget does not go through?
Through the chair, the board's obligations are to approve estimates for the year. Council's obligations are to approve a budget for the year. And you have before you a draft motion based on the estimates that the board has approved. So I would say it's up to council to either approve the budget as submitted, or I would say to approve a different budget, right? So there's specific language in this budget around the net expenditure and the property tax levy. They're very specific. They line up with the approval that was provided at the board. If council is not comfortable with approving the budget as recommended by the board, then council should approve a different budget. And by that I mean you should adjust the numbers in Part A of the motion to a level that you're comfortable with. And then that budget would go back to the board. And then the board would have two choices. They would either accept the revised or amended or adjusted budget, whatever terminology you wish to use, in which case we're done. We have an approval for the year. Alternatively, if the board is not comfortable with that number, if they don't believe that they can ensure that effective and efficient policing is provided in accordance with the Act, then there is, not sure the terminology is right here, an appeal provision, if you will, to a tribunal, a commission that would then issue a decision on the budget.
Okay. I agree with Councillor Verbanovic. Just there should be someone here to at least address some concerns, even if it's never happened before. I think we're in a critical time right now where there are decisions that are being made. We have all heard from many residents who support what's being presented, but who also have grave concerns about how they're going to be able to afford everything. With that, I would like to put forward an amendment to this.
Okay.
So that the Regional Municipality of Waterloo take the following actions with respect to the 2024 Waterloo Regional Police Services budget. A, approve the Waterloo Regional Police Service 2024 operating budget with a net expenditure of $250,909,148, approximately $1.5 million reduction from estimates approved by the Police Service Board, and a property tax levy of $226,928,497, $1.5 million reduction from the estimates approved by the Police Services Board. And B, approve the Waterloo Regional Police Services 2024 capital budget and 2025 to 2023 capital forecast as summarized in Appendix B of Police Services Board Report 23-198, dated November 15th, 2023, subject to final adjustments for 2023 carry forwards. I recognize that may not pass. I do believe that I'm conscious of the perspectives that I have heard and trying to address this budget for our residents of this entire region.
Okay, amendment put forward by Councillor James. We'll get that up here shortly. I believe it's just a reduction of $1.5 million, but I will need a seconder. Councillor Hunick. Yeah, Councillor James, if you could email that, if you happen to have a copy to clerk's staff, please, that'd be great so we can get that up. Discussion on the amendment. I'll go to the speakers list that I have in front of me. Councillor Foxton.
Thank you, Chair, and through the Chair. Yes, I look forward to seeing how the vote goes for the amendment. Regardless of that, people are pretty well set on how they feel about this police budget. I think we could discuss it for forever. I suggest once the amendment either passes or fails that we move on to the main vote and we vote.
Okay.
Thank you.
I don't mind that plan. Councillor Foxton. Councillor Deutschman.
Thank you, Chair Harris. Just want to continue on and respond to a few of the items that were raised by some people around the horseshoe. I just want to point out, at the start of 2022, there were 798 sworn officers.
Yeah, Councillor Deutschman, I will ask you to speak. We now have an amendment brought forward, so I'd ask you to speak to that amendment. I don't know if that's where you're going with this, but that's where we'd like to stick to. We're not on the main, we're on the amendment, so if it relates to that, great, but. Do you want to speak to this amendment, Councillor Deutschman? Councillor Verbanovic.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess my, the point that in the question I asked earlier is if we're considering amendments, it would be helpful to actually have someone here who can answer those questions for us. Mr. Chair, is it possible that we could defer this to later in the meeting to see if the chief or one of the deputies or other senior officer could be here to answer any questions prior to us considering the amendment?
I'm conferring with obviously the folks that have a better historical perspective on this, and I'm the understanding that there's not been a presence by police board officials in some time, maybe decades, on budget day. I'm just not sure, Councillor Banovich. We've got an amendment here before us. That's what we'd like to focus on. There was a clear ask of a reduction of 1.5 million. I'm not sure what questions are going to pertain to the amendment that the chief is going to be able to answer. So
I guess what I would say is that I think there is some information and some facts that actually would be helpful, which would actually get to some of the concerns and problems that may actually exist with the amendment when you factor in things like overtime realities and others. And so I think it's important on an issue that has become quite polarized, and I share Councillor Craig's concerns around this. There is a lot of misinformation out there. I think it's important that we have the necessary info so we're making an educated decision collectively.
Yeah, I know we've been down this rabbit hole before about the role of regional council and the operational decisions that I know everyone would like to make as it pertains to the overall budget. But today we're talking about the funding envelope that we will pass back to the police for them to then make their operational decisions. So we are actually on an amendment that was proposed by Councillor James, seconded by Councillor Hunick, to reduce the police budget by 1.5 million. I'd like to focus people's attention on that. That's what we're dealing with.
Okay, so I will, from a process point of view, I will move a referral to later in today's meeting so that we can see if someone from Waterloo Regional Police Service can be here. And if there's a seconder, that would take precedent.
Okay, so seconded by Councillor Craig. All right, we'll get it up on the screen here.
So the referral, which would simply see if somebody can come and answer our questions. Well, then we'll have to deal with that at that point in time.
Give us a second, colleagues. I believe everything was prepped for the amendment, but they're moving as quickly as they can on the deferral. So we'll go right to a vote on this, colleagues. So I encourage you to get over to your e-scribe shortly when it pops up. We are now voting on deferring. It's going to be later today. Jan, have you voted on this?
Yes, I have. It's on my screen.
Has everyone cast their vote? It's a referral to the end of the day, folks.
Mr. Chair, can you see my check mark there?
All right, so that vote is a tie vote, and it is defeated. Colleagues, we will now move to the amendment. Okay, well, I'm going to go to Councillor Shantz first if she's got a comment on the amendment.
Thank you. This discussion, a lot of it is really not our purview, as many people have said. And I just want to make the point that the Police Services Board has approved this. It's a board budget. So we took direction from staff, we debated, we looked at options, we reduced things in conjunction with staff, and this is where we came. It's 4.43% on the levy. Every month, the board reviews pages of operations, of cases that the police work through and see. We've seen here, and we've seen at the board, lots of comparisons to other services. So if you're looking for a high-level comparison of where we stand and how we operate, you've seen lots of those pieces. I think we all have the information we need to make a decision here, and I will not support the reduction. There's been a lot of work done on this, and a lot of professional officers, professional staff, and a professional board that have looked at this, and I will not support the amendment.
Okay, Councillor Huenick, questions on the amendment, folks?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Could you speak to the number, how you arrived at the number of 1.5 million reduction? Chair, Councillor James.
Through you, Chair Harris. This to me it was a number. I didn't look at it. We can't get into the weeds with anything. Just said, what is a number that would have some sort of impact on the reduction of our levy? And this is not about creating polarization and silos. This is just coming down to dollars and cents, which is what today is about. I was not certain I would put forward this motion, but I know we're in a time, and we've been hearing from residents over and over and over again. I was at the grocery store last night, and someone stopped me to talk about our levy and our taxes. So it is just about having a little piece of trying to reduce this levy. It is not to say that the police are not doing what they're supposed to, that they're not in need, as most organizations in this region and globally and nationally are in need. It is recognizing what we are about to put on our taxpayers for the next year and you know, continuously going forward, essentially. So Chantal, there was no rhyme or reason. It was just having a little bit of an impact on this levy and trying to get this number down.
Chair Redmond on the amendment.
On the amendment, Chair Harris, thank you very much. I would just like to personally thank Councillors Salonen and Foxton for bringing some clarity to this discussion. We have obvious choices before us as a regional council, and I know that everybody around this council table takes their responsibility very seriously. I think you've heard reflected from the members that represent the community and your representatives on WRPS Police Board to say that we take those responsibilities very seriously. I find it very disconcerting that this is a number that was sort of pulled out of the air to help bring down the levy. I will not support this reduction, and again, I would underscore that the approved estimates that the Police Board brought to this council table were well thought out and were scrutinized, and because of that, I will support the original amendment and not the amendment.
Okay, folks, so we've had a full round of almost a full round. I mean, you know, we're talking to the amendment. I mean, if we're going to just chime in on their yes or no to the amendment, then let's just go to a vote and deal with it. But,
Point of order, Chair. I have some comments with respect
okay,
to the
well, then I'm
amendment.
going to go back to Mr. Erb and I can follow on with the list.
Thank you, Mr. Harris. I'm not going to support the amendment, and you know, I think what the reduction is doing is sending a message back to the Police Services Board to change your level of service, or which is not part of our mandate. And I do have a question on procedure. So if this amendment were approved, and we would ask the police services for a lesser amount, how does that affect the final day of our budget deliberations and the amount, and how do we deal with that coming back to council then? So process, I'm questioning.
Okay, hang tight.
If I understand the question, it has no impact on tonight. Council approves the budget that you've approved. the overall regional budget inclusive of what you've approved for the police service.
Councillor Vanovich.
Thank you very much. And so I will speak to the amendment, and I mean, really the amendment's tied into the overall motion as well. And while I'm disappointed that we weren't able to get clarity, because I think that's important on an issue like this, I won't be supporting the amendment, and I will be supporting the main motion. And I do that with a strong degree of support for Waterloo Regional Police Service and the significant work that's done by the women and men that serve our community day in and day out under increasingly difficult circumstances. You know, I think we all recognize that there are some challenging things happening in the world around us, including in our own community. I can tell you, more often than not, I hear from people who are concerned about what's happening and who are looking for additional resources by Waterloo Regional Police Service to tackle those issues, whether they happen in suburbia, whether they happen in our community cores. There's a high degree of complexity. We know, for example, that we've seen a number of incidents, the increasing level of protests, some of the major crime incidents. All of these things have had a significant impact on the police budget, on overtime, and all those things. I can't speak to those details in a level that, quite frankly, senior police administration can. And so I will say in my comments that it's my hope and expectation, and if we need a future motion of this council to do that, is that on budget day, just like each of the commissioners are here, I would hope that there's a rep here from senior leadership as well to answer any questions if there are any amendments. But based on my understanding and the information that's there, while I would have liked to see some of this prorated into a following year, and in light of some of the challenges that I know exist and the budget pressures that exist, I will support this this year. But I also think that in future years, the police board should look at the potential for prorating of budgets if we know that there are significant pressures that we're dealing with. Because it is a legitimate point that we don't hire everyone on January 1st, but we also know that, overtime, for example, this year has been like millions of dollars more than what was budgeted for. And so you can't plan for that stuff, and that's where some of those flexibilities get created. Excuse me, and I'll just reiterate what Councillor Craig said on there has been a lot of misinformation and very negative things said that are making it harder and harder for the people who serve our community to do that. People who throw that in their faces when they're doing the work that the difficult work that they're doing. And while I think it is appropriate and responsible for us to ask questions and make sure that we're doing the best as a community, we also need to recognize that we, as the leaders of this community, from a regional perspective, the things that we say and the things that we say that end up getting articulated in media end up having a direct impact on the community, and unfortunately, some of those have not been in a positive way. So I'll leave it at that.
Councillor Deutschman on the amendment.
Yes, thank you, Chair. It's on the amendment. First of all, I just want to correct. Councillor Sean suggested that we can't do what we're proposing to do with this amendment, but we actually can. I mean, Section 39 sub 3 says, upon reviewing the estimates, the council shall establish an overall budget for the board as described. So we can do what we want to do with respect to this motion. There's no problem with respect to that. We can set the overall budget. We're not getting into the weeds. Also, too, I mean, a $1.5 million reduction is basically just saying that you're going to prorate the hiring of the 40 officers to April 1st. That would cover it right there. Rather than paying January 1 when they're not going to be hired, by prorating it to April 1st, that would cover the $1.5 million reduction. So all of our discussions here are about what can you do with respect to the budget, what can you hire. There's no comments made about quality of policing, no criticisms of policing. All of it is focused on budget. It's all focused on budget. Others are interpreting that, but you know, we're here elected to manage and oversee the budget, the taxpayers' dollars, and making sure they're spent properly. And by suggesting a 1.5, I would have gone higher, but suggesting a 1.5 reduction, $1.5 million reduction, is all it takes is to say, instead of hiring January 1, we're moving it to April 1st. That's it. And that covers it. And they're still doing everything they can do. The issue about hiring is, and the comments were brought up in the context of this debate about hiring, police are dealing with retirements and resignations. It's 4 steps forward and 3 steps back. That's why they only have net 12 over the 2 years. And that's all it is. So supporting this motion is not harming police, is not affecting service. It's merely doing what we're going to do with our own. So why are we not doing the same with police if we're asking to do it with our own in terms of prorating? Why are we annualizing the police hires and we're prorating our hires? It doesn't make sense. And so that's all it is. April 1st instead of January 1. Very simple, covers the 1.5. No impact on service at all. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Craig.
Well, let me just say I don't agree with Councillor Deutschman whatsoever to start off. And I think I go back to comments I've made in the past that the regional budget comes in lower, the police services budget comes in lower than the regional budget. It did last year, and it's doing it this year. It's at 4.4. And I think that shows credibility to the Police Services Board trying to do their job. And the impact on the average homeowner really is on the budget that we have control over, which is the $1.3 billion. And that's where we can lessen the impact. And I think we have to keep that in perspective. Last year, we talked about $1 million in the police budget and holding back that $1 million, and that consumed the whole time almost of the whole budgetary discussion and took a lot of, quote, oxygen out of the air. And this year, we're right back at it again, going after the police budget to try and solve an overall problem of affordability to the taxpayer. And I think that just is not working very well in terms of giving credibility to the arguments that I've heard around the table here. I also want to point out that, you know, there was a big argument about surpluses with the police budget. Well, we have surpluses in the neighborhood of $404 million in our budget, and I don't hear very much about that in terms of reducing those surpluses. So it really comes back to, you know, what is this all about? You can't say you're not doing harm. You can't say it's just about numbers. No, it's more than that. The fallout has been very critical, and it's been read that way by the public and by letters to the editor, wherever you want to see it. And I think it's been very, very damaging. I think it's unfortunate, and unfortunately, we're down we're in a situation that really is not promoting policing within this region. I've said it many times in the past. I'm going to keep saying it because we've had the opportunity all the way along to correct the misinformation, and the same misinformation is being augmented again and again. And I'm really getting tired of it. So I'd be prepared. I'm not going to vote for this amendment.
Let's have the vote for both of these.
Well, I've got Councillor Williams and then Mr. Deutschman, so we'll see where it goes. But I'm hoping to wrap it up because we are going around in a circle, and I probably Yeah, we'll like to conclude shortly. Go ahead,
Thank you.
Councillor
Through you,
Williams.
Chair Harris. Mine's a math question for Commissioner Dyer, so I apologize in advance. I was just kind of curious, what would a $1.5 million reduction equate to as a percentage on the tax levy? I'm guessing it would be a fraction of a percent. I'm just not sure how much. Thank you.
The mathematicians are working. Yes, thank you. So the answer to the question, so $1.5 million reduction to the levy has a 0.21% impact on the budget. On the tax impact. So if we're sitting at 7.95, you take 0.21% off of that.
Okay, thank you.
And Mr. Deutschman on the amendment.
Yeah, thanks. And just clarifying comment from Councillor Craig, the 4.4% is actually higher than the regional increase of 3.3 because if you recall, 4.7% of the 8 is for provincial services. So we are doing a good job here. Thank you.
Okay, colleagues, I am going to now conclude the discussion on the amendment. You have it before you. We will pull up eScribe on the vote. I think everyone has a good understanding of what we're voting on. It is an amendment to reduce the operating budget down $1.5 million to the number that you see here on your screen.
Mr. Chair, can you confirm you're seeing my vote? Because we had a tie vote and the numbers don't add up to a tie vote.
We have 16 members of council, 8 and 8 is 16. Tie vote is defeated. But that was on the previous one, not on this one. We got you. You're coming through very clear.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Liggett. Councillor Williams. And that is defeated. Colleagues, I think with that, we've had lots of discussion on an amendment that ultimately has relevance to the main motion. With your indulgence, I think we go right to the main motion and vote on that. We can pull that up on the screen, but we know what the main motion is now, as originally moved by Chair Redmond, seconded by Councillor Shantz. Councillor Williams. And that is carried, colleagues. Thank you very much for that discussion. Our next item of business will be 7.4, reaching home funding. I'm going to pass it over back to Mr. Dyer.
Okay, thank you. Thank you to the chair. We'll get the slide deck back up, and we have a couple of proposed adjustments to the budget that deal with funding announcements that were made over the last couple of weeks. We provided a couple of verbal updates. We wanted to expand on the information that we've provided to date with respect to those adjustments and recommend a couple of budget amendments. So there's two specifically to speak to. The first relates to a funding source from the federal government referred to as Reaching Home. Reaching Home funding supports a wide range of homelessness-related programs that have been put in place in the community, as you see listed on the slide in front of you. The region currently receives about $4.8 million in Reaching Home funding. The announcement that we received has two parts to it. It's a relatively minor reduction in the first couple of years, followed by a very significant reduction in the 2 subsequent years. So our allocations in the next 2 fiscal years will be reduced by $320,000, and that will be followed by reductions of $3.3 million for the 2 subsequent fiscal years. So if we go to the next slide, please. So this chart just gives you a little bit of history as to how this funding has evolved from 2019 through to today and the projection into the future. And as you can see, the funding under Reaching Home was increased significantly during the pandemic as costs associated with homelessness programs increased significantly. So what we're now expecting to see is a reduction overall, $320,000 through 2024 and then 2025, and then the 3.3 million reduction that happens over the course of 26 and 27, which would then take us back to roughly the amount that we were receiving prior to the pandemic. The challenge for us, of course, is that this revenue has been built into our budgets over the last few years as an offset to the costs that the region is incurring for various homelessness programs. So if we go to the next slide. So here we have, here you can see the reduction, and the, the adjustments are prorated because, of course, the federal government works on a different fiscal year than we do. They work on a April 1st to March 31st. So the impact in 2024 is a $240,000 reduction. And that is then the recommendation that you see at the bottom of the slide that staff are proposing, which would be that the 2024 housing services operating budget for reaching home funding be reduced by $240,000 with an associated increase in the 2024 property tax levy. And then staff, of course, as we do, with many of our programs, we'll be reporting back in the future in terms of how the more significant adjustment might affect programming and budgets. So I'll pause there for consideration of the staff motion on the screen.
Thank you, Mr. Dyer, and I will ask for a mover and a seconder. Moved by Councillor Wolf, seconded by Councillor Foxton. Motion will be put up on the screen for everyone to see. Any discussion, questions on that motion, colleagues? I don't see any, so I'll ask our colleagues to pop up that e-scribe, item 7.4, that the 2024 housing operating budget for reaching home funding be reduced by $240,000 and the 2024 property tax levy requirement be increased by a corresponding amount. Moved again by Councillor Wolf, seconded by Councillor And that is carried, colleagues. Thank you. Sorry, Liggett. Councillor Liggett, yes or no on that one? I would mark her absent, and we'll move on to item 7.5, child care transition grant funding. Mr. Dyer, over to you.
Yes, thank you. Thank you to the chair. The second item that we're reporting on today is with respect to an adjustment to funding for children's services. And in this case, I need someone much more capable of describing this than I. And so with the chair and the committee's support, I'll ask Barb Cardo to come and speak to this item. Barb is, of course, our Director of Children's Services. Thank you.
Thank you for the introduction, Mr. Dyer. So the Child Care Transition Funding Grant started in 2021, and the intent of this one-time grant was to provide stability to the child care sector as the ministry continued to work on the development of a new funding formula for licensed child care, which is expected to be quite a significant change. The funding has continued in the 2023 budget, and in 2023, it was approximately $2.8 million. The launch of the child care funding formula, however, has been delayed until at least September 2024. Despite that, the Ministry of Education did announce recently a termination of the transitional grant effective January 1st, and that any unspent grant money carryover from the grant money from previous years could be used in 2024, but needed to be spent by March 31st. So the region does have about $1.6 million in unspent transitional grant funding that we will use in the first quarter. Next slide, please. So to mitigate the impact of this funding loss, we've identified some actions that could be taken. So We have used the 2.8 million for one-time costs because we knew that it was slightly precarious and did not want to commit it to ongoing base costs. So we use this transitional funding to provide grants to childcare operators, to increase their spaces, and improve quality through renovations, purchase of materials, equipment, and staff training. And it has made a significant difference in our growth areas to allow childcare operators to do that. We will be spending the funding that's eligible for carryover from the prior years, and we are proposing that we reduce our service expansion request for the Canada-wide Early Learning and Childcare Program by 3 FTEs. The impacts of this will be felt. It will impact our ability to be able to support growth, and frankly, we are concerned that it will be difficult to meet, to be able to fully implement the province's targets for growth. This concern is shared across municipalities across the province. There was a meeting held for the 47 leads of the Ontario Municipal Social Services Association, and there is a collective feeling that folks will not be able to implement the goals of the Canada-wide plan. So we are working with those groups for a response to the province and to the federal government about our concerns. We will be asking council to weigh in as well, and we'll provide more information in the new year. That said, these strategies will allow us to mitigate the transitional grant funding along with or the loss of the transitional grant funding, along with an additional item that Mr. Dyer will speak to.
Yep, so just briefly, we've provided here, apologies for all the numbers on this screen. We wanted to show that we've considered 3 different options here with respect to managing the funding reduction. The first would be fully offsetting the funding reduction with a corresponding expenditure. The second would be to replace the lost funding with the tax levy without making any change to expenditure. And the third is, I would say, a hybrid, a combination of those two, which is what staff are recommending. So we have the $2.8 million revenue shortfall with some carried over funding and the changes that my colleague Barb Cardo has just explained. We believe we can manage this with approximately a $400,000 levy impact in 2024. Our projection is that it's a further levy impact in 2025 of about $1 million. And what that means is approximately half of the funding reduction has been offset on the expenditure side with the balance falling to the levy. And as indicated, this also requires an amendment to the proposed service expansion, which was for 6 positions, and that would reduce it to 3. And so with that, if we can go to the next slide, which I believe is the staff recommendations. So we're proposing some action with respect to the 2024 Children's Services operating budget, which would be to reduce the transitional grant funding and adjust operating expenditure as set out in option 3. It has a $405,000 levy impact in 24 and adjust the service expansion. And then finally, staff would then report back in 2024 with an update on implementation, and we would do that in advance of the 2025 budget and make any further adjustments that we think are appropriate for 2025. So this is an initial step to deal with the reduction, with more information to come in 2024.
Okay, we have a few questions. Chair Redmond.
Chair Harris, I would be prepared to move the staff recommendation option 3.
Yes, thank you for that, Chair Redmond. Do we have a seconder, Councillor Erb? Go ahead,
And just one further comment. I do not want to long the debate because I know we all have a full day of decision making in front of us, but reaching home funding and the child care transitional grant withdrawal, I think are really indications that we have two levels of government that are going opposite way that the region is going. And I, for one, am really happy that Barb Cardo is representing us at those tables. And I know that we'll have the strategy and the tactics to go to other levels of governments to have a very compelling case. So happy to move this amendment, but it's not great news.
Councillor Shantz.
Thank you. I've been having a difficult time the last couple of weeks thinking about this budget because in years past, I have fully supported the region going ahead with social issues that we feel are important to our community, even if it's not funded by other levels of government. But that level is just increasing, and I'm really struggling with that because, like all of you, I want to help the people in the region. Excuse me. But I wonder if staff could keep track as we go through of which dollars are part of the budget that are because we've been, funding has been withdrawn from us, so that at the end of the day, we know that X number of dollars are really out of our control.
Yeah, Councillor.
So if I could get that. And if I could just ask also, did you get that annual start percentage? Thanks.
I'm just looking for the number, and I've just temporarily lost it. Perhaps I could ask my colleague Cheryl Braun to give the number.
So in the 2024 budget, there's about $7.4 million of 2023 annualization and in-year approvals included. Just over 1%, yes.
You're good, Councillor Shantz? Councillor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thanks, Barb, for the explanation, and to staff for trying to solve another problem that's been downloaded on us, and simply to say that all the more reason for the advocacy that we need to do with the upper levels of government. And the unfortunate part for me is that we normalize this and we continue to accept it and just ask the regional taxpayers to assume the cost for this. And the more we do that, I think the easier it is for the federal and provincial government to download stuff on us. And so I hope we can be strong advocates at both of those tables and argue responsibly for what really belongs to the taxpayers in Waterloo Region.
Councillor Salonen.
I would certainly echo some of what Councillor Erb was saying, and I find it a bit difficult as well, like what Councillor Shantz said, in that I know later today we have a motion coming up where we're looking potentially at cutting some of our grants that offer funding to other organizations who, much like us, budgeted in expecting a grant from a level of government. And I find that really difficult to then, for us, be able to turn around and say, yes, well, when ours get cut, we just reach into the pockets of the general public to be able to keep the same levels of service. I'm really struggling with this one. And like Councillor Erb said, I hope that we continue to advocate to our upper levels of government that we need this funding if they want to see this service provided to their residents as well.
Councillor Liggett.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just for clarification, when I look at option 3, does that include cutting increasing the childcare spaces in private daycares? I'm sorry, I was having trouble following along. That went so fast.
Barb, maybe you want to come up and answer that if you've got clarity on the question. Do you need to repeat it?
Yeah, actually, Councillor Leggett, would you please repeat the question?
So reducing grants that are being flowed to childcare providers to increase spaces and improve quality through blah, 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 blah. is option 3 saying that's part of option 3?
Yeah, we will be, so the grants that will be provided will be the same as what they have been able to be provided this year for 2024.
Okay, so we're just as long as I know if I vote for option 3, that won't be cut.
That's correct.
Okay, I'm good. Thank you.
Thank you.
It's hard to follow the bouncing ball there. Thank you.
Councillor Wolf.
Through you, Mr. Chair. Like my colleagues, I'm disappointed in the provincial and federal governments because childcare is an extremely important service. We know it affects women as well as men, but proportionally more women, and they need to be back in the workforce to pay bills these days. And the whole idea of the reduced cost for childcare was wonderful and much needed, but I don't think that we can vote against this motion. I think childcare is so important to our residents, and we hear over and over how hard it is to find a childcare space. So trying to expand the spaces, is a definite need. So I will be voting in favor of this motion.
Okay, colleagues, I don't have any other speakers. We do have a mover and a seconder on this particular motion, so I will ask folks to head over to eScribe, and we'll vote on it. Councillor Verbenovich. Oh, in favor, and that is carried. Thank you. I think we're going to try to squeeze in our next agenda item. I'm going to go to my page here, so I've got it. 7.6. This item was deferred to the final budget committee from November 22nd on the industrial and housing land readiness prior to our break. And I'm going to pass it back over to Mr. Dyer.
Thank you to the chair. As indicated, this is an item that was on an earlier agenda. I believe it was November 22nd and deferred to today. So we've provided for committee's review an information report on the agenda that provides some additional background information with respect to both the service expansion that's being proposed within Rodriguez's team with respect to a land readiness team, and then some additional information with respect to the need for a funding mechanism in order to implement an industrial, shovel-ready industrial land strategy. So with the chair and the committee support, I will ask Mr. Regier to speak briefly to the service expansion, and then I'll speak briefly to the need for some fiscal capacity to put a strategy in place. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Dyer. Council has established an aggressive policy to dramatically increase the availability of land for affordable housing and for employment in the region of Waterloo. Right now, we have a small team working on this project in Matthew Chandy's shop. They're fully deployed on important projects like the Charles Street terminal site, Loris Avenue, which Council will be familiar with in Cambridge. Highland Road is getting ready to come to market, and other sites that Council will be familiar with. In addition, we're managing a very ambitious program of development in economic development. The program expansion is proposed to support the capacity to bring the rest of the region's land portfolio on board. We have approximately 100 acres of employment land that can be brought to bear in the near future. We have significant land that's suitable for housing and mixed-use development in our urban areas, and we have the ability to support the interest in supporting the mobilization of land through the that's available with our institutional, educational, and religious organizational partners. We receive requests for support on a weekly basis for land that can be, for help in mobilizing land for affordable housing in particular. So the expansion of the team for land readiness is designed to really accelerate our role in bringing new resources to bear for affordable housing and for employment in the region of Waterloo. Matthew Chandy is available, and I can answer any questions.
I will ask for a mover and a seconder for that, Chair Redmond. Moved by Chair Redmond, seconded by Councillor Erb. With that, we'll have some questions. Chair Redmond? Comments, questions?
Thank you. I do, Chair Harris. Did Mr. Dyer want to speak to this too, or do you just take questions now?
Oh, thank you. Just very briefly, as we've indicated on, I believe it's on slide 47, in order to proceed with a shovel-ready industrial land strategy, there will be the need for funding to be set aside. And hence the recommendations in the original November 22nd report to establish an industrial land readiness reserve, and staff are proposing an initial contribution of $5 million. That will provide, let's say, an initial contribution, a kickstart, if you will, to get this strategy going with respect to both the acquisition and servicing of industrial land, with a more comprehensive funding strategy to be brought back to committee at some point in 2024 alongside the actual strategy itself.
So thank you, Chair Harris. If I could just say that I am extremely supportive of this. I know that we have looked at ways that we can trim this budget, but I would tell you that this $5 million is an investment in something that I've heard talked about around this horseshoe since 2014. And it's time that we stop giving lip service to investment in being a player in developing industrial land, servicing it, acquisition for transit as well as housing. And I would tell you that I think now is a pivotal moment when we need to make this investment, and staff will come back with a fuller plan, but we do need this investment so that we can compete on a global stage for investment and for talent. So very, very supportive of this. And again, it's time that we stopped talking about it and started investing in it.
Thank you, Chair Redmond. Councillor Hunick.
Thank you, Chair. I know that land readiness is a key aspect of economic growth in our community, and particularly the future broadening of the tax base. I'm just wondering about the wisdom or lack thereof of making the initial contribution, not necessarily a kickstart, but a little bit smaller, say $3.5 million. I wonder if Mr. Dyer could speak to the wiggle room in terms of lowering the initial investment. Or Rod, sorry.
Sorry, Chantal, we're just doing some administrative things while the meeting happens, so perhaps if there's a quick question again there, you can just reiterate it.
So I'm wondering about decreasing the initial investment to $3.5 million instead of $5 million, and the wisdom or lack thereof, or what the impact would be on
the impact of what would be the impact of reducing it from 5 to 3? Is that your
or
question?
3.5 was my thought, but 3 is good too.
So we can certainly calculate the impact from a budget perspective. A couple of comments though. I think the first is this is entirely in council's hands, right? This is an initial contribution. There's no magic to the $5 million number. But we know that the acquisition and servicing of land, is going to require some significant funding. I think from an impact perspective, it perhaps doesn't allow us to proceed as quickly, as expeditiously as we might want to if there's a smaller amount available in that fund for 2024. But again, that's that's a decision from council, and we'll take our direction accordingly.
As a follow-up, remind me, Rod or Commissioner Dyer, is the $5 million in perpetuity, or just for this year?
So I would say that it's an initial contribution that stays in the base budget until otherwise adjusted by council.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Foxon.
Thank you, and through the chair, I have a few questions. Mr. Regier talked about using some of the money to deal with the housing and homelessness issue, and I thought, is that not duplication of the funds and the program by Peter Sweeney and his team? Annual overhead and administration of the program, is that going to be exclusively by the region and your team, Mr. Regier?
I think I missed the last part of your question.
The administration and the overhead is going to be administrated by your team, correct?
Yes, that's correct. I would say that with regard to the first part of your question, right now, our team works hand in glove with Mr. Sweeney's team in community services. We've got a very close partnership specializing in different aspects of the development of affordable housing. The Waterloo Region Housing team is focusing primarily on bringing land or the construction and financing of purpose-built affordable housing that we've already got. This team that Matthew Chandy's group will be focused on primarily the preparation of land, that is the planning process, engineering, geotechnical, the financial analysis that's required in order to get land to the point where we're ready to build. And so there are different areas of specialization.
Okay, so was it November 22nd or 28th when we brought this forward? Before, we had asked that it be deferred to 2024 budget process. I still stand by that, only because the housing is taking a significant amount of funds, and this almost seems like an overlap. Also, who would be coordinating this? Would you be working with the region, the area municipalities, and the Waterloo EDC?
All of the above.
Okay, and the target audience and screening criteria to leverage lands in regards to a large footprint, are we working that way? Are we looking at the region as a whole, or are we still staying with the Breslau-Cambridge areas? Because we have ignored 90% of the region.
This is very much a region-wide project. There are projects that in every municipality that in the region of Waterloo. We've received requests for participation from townships as well as from the cities.
And that's nice to hear, because we've been turned down every single time. In the 2020 and 2022 land needs assessment undertaken to support the land budgets for employment-related uses to inform ROPA 6, this was not in it.
The proposed role for the region in land development and land readiness has been contemplated since 2015, since our economic development strategy was agreed to initially in 2015. Shortly thereafter, we had a policy request to allow for the region to become involved in the land development process, which was supported by council and by all of the partners in the region, and we've been very active in this area up to this point. I think what we're asking here for is the resources to be able to accelerate our work and bring more land faster to market for the purposes of affordable housing and employment.
Okay, I only have a minute left, and my last statement was, how many full-time staff will you need for this?
I think the service expansion request is for 6 staff.
6 new staff, okay, thank you.
So I know Mr. Sweeney would like to also chime in on a response to some of these questions. Mr. Sweeney?
Yes, through you, Chair. Thank you. And just Councillor Foxon, your reference to affordable housing, I appreciate. For all of Council, certainly my team, as Rod mentioned, works very close together. And this strategy goes hand in glove with the the affordable housing strategy, the Building Better Future strategy, and indeed the plan to end chronic homelessness, the more opportunities we have to do work like this, the better we are off for the entire community to have space for places for people to grow, both from a business perspective, but also from an affordable housing.
Okay, Councillor Salonen.
Thank you. I'm actually going to request that we go into caucus as there's confidential information pertaining to this that I wanted to discuss.
Okay. I got Councillor Salonen and then Councillor McCabe. So we do have a request by Councillor Salonen to go into closed. I'll allow the clerk staff to put that up. We will need to put that up, so we'll take a minute here to get that put up. Okay, colleagues, yeah, so we'll need a seconder for this motion to go into closed, moved by Councillor Foxton, that a closed meeting of the Strategic Plan and Budget Committee be held on Wednesday, December 13th, 2023, in accordance with Section 239 of the Municipal Act 2001 for the purpose of considering the following subject matters. A, potential acquisition of lands. We've a mover by Councillor Salonen, second by Councillor Foxton.
Can I ask a point of order? Can I just ask a clarification?
Well, we're going to go into the vote first, and then I am
No,
going
but
to...
it impacts the vote. I'm just curious if we can, like, I'm fine with going in camera, but like if we can ask our general questions that are more general nature.
Exactly what we're going to do.
Okay, thank you.
So after this vote's had, we're going to go back to the speakers list. We'll get all the other questions addressed. We'll head down to closed, and then hopefully when we return to closed, there'll be a vote. So that's kind of what we'll do. So yes. All right, colleagues, if you can head over to eScribe. Okay, and that is carried. So before we head to closed, Councillor McCabe.
Thank you. Just a couple of questions of clarification. One of them is picking up on Mr. Sweeney's point that he just made with comments about potential land acquisition for affordable housing. Is that in addition to a plan to end chronic homelessness, to the funding and the budget that you've put together for that, or is that separate?
So thank you for that. Through you, Chair, there's a specific recommendation in the plan around the acquisition of land and or buildings related specifically to some activities I referenced in a previous meeting, potentially a permanent shelter to avoid the opening and closing. But we also committed to coming back in the new year with some policy options and alternatives to allow us to accelerate both the creation of affordable and attainable housing, but also the protection of existing. So yes, essentially it's rooted in there, and that was sort of the point I was trying to make, is these things are very much connected. Does that help?
Well,
Sorry, but
I'm
there's no specific funding and money tied to a specific parcel of land. It's related to the approval of staff to go out and do some of that preliminary work.
It sort of helps. I'm wondering, this $5 million that's on the table, would money come from that $5 million funding for affordable housing, or would the money for the affordable housing go strictly from the plan to end chronic homelessness? That's just what I want to make a clarification on.
I'm going to ask Craig to just clarify so I don't misspeak here.
Yeah, Mr. Dyer would like to chime in.
So through the chair, I would say that the specific intent of this $5 million initial contribution is to support shovel-ready industrial land.
Okay, thanks. Okay, thank you. And that's what I thought. I just just want to clarify that with the comments. So then my other questions about this are, why are we looking at this to be kind of in perpetuity rather than just a 1 or 2 year allocation? And then I have one other follow-up question.
Well, I would say that I would say that putting, without having yet seen what the industrial land strategy will look like, I think it's reasonable to assume that there will be a significant, there'll be a need for significant funding in order to acquire and service the lands to create the kind of strategy that that staff are working on right now. So I can't give you, I can't say it's in perpetuity, but it's certainly not a one-year contribution. And I think once, as that land strategy gets developed, we'll work with, we'll work with the team to put together a funding strategy, which will give us some indication of timing and order of magnitude.
Okay.
And once you see that, then I think that'll give you, it'll give you a better idea of what this is going to look like in the short, medium, and long term.
Okay, that's helpful because part of one of my other questions is about is would it not be better to set up a reserve so that we are, have ways to contribute to it over the long term? Because, like you said, $5 million isn't going to be enough to buy to acquire the land. So would that not be a better way to do that? But if you're going to come back with a funding strategy for that, I think that makes sense. So then, unless you wanted to respond to that.
Well, just very briefly to say that is exactly the approach that we are recommending.
Okay.
That a reserve be established, that this be the initial contribution for that reserve, and then we report back with the longer term plan at some point in 2024.
Okay, thank you. And so,
I'm gonna have to go to Councillor Sean. If you got, how many got? A few left?
it's quick.
Go ahead.
It's quick. And but I would like to see in the strategy that comes back and the information that comes back that land that's going to be used or people that are going to use it they come with a plan for GHG reductions, for an energy strategy, and for a transit strategy. Should I make an amendment to the motion to include that, or can I just wait to see if that's leave that as direction to staff?
Yeah, that would be different. Sorry.
When they come back. Okay.
Councillor Shantz.
Thank you. A couple of questions. If we don't put this money into the budget this year, where would funds come from? Are there other reserves or other places that funds could come from if something came up?
Through the chair, I think the recommendation from staff for this initial contribution reflects in some way the fact that, as we've said, I think a number of times before, we have, a relatively small amount of reserves and reserve funds as compared to some of our peers. And so, I can't point to an existing reserve or reserve fund that has a surplus $5 million sitting in it. We think this is a significant enough investment that it requires its own source of funding. If nothing was approved in 2024, then I think it's, I'll perhaps ask Mr. Regier to correct me if I'm wrong here. I think the work on the strategy continues, right? We'll continue to build the strategy and bring something forward to council. It's all about speed of implementation. And if there is nothing available, if there is no funding source available in 2024, then that may push any acquisitions and servicing to 2025 and beyond.
Thank you. I mean, I'm a big believer in adequate reserves. I always have been. I'm going to tell you the second thing that's been bothering me the last couple of weeks, and that's that there's significant amounts of money that are being asked of us for a plan that we haven't seen. And that really, really concerns me, especially when we're talking about trying to mitigate tax increase this year. So I'll just leave it there.
Okay, we did extend the questioning here on this one before we head down to close. So if we can keep that brief, it'd be great. But Councillor Vabenovich.
Thank you very much. And so I do have several questions. So to be clear, is this money for the purchase of land, or is it for staffing?
So through the chair, this money is for the acquisition and servicing of industrial land.
So it's not, the staffing is a separate portion of the budget that we'll deal with separately.
That is.
So these are capital dollars.
Yes, you could put it that way.
Okay, so my question is, if these are capital dollars and lands that will be sold, why are we being asked to put operating dollars into it as opposed to treating it as a reserve, transferring money from other reserves? Yes, that might have some interest rate implications for interest revenue implications and so on that we'll need to deal with. Because we're going to sell those lands and recoup those dollars. I mean, we were in the industrial land business at the City of Kitchener for probably a couple decades, and that's how we handled it. Mm-hmm. So I'm struggling to understand why we're now looking at a permanent $5 million in the operating budget.
Right, so through the chair, the funding is in the operating budget because so let me back up a bit. The first recommendation is to establish an industrial land reserve. So just to be clear, that is a staff recommendation that we establish that reserve. Once that reserve is established, it needs a source of funding for us to A, acquire, and B, service industrial land. What the future, what those future costs and the timing of sales looks like is not clear at all. And when the land is acquired and when the servicing is put in place, we feel that we need a source of funding in order to do that work. And then you're correct, at some point, the expectation is that property will be sold. That money will then come back into the reserve, in part to offset any servicing costs that we've incurred. And then it becomes, perhaps a bit of a revolving fund. But again, that's something that we'll map out in more detail as the plan comes together in 2024.
Okay. I'm trying to focus on questions, and I'll leave the debate for later. My last question is, this started out as a report around industrial land readiness reserve. I'm a little surprised that now we've added the words housing, and it feels a little bit like we're trying to add to the popularity of this as a potential motion by adding housing to something that should really be two very separate and different issues. And I'm wondering how that transition happened from only being an industrial land report to now being housing as well.
I can speak to that. Yeah, thank you for the question. Yeah, so the housing component of this is really referring directly to the team, the land readiness team that we are assembling, because it will engage in the work needed to bring additional housing lands to market. We've got, so that team is definitely involved in both housing and employment land. We've got numerous potential partnerships out there, some of which have been talked about, dramatically changing the housing model. The team that we have in place right now is fully engaged in the projects which council is aware of, and to accelerate our engagement with additional projects, both in employment land and in housing, we need roughly the same skill sets and additional staff resources.
Okay, but I understand that, but it was just answered earlier that the staffing piece is separate of this. And so if we're going to deal with that, that's fine. You can make that argument that it's housing and industrial land. This piece is specifically about industrial land readiness and buying lands and servicing those lands, which is a capital expense. And I don't understand how or why, from a capital perspective around industrial lands, we've added the words housing in, other than to maybe make it politically more palatable to potentially move forward in this direction when we're dealing with the staff issue separately later on.
Right. Well, I guess I would apologize for the lack of clarity there. I think as Mr. Dyer has indicated, the capital, the issue of the industrial land reserve and the capital, the contribution to that reserve for employment land is clearly an employment land matter. We attempted to clarify the relationship or the need for the staff team by referring to and it's just an information report to help broaden council's perspective on the service expansion request, and that illustrates that the team will be working on both employment land and housing-related development because of the similarity, the overlap in skill sets, and the need to accelerate both of these areas.
Okay, those are all the questions I have now. I'll leave the two individual debates and discussion for later on. Thank you.
Okay, trying to get through that list so we can head down to close, folks. So Councillor Wolf and then Councillor Erb.
Through you, Mr. Chair. My question is, if we vote this down to 5 million, do you still need the 6 expansion in employees?
I would say that I think if we do not expand the land readiness team, then we have to moderate our expectations in terms of the speed at which we'll be bringing new land to the challenges and to market and to for development. So we are right now, we've got a fully deployed team. If council wishes to accelerate the pace of development of the land that we already own and the development of land by partner organizations, then we'll need additional resources. The funding for the capital program, as Mr. Dyer said, it does have implications as well. If we don't have a reserve set aside to facilitate the acquisition and servicing of employment land, then we will be more limited in the types of investments that we're going to be able to make over the next 12 months. And the team that we will use in order to facilitate that development is tied up in the service expansion request. So they're linked in some way, but they'll operate separately. If we don't have the capital program, the team will still be required to accelerate the development of the assets that we already own.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Erb, did you have a follow-up, Councillor Wolf?
I was just going to ask you, is $5 million represents almost 1 percentage point, correct? Just under?
Yes, it's about 0.75, 0.8% of a full percent, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Erb.
I didn't know how to take my hand down, so I'm going to save you 2 minutes.
Okay, and Chair Redmond, before we head to closed.
Click on yourself.
I will try to be brief, and I actually might ask Mr. Chandy if he'll come down on the hot seat. I guess, colleagues, I would just mention 2 words, and this will ring very close to home to Councillor Foxton and Deutschman probably, and that's Dr. Etker. And Matthew, I don't know if this is fair to you or to Rod or to Craig, but the $5 million to me, I think is a down payment. This is not the total sum. And I'd just like council to acknowledge that this is land readiness. So this is things we're doing. Some area mayors and I went to Europe, and we talked about all of the attributes of Waterloo Region investing here. And one of the things that we've heard time and time again, and again I referenced to that I heard this since 2014, 2015, is that we need land shovel ready in order to attract business, and I would say to retain business. And I'm just wondering, granted that we don't have the strategy fleshed out right now, my two-part question is 5 million a down payment on what we actually need? And as much as it's easy to conflate the staff with the investment, because you do need people to find the land, buy the land, and service the land, they are two separate issues. So this money is to be shovel-ready, the medium and mega sites, I believe, and also be ready for investment and to retain current corporations. I'm wondering if you can just touch on that a little bit to flesh out where we think we're going with this request.
Yes, thank you. Through the chair. Yes, so really to give some perspective right now, when developers are looking to invest in companies or investors are looking to invest in a community, they like to be shovels in the ground. The average is about 16 months right now from the point of being able to make a decision. So they want all the work, servicing work, land acquired, title in hand, everything done. So really, the shovel-ready strategy work that's underway right now that council gave us direction to complete, which will be coming back at the end of Q1 with recommendations coming out of that. Really, it's to look at how we can accelerate small, medium, large, and even if there are mega site opportunities in Waterloo region, and how we move the whole process forward, whether it's acquisition of lands or whether it's accelerating the servicing of lands, so that when we have those investment opportunities that come to Waterloo region, we can say to those investors that we will be able to meet your timelines. So really, it does kind of reflect the comments in the report on the investment opportunities that have come through Waterloo EDC that we have not been able to properly respond to just because we have not been shovel-ready in many of those cases.
And, sure, Robin, you good? You good? Quick, Colleen, Councillor James?
Yeah, just a quick question through you, Chair. We still have to go into closed, and then we would potentially vote on this. Okay, all right. I just want to understand process that's going to happen here.
Yeah, so we voted to go into closed. We're going to head down to closed. We'll likely take a quick lunch, and we will likely reconvene around the 1:30 mark for everybody watching from home or here that won't be coming with us down to closed. So with that, we will head downstairs. Thank you. Okay, colleagues, we're going to get back right into her, and I'd ask for a motion to reconvene into open session, moved by Councillor Fox and seconded by Councillor Chair Redmond. We'll go to that vote device we've got. Okay, and that's carried. All right, we will reconvene on item number 7.6, deferred to final budget committee on the industrial and housing land readiness. Pulling up a speakers list, Councillor Verbenovic.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And I believe the clerk should have the revised motion, if they can ask them to put it on the, yeah, an amendment or a revised motion. So I guess it's technically a revised motion since, okay, it's an amendment, that's fine. Wasn't sure that anybody had moved it yet.
Chair Redmond moved the motion.
Okay, so it's an amendment.
And Councillor Erb seconded the original one.
So, just waiting until it's on the screen.
Okay. So do we have a seconder for this? Councillor Foxland? Okay. Councillor Verbenovic to introduce his amendment.
Yeah, so the amendment, what I'd forwarded to clerks was, so we still establish an industrial land readiness reserve as A. B, direct staff to bring forward recommendations to transfer funds on a temporary basis from other regional reserves to provide an initial input of $5 million into the new industrial land reserve. C, that's initial staffing needs for any actions in the temporary industrial land readiness strategy implementation be funded from said reserve. And finally, direct staff to complete the land readiness strategy with funding recommendations by the end of Q2 2024. I tried to give staff a little extra time there, with any additional funding implications to be considered at that time and or as part of the 2025 regional budget. And if I can just briefly speak to it, Mr. Chair, I think what this is trying to do is recognize that an industrial land reserve strategy and acquisition is not about taxpayers funding these lands in the long run. It's about acquiring the lands, servicing them, and then selling them at either break even or ideally even for a small profit that would allow us to reinvest it into other aspects of the community. So what this fund does, until we have that full strategy and funding plan before us, is look for a temporary source of funding, which is other reserves. And that staff will bring back a recommendation around that to get to the $5 million. That the initial staffing needs, and staff have identified that there are some staffing needs that we'll consider later on, would actually come out of that land readiness strategy, and then ultimately the broader plan will be considered later this year. In many ways, this is like, in some ways, creating, Waterloo Region Land Development, Inc. And if we were a business in that regard, and we would buy land, we would hire some staff, we would hire some consultants, we would do the work we would need to do, and then we would sell that land at either break even or a profit, as I said, and we don't need to be putting this against the ratepayers, particularly in a year where we've got such pressures already. But I also see the importance of this. We know that we want to make sure that this region stands ready to benefit from some of the industrial investments that we know are being shopped around provincially, nationally, and so on, and others that may be coming in the future. And we want to make sure that the region, the area municipalities, and Waterloo Region EDC are well positioned to work at this collaboratively together.
Councillor James.
Thank you, through you, Chair Harris. I just want to say that I absolutely support this amendment to the motion from Councillor Urbanovic. I do believe that it is important to ensure we've got lands that are ready and putting in the effort that needs to be done. I want to also just confirm, too, that having WEDC and the area municipalities as part of this process is essential as well. But again, thank you, Councillor Urbanovic, for putting this alternative amendment forward. I think it is a good one, and I think it really does speak to trying to address the need that we have, but also being mindful of taxpayers in the end, at least right now. So thank you.
Councillor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I'll support this amendment. I think it's a bit of a win-win, hopefully, for both the taxpayers and for what we're trying to accomplish in having some land available. I do have a question. So how, unless I missed this from Councillor Urbanovic, how are we going to repay the reserves? Only when land is sold? Or what's the intent for the reserve? Because we do have policies for reserves being to a minimum level.
So I think that would be something that would come back as part of that report later this year with the financial strategy for the reserve. Could look at how it would get repaid and at what time frame. And in doing this, I'm also assuming that the lost interest would be paid back as well. So, for example, if we have I don't know, name a reserve, Mr. Dyer. Just
tax stabilization.
Tax stabilization reserve. Sure, that sounds good.
Could we pick a different one?
Okay. But the reality is our reserve monies are earning some interest in the bank, whether it's 2%, 3%. I'm assuming that would be charged against it as well. So in other words, it's an internal line of credit that we're talking about.
And that, I would support that as long as when the report comes back at the end of the second quarter and, staff is not sure of how we're going to replenish them, then we're going to have to add money to it, like we made the decisions for the budget in 22, and then we added stuff in 23. So that, as long as we don't see that scenario happening again, we're going to have to be adding money in for 24. So I think there is a risk to it, but I'll support it.
Councillor James.
Thank you, through you, Chair. This is for Mr. Dyer. In terms of do we know which reserve this would be coming from? I don't know if it may be in there. I might have missed it.
Through the chair, I would say at this point, no. We would we'd have to take a look at it and bring a proposal or a recommendation back as to how that as to which reserve we would particularly look to.
Okay, and I will just add, I'm very conscious of using the reserve additionally again for more. We've had this discussion again. The reserve is not to be used consistently like this. So I just caution there is some risk here to this, but I'm again supportive.
Okay, colleagues, I don't have any other questions. Oh, I've got one from Councillor Urbanovic.
Yeah, sorry, not a question, but just further to that, the whole point is actually that we'll never actually use the reserve. We're only borrowing from it. So because if we use it, then it creates a down the road problem, which we want to avoid.
Through the chair, if I may be permitted to just ask a question of clarification. Just trying to make sure we have a common understanding of the implications in 2024. Is the intent of the mover and seconder that the entire net cost of the service expansion, of the proposed service expansion, is covered by this funding in the reserve, or is it a component? And if so, I'm just thinking about how we translate this into an amendment to the budget for today, just to try to get a little bit of clarity around the expectation.
So I guess from my perspective, was my original understanding was that the proposed staff growth in this area was around the industrial land reserve. There's some question now whether or not there may be some housing components to that. And so by the time we get to the staffing piece, Mr. Regier can maybe provide that clarification. But if all that staff is designed to be specifically around the land readiness reserve, then it would be charged against that reserve. But if some of it is housing, then I guess, we'll have to divide that out.
Okay, so we would, we could take a look at that expansion, carve out the specific industrial land piece, and that's the piece that you'd be looking to fund through the reserve.
Yeah, and so my hope is that, my understanding was that those roles were focused on the land readiness reserve, and so that we would have those staff components off the potential tax increase for 2024, and wouldn't need to deal with it. But I don't know if Mr. Regier can answer that now, or if that's something they want to tackle later.
Yeah, through you, Chair Harris. I think we'll need to give that a little bit of thought. I've just posed the question over to Mr. Chandia. We'll circle around on it over the next little bit and see if we can disentangle some of those things, because I think you're correct in that the staff component, the capacity component here was seen as focusing across the spectrum of land development opportunities. So there may be a need to contemplate some sort of chargeback model or something like that. So let me give that some thought.
Okay.
Councillor Shantz.
Thank you. Just to sort of add to that discussion, can we make that call when we, in the fullness of time, when we get a plan from both Mr. Sweeney and Mr. Regier on going forward, or do we need to have that nailed down for the budget?
So through the chair, I think we at least need to make the best estimate that we can today in order to make any appropriate adjustments to the budget, and we can report back in 2024, excuse me, if any modifications to that are needed going forward.
Mike. Okay, colleagues. I don't have any other folks on the list, so let's pull up this amendment that Councillor Verbanovic has moved and Councillor Foxon has seconded. And let's vote on it. And that is carried. Thank you, colleagues. That was good. Okay, 7.7 GRT advertising. That's the amendment. I'm sorry. We should go to the amendment. All right. So we'll give the clerk staff a minute and we'll put up now back to the main motion as amended, and we'll vote on that. I need to go talk to Cheryl. The next item's going to go to. Okay, that's carried, folks. Now, 7.7, GRT advertising. Matthew, I believe this is over to you.
Thank you, Chair. So we're bringing back to you a report on GRT advertising. As you know, staff had brought to Council a report on October 10th with some proposals on additional advertising mechanisms to generate $500,000 of additional non-fair revenue. And that was referred back to staff to be included in part of the budget consultations, as well as brought back for consideration prior to final budget day. So we had, and I introduced briefly earlier today the results of the survey with respect to advertising, which showed pretty polarized responses, but overall an interest from the general public to generate more non-fair revenue, and a very, I would say, a very strong disapproval of advertising on the ION. So the proposal and so the report that we're bringing back to you today tries to achieve the same objective of $500,000 of additional revenue in 2024 without, and I don't know if you can prop up the slide, without a full or even a partial wrap of any ION vehicle. So the objective, so last time our proposal included 10% of the bus fleet to be wrapped. And this time what we're looking at to be able to achieve the 500K of additional revenue, the proposal would be to have 5% of the fleet to allow for full bus wraps and 10% to be able to be partially wrapped, leaving the lower 50% of the window unwrapped. So that, I mean, based on updated revenue estimates and where we're at with ridership and what we think the market can sustain, this can lead to the $500,000 of additional revenue, hence the recommendation below. Just maybe on the next slide, there's a couple of pictures just to show you, because we've had also questions from you on what does that look like. On the left, so this is what we call a full bus wrap. So you see the entire body of the vehicle is wrapped in vinyl to be able to the advertisements. On the lower side, on the lower right side, you can see what it looks like from the inside. So when you're very close to the window, so that's the picture in the middle, you see a few holes in there, so it does create a bit of shade. It's a little bit darker, but you can see the outside. And if you step back a couple of meters, you get that transparency, so you can actually see what's going on outside. And the top right image shows what could be done with that 50% limit. It's really limiting the amount of window that's being covered, again, to respond to some of the customer feedback that we received during the consultation period. So maybe back to the previous slide and the staff recommendation. So the recommendation that's put before you is to increase the current limit of 5 fully wrapped buses at any one time to 15, representing 5% of the fleet, allow an additional 10% of the bus fleet to be wrapped with a lower 50% of the windows uncovered, and amend the 2024 transit operating budget to increase advertising revenue by $500,000. And to an earlier question, that is in addition to the housekeeping amendment that came earlier today that was only an adjustment of revenue projections.
Councillor Hunick, question. I don't know if Mr. Dyer typically sometimes chimes in on these things, but I'll let him chime in after if he wants. Councillor Hunick.
Thank you, Chair. I really appreciate the revised staff recommendation, particularly around wrapping only half of the windows to increase visibility, particularly for those with challenges seeing out the windows. I also really appreciate the acknowledgement that advertising on the ION is not something that we want to do at this time. However, I think if we're going to protect the ION and the GRT brand, we really need to remember that the buses are part of that same service, and I don't want to cause people to pay more per rides and also be subjected to increasing advertisements on GRT, as a lot of the community members have stated that's not their preference. Thanks.
Okay, Councillor Schatz.
Thank you. Fairly new council and new staff since we first discussed advertising. So maybe I'll just ask a couple questions of clarification. One would be, when we first considered it, we said that the buses would rotate so it wasn't the same bus on the same route all the time. So is that still the plan? And secondly, how do we determine what is appropriate advertising?
Through the chair, so yes, and there I'll keep an eye on the team there. The buses are not. I mean, the way we manage fleet doesn't allocate all the buses to the same route, so there will be a rotation, and that's also part of the objective of advertising is to reach out to several parts of the region. So I'm sure our advertising contractor also supports kind of the idea that buses should rotate and cover different parts of the region. So on that part, that's correct. On the second part, on what we determine appropriate, so we work through an advertising contractor who's Pattison, and they're the ones who are our intermediate in terms of finding their own clients and setting up the agreements and preparing the reps. So I would say they manage it with respect. They follow. There are Canadian advertising standards that they follow and that they will apply. Now we know that historically there were a few controversial ads that were brought to GRT, and then they would consult with us on what we can do. So then what we can do is limited by their charter also. So there's limitations to what we can forbid or allow, but overall there's really that two-step process. The first basis is Canadian advertising standards that's done by our contractor, and then if there's something that might be sensitive, then they bring it to us.
Councillor McCabe.
Thank you, through you, Chair. Couple questions just on the wraps, the bus wraps, the 50% and the full wraps. Can you assure us that these will be AODA compliant?
Yes, my understanding is all of this does not interfere with AODA compliance.
Okay, so people with low vision will still be able to. No. So how does this impact people with low vision?
So through the chair, I'm not aware of any impacts from a disability perspective. Again, because the reps are semi-transparent, so they provide some transparency. So this is not there's no impact to our knowledge or relationship with AODA compliance.
Has someone from like CNIB or anything like that, or are there standards in place that we have to adhere to?
We can take it back. Again, to our understanding, this is common practice everywhere across Southern Ontario and even kind of transit agencies across Canada. And this has not come to our attention because we work together as well. But
okay. Oh, go ahead.
Through you, Mr. Chair. Councillor, I can just state, I know some of the pictures you saw were from Mississauga, which is of course where I came from earlier this year. I can state that their accessibility standards there are pretty high. They have a group that works on this. There were consultants that were brought in to review the advertisements in that particular case. All I would say is that that's their circumstance, but the standard, of course, for transportation under the Accessibilities for Ontarians with Disabilities Act is province-wide, and it would apply to us equally as Mississauga. I guess all I'm trying to say is there is a roadmap there using the Mississauga example where a review was done, and other municipalities are doing something similar, Brampton, for example, as well.
Okay, I just want to make sure that it's in compliant. My other question was with the LRT. I think the discussion was about the reaction from the public and around the horseshoe was that people were not in favor of advertising on the outside of it. Has there been any consideration, or is there an ability to advertise inside for some potential revenue inside?
This is something that we could consider. Today we know from a revenue impact, I would say we're the reps are the piece that can generate the most revenue. So we're allowed, I mean, and we see other operators have advertising inside their LRTs or streetcars, so it's something that we could consider. Today, these are not very highly, they're not generating a lot of revenue, and there may be, we can look into it and then bring back a proposal next year and some consideration. I know just from a quality perspective, we consider that a lot of these, I would say the interior ads are usually, because they're less expensive and they're not really designed, the quality impact is lesser than the bus wraps. So, but we can look into it and then see if we can bring something to you.
Councillor Liggett. Councillor Liggett.
Yeah, no, hang on, I had to unmute.
Yeah, no, all good.
Did you look at just doing all of the buses at 50%, so increasing the number of the half wrapped up to accommodate how many would you have to do in order to achieve that 500,000 revenue? So all half wrapped, how many buses?
Through the chair, so half wrapped is 27 buses. So in total, so
I mean, for you to get the 500,000, didn't do any of the fully wrapped. If
we didn't do any fully wrapped buses,
yeah, to achieve that 500,000, what's the percentage of the buses to achieve that at half wrap 500,000?
Through the chair, we don't know. This would have to be negotiated with our contractor. Today, the proposal that we put forward is 15 buses fully wrapped and 27 half wrapped. I would suspect, the value of a full bus wrap is commercially significantly higher than a partial wrap. So I would suspect that this would require more than, I mean, I could throw a number out there, but it would not be grounded in the negotiation. So we'd really have to talk about it with our advertising contractor. But it would definitely be above 25% of the fleet would have to be partially wrapped to cover that.
So you don't have it broken down, the quote on what that would be for the number for the half wrapped? I don't mean for 500,000, but you must have had an amount to get for how much it was for the 50%, the 27 buses, 50%. They must have given you an amount separated out, did they not?
So yeah, the objective is, it's somewhere around $200,000 compared to $300,000 with a fully wrapped. So we have some numbers. Again, these are negotiated. We think we're able also to negotiate. This is proportional to ridership as well and population growth. So there's also market conditions that can change it. So again, these are estimates that we're providing, and then the revenue is based on. It's a proportion of what we can sell during the year. So if our contractor is not able to market these products, we will generate less revenue than is forecasted. So this is kind of our best, given our current knowledge, this is our best estimate at what we can achieve.
So through you, Mr. Chair, just to follow up. So approximately 25% of the fleet would probably bring you up to the 500,000, based on the numbers that you just gave me.
And that's a number that I just floated without negotiation with a contractor. So I would say there is a decent amount of risk with that, but that would be the baseline that we would have to start from. Yes.
Okay.
Councillor James.
Thank you, through you, Chair Harris. Mathieu, I want to thank you and your team for the engagement around this. I know that we had a lot of the community speaking out and voicing their concern about the wraps on the ion on the buses, and I think this is a good compromise based on data that you've received. I think we really have to have a critical thought here about if we're spending money, without a doubt, at some point, we have to look at ways to generate money and revenue. And it is something that can't be ignored, and it won't please everybody. There will always be thoughts. I think recognizing the eye on the brand of the eye and the discussion that happened prior to many of us being on council around aesthetics, there's respect for that discussion. But I do recognize that we will have to look at ways to generate revenue. This is not uncommon. This is global in terms of aesthetics on buses. And in terms of the AODA compliant, I believe you work with Pattison, so they would be aware of those regulations, especially dealing with government. But it's something to ensure as well. But I am in support of this. I think there is evidence-based just in terms of what's been done, and we won't please everybody around this, but I think it is a way to think about how we are generating revenue, but also it's a tough decision that I think research has gone into, engagement has gone into with the community, and based on the results, I think the community would be more happy with buses as opposed to the Ion train at this point. Thanks, Chair Harris.
Okay, Councillor Hunick.
Thank you, Chair. I want to confirm aspects of what Commissioner Getzky and Graham Walsh have said. Currently, there are no AODA standards around visibility within buses, and they are going, the full wrap buses are a measure that's happening across the province and across the country. So we wouldn't technically be in violation of the law if we go ahead with this. However, that's not to say that new policies are not on their way, because I know from various visually impaired folks within our community, including myself, visibility is dramatically reduced for those with low vision who are trying to look through full wrapped bus screens. So I'm more in support of the half wrapped than the full wrapped. And if we could do 25% of half wrapped buses, I think that's more in line with ideal accessibility than the full wrapped compromise.
Chair Edmund.
Chair Harris, I would be prepared to move the motion when it's appropriate.
I think it's appropriate right now, so let's do it. Moved by Chair Redmond, seconded by Councillor Salonen, and we'll vote on this. We'll vote on this advertising. Okay, colleagues, that's carried. More Deutschman ads out there. Okay. 8-1? Yeah. And I will say that I know Commissioner Dyer and his staff are, doing a live tracker almost of where we sit with our increase today. And I know at some point we'll put it up so folks can see kind of where we're at live here in the region in terms of what that percentage looks like. Just as Mr. Dyer has the number right here now. So Mr. Dyer.
Yeah, so the current position overall, inclusive of the revenue adjustments from this morning, the adjustments for reaching home and children's services funding reductions, and the GRT advertising funding, currently sitting at 7.62%. This excludes the potential savings from the Councillor Verbanovich amendment to the industrial land recommendations. We're still working out what that number will look like, and we'll certainly have something in the next little bit.
Okay, stay tuned. Okay, colleagues, before we get to notice of motions 8.1, there is one more item that came from a previous committee meeting that Mr. Dyer had included in the slide deck that we'll put up here shortly. There is a recommended motion as well, so I'll ask him to speak to this with regards to a request that was made earlier in the budget process. So, Mr. Dyer.
Yes, thank you so much to the chair. And if we could turn our attention to slide 52 of today's slide deck, that would be helpful. So the matter at hand was raised a meeting or two ago, and it was with respect to the proposed start dates of various positions set out in service expansions. And the request for staff was to take a look at those service expansions, identify where it was potentially possible to adjust those start dates, and report back to Budget Committee accordingly. And so we've done that. There is an appendix, it's Appendix B to Report 23047 on today's agenda. We've done, as requested by committee, staff have gone back and reviewed each of the service expansions, looked to see where it was practical and possible to adjust the start dates, and have provided a summary of the potential changes that council could consider today. So a couple of comments before getting into the motions. The first is that there are certain service expansions where it was not practical at all to change the dates. And I'm thinking of, for example, the November 1st paramedic services service expansion, the September 1st Grand River Transit service expansions. There were reasons, specific reasons around why those dates have been chosen. So not every service expansion is impacted. That being said, we have identified a number of service expansions where a delay in the start date is possible. We've identified here on this slide the financial impact of making those amendments. So currently, included in the budget position is service expansions totaling $6.7 million. That's the first column of numbers in the table. An alternate approach with a number of delayed start dates, which of course will delay our ability to put the new services or service expansions into place, would result in an overall net cost of $6,066,000 for a savings of $648,000. Now, I have to say, I'm not quite sure what the number is yet. The $648,000 is, I believe, impacted slightly by the previous decision around the positions in the service expansion related to industrial land readiness. So if you just give me one minute here, maybe I'll just turn to my colleagues and see, do we know what the adjusted number is, taking into it, leaving out the proposed reserve funding for certain positions in the industrial land service expansion?
Not just yet.
Not just yet. Okay. So perhaps through the chair, perhaps this is something that we come back to before we finish today's business. We can report back at the same time on what the savings would be for the reserve component of that service expansion, and then how that decision affects the numbers on this page here. What I might say, maybe my final comment, if we go to the next slide, there are a couple of different potential courses of action here for committee. The first is to take no action with respect to the delay. So at this point, all the service expansions that were proposed through the budget are in the number, have been approved by Budget Committee. They're in the numbers that we've talked about today. And if you take no action, then those numbers stay as is. Alternatively, you could amend the operating budget to reflect the delay in positions as set out in that appendix, with a levy reduction of probably just under $648,000. We'll get that number confirmed shortly. So I hope that's as clear and understandable as possible.
Councillor Urbanovich.
Thank you very much, and thanks, Mr. Dyer, for for the work that staff did on this, and for factoring things like paramedics and the transit, which obviously needed some special consideration. Ms. Bellissimo earlier today indicated that at any one time there are numerous positions in the organization that are vacant, and that we're in the process of recruiting. There's a certain amount of work that happens with gapping and so on. The work that you did there is based on a July 1st start, so that may delay some of those positions that you're talking about. But at the same time, really what we're talking about is the overall money. And so in some respects, it's possible that an existing position that maybe is gapping 8 weeks right now could be gapped, at a department head's decision point, could be gapped 10 weeks in order to start one of these positions a couple weeks earlier. And I don't want to get into that kind of micromanaging here at the staff level. It's really about the overall financial window that we're talking about. And so I think this 648,000 is, it's not a lot, but it's 0.1%. And I think there's a number of things that we're considering today that are just going to help us a little bit. And so I'm prepared to move that 648 that's in this report. We'll deal with that number of the other 6 positions when that number comes forward. But I'd be prepared to move this.
Okay, do we have a seconder? Councillor Salonen? Okay, it's on the floor. Further discussion, Councillor Deutschman.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Harris. So, I want to thank staff for going back and taking a look at that whole issue as we had discussed last time, because I know it's not easy to, you go through it one time and you come up with your ideas and your plans, and then we're sending you back to rethink all of that. So I appreciate the effort in coming up with some savings there. But I just wanted to clarify 2 things. One, I know Councillor Urbanovich had a motion about the 50%. That's not what this is, correct?
Through the chair, so it's related, but not identical. Right. So the work that we had done on these positions, again, is summarized in that appendix. It gets most of the way, but not all of the way there to achieve the intent of Councillor Urbanovich's motion. It's close. Right. It's within, I believe, maybe $400,000 or $500,000.
So if
it almost achieves the
$400,000
or $500,000. So it almost achieves the objective that I believe is the intent of Councillor Urbanovich's motion.
So his savings would have been $1 million versus 648, for example, just rough calculation.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, okay. And so the other thing is, if you could just put up the chart again on the screen. I just had a question on the paramedic side of it, just for my clarification. And the one before. Yeah, so it says, so implementation is January 1, 2024 for the paramedic services. So was anything done to paramedic services to get us to the 648, or was that untouched?
Yeah, so through the chair, the two components of the paramedic services expansion, if I recall correctly, were untouched.
No.
But Dr. Wong may correct me.
There were some small adjustments that we thought were feasible. Although the majority of the January 1st positions, we didn't touch them because, for example, the hiring had already been done with start dates such as January 1st. There were some other positions we could make some minor adjustments to contribute to this overall budget savings.
So, I'm sorry, that was a little hard to hear.
Yeah, so if I understand it, there have been a couple of minor adjustments to the January 1st component of the service expansion.
Yes.
And the November 1st positions have all been maintained at November 1st.
So when it says January 1, 2024, does that mean we were expecting to hire some people January 1, 2024? Or
Yes.
that's what I wanted to clarify.
Yes, we'd already following the pre-budget approval, we had already started the recruitment process.
Okay, so do you expect to hire everybody that you were hoping to hire by January 1, 2024?
Not everybody, which is why there was some minor adjustments in the early part of 2024 for some of the January 2024 positions.
So just to clarify again, then part of the 648 includes some adjustments from paramedics with this January 1, 2024?
That's correct.
Okay, that's what I wanted to clarify. Thank you.
Councillor Shantz.
Thank you. Similar to a question I asked earlier, can we, I can support this, but I also want to be clear at the end of the day where we're starting 2025 from. So this will add to where we start 2025, and I think we also have some other decisions that we've made in the past that will start in 2025. So I think just so council's aware of where we're going.
Councillor Erb.
If we can go back to that chart again. So I'm just wondering on some of, like, what will be delayed? What services will we not be providing to the public under, example, Homes for All, where there's a reduction? Equitable services and opportunities, that's not a significant one. But under the Homes for All as an example, what will we not be providing sooner rather than later?
So through the chair, perhaps I could ask my colleague Cheryl to provide a couple of examples of service expansions under the Homes for All heading where some potential changes were included.
Thank you, and through you, Chair. I am noting that in some cases there were a few adjustments for the facility staff that are supporting the WRH maintenance of WRH units by a couple of months. Like, for example, the maintenance worker was adjusted from April 1st to June 1st. Just to acknowledge that it does take a little bit of time to onboard, given where we're at. Additionally, even the housing program advisors, they were adjusted from July 1st to October 1st. That one didn't have a levy. And then, yeah, those are the major ones. There were facility positions and then some housing positions that were adjusted.
Okay, well, just as a reminder to council, the things that we have asked for in the past year, we cut.
Okay, Councillor James. Okay, Councillor McCabe.
Thank you, through you, Chair. I think I'm picking up on Councillor Erb's, seems like a bit of a sigh on that side of the table with this. I fully understand the challenge with the budget, but I also remind us that we just did a very extensive community consultation with residents, partners, area municipalities, like you name it. We did an extensive community consultation to establish our strategic plan. Our strategic plan, our budget must align with our strategic plan, and people asked for these services. People need these services. Particularly, I'm really particularly concerned about delaying some of the positions for some of our housing needs. I mean, we talk about it every council meeting and every committee meeting. We're in a housing crisis, right? Delaying bringing on staff who can support people getting into a transitional shelter or supportive housing or whatever that may be by 2 to 3 months or 4 months. That's a really significant time frame and a significant delay. I also am really concerned, not only are we in a housing crisis, but we're in a climate change crisis, and we have been for, years. And so delaying positions in that department that are going to work on, strategies for reducing our GHG emissions really is a concern. And I think we really need to think back to, to our strategic plan and what our residents told us when we're sitting around the table today. And for that reason, I am not in favor of delaying these staff positions. I think this is the work that we need to do. This is the work that the community told us they need to do.
Okay. Councillor Wolf.
Through you, Mr. Chair, just a point of clarification. Is the 6 million basically on that slide already in the budget, or is this added? So the service expansion, I know for the paramedics is already there, but is the service expansion for the jobs you're talking about, for that 6 point?
So through the chair, the numbers in the first column, the 6,714,000 are in the budget numbers at this point. They've all been approved over the last several meetings, and so they're in the budget currently.
Okay. And if we wanted to reduce any service expansion, this isn't the time to do it, right? Or is it?
Well, I think that's up to the committee to decide. It can happen at any time. This was our attempt to meet the intent of the request from the committee.
Okay, so that's fine. All right, thank you.
Councillor Benedict.
Thanks very much. And just, I think one point to clarify on this, again, because I think it's getting lost. This is setting aside budget room for these new hires. And yes, as has been indicated by staff, it may mean that some of those roles may be delayed a month or 2 months in order to get to this number. But it also could mean that staff reprioritize some things. So where we have vacancies and so on in the organization, they extend those vacancies. Instead of it, being vacant for 8 or 9 weeks, it's perhaps vacant for 12 weeks in order to start some of these roles, which may be a priority sooner. And those are the kinds of, decisions that I expect our leadership team, those in this room and those not in this room, are regularly reviewing and looking at as part of this process in order to get to a balanced budget position by the end of the year. And so, yes, it could mean some delays. It also could mean that some of these things, if reprioritized, perhaps start a little sooner. And those decisions are regularly made. And I think, again, it's another small step towards recognizing the challenges that our residents are feeling. Because as much as our residents have said that they'd like us to make sure that we are investing in certain areas, our residents have also said, and I haven't heard one person come forward to me, to be frank, to say, hey, I'm really impressed with the proposed regional budget increase. I'd like to see that move forward. I've heard quite the opposite. And, I can defend it to a point, but there are, our goal should not be to as we tackle, for example, homelessness, to create more homeless people because they can no longer afford to live in their housing. And so these are the balances and the very difficult decisions we have to make on a regular occasion.
Chair Redmond.
Thank you, Chair Harris. I will not be supporting this motion, and I guess that's because of the vagaries around how this might impact service. And I guess the fact that it's not a larger amount of money, and I understand that Councillor Urbanovich was hoping to find more savings, I think is an illustration that staff have already looked at gapping. They have already looked at spreading scant resources for services that our community expect, need, and depend on. So I won't be supporting this because, again, I don't think it's a huge amount of money, and I understand that we do want to keep our tax rate down, but I can't sit here and say I know what the impact of this motion will be.
Okay, colleagues. Okay. I don't see any other speakers, so we've got a motion that was moved by Councillor Verbanovic, seconded by Councillor Salonen, I believe.
Can you read the motion that we're currently voting
So
on?
that the regional municipality of Waterloo amend the 2024 operating budget to delay the implementation of certain positions for service expansions as set out in Appendix B of the report with the 2024 property tax levy reduction of $648,000.
Thank you.
We are going to vote. And that is carried, colleagues. Thank you. All right, we now are over to 8.1. Notices of motion. Yeah. Went by. Yeah, I was skipping ahead. Okay. We have received a notice of motion from Councillor Deutschmann that was listed on today's agenda. You'll see it on page 8 of your packet. I just want to note that this was the original motion, Councillor Deutschmann, that you had submitted on this packet, but we're going to post the most recent one that was obviously well submitted ahead of time. Councillor Deutschmann, do you have a seconder for this motion? Do we have a seconder? Councillor Craig. So over to you, Councillor Deutschmann, for this introduction.
Thank you, Chair Harris. So after listening to Kim Wilhelm, who's here today, speak about the plight of the food bank and the work that they're doing in the community, and other members of that extended community are here today, the work that they're doing in the community to deal with food insecurity, to provide for those that are suffering significant hardships, the tens of thousands of people that are being served by them and their extended network, and the extended network that they serve as well, over 100 other community organizations. And also, too, that they're a developed infrastructure that's there now to deal with food insecurity, while we're working on doing the best we can to create housing security for people. And we all know the costs that we're incurring with respect to that. But this group of people are able to do so much with so little. For $1, you create 2 meals. It's incredible, the work that they do. And so I felt moved that it was important that we step up to assist them. We have been providing funding to them for a long period of time, but there was really no increase to that funding. And we're seeing countless, numerous stories throughout the media about what is happening across the country and across North America. And so I just felt that this was an opportunity for us to assist in this way. My amended motion, well, the original, the replacement motion, I'll call it, had a funding proposal in there as well, which was half from the tax stabilization reserve and half from the levy in the first year, and then fully from the levy in the second year. This is not a one-off, one-year situation. This is an ongoing situation. And for the amount of money, when we think about what we have to pay to create cabins, to operate cabins, to assist the homeless, we're spending $180 million for provincially responsible areas that our local taxpayers are taking responsibility for. This just seemed like the right thing to do, and I hope everyone will consider that it is the right thing to do during this period of time. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Hunick.
I want to be clear to my colleagues and to the community that it is my intention to support the requested funds for the food bank in the coming year. However, I'm wary of this motion in perpetuity because I want to refrain from being the safeguard for the province. I want to encourage the province to pick up the tabs on social programs that they should be funding, including increasing social assistance rates, which would in turn reduce the overall need for the food bank across the province and across the country. And so I'm wondering if it's possible to amend the motion to suggest that this be specifically for 2024, and if needed, we can talk about 2025 in 2024.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Hunick. We've got an amendment proposed by Councillor Hunick to make this a motion for 2024 only. Do we have a seconder for that? Councillor Verbanovic, thank you. We'll discuss the amendment. Okay. I don't see a whole lot of discussion here on this, so let's go to the vote on the amendment. If we can put that amendment up. I basically believe she was, again, asking only for this to be a one-year funding envelope for 2024 only.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, can you just reiterate the funding sources again, which presumably they would still be the same for 2024, but can you just reiterate those?
Through the chair, if I understand the intent of the motion for 2024, half of the increase would be funded by the levy, half from the tax stabilization reserve, and then in 2025 it would all fall to the tax levy.
So, Mr. Chair, and if the amendment passes for Councillor Hunick, if it is only a 1 year, and that's what your amendment is suggesting, then probably to go along with amendment would be that the whole piece should probably come out of tax stabilization as opposed to adding it to the levy, because.
Thank you.
Yeah, so if Councillor Hunick's amenable to that.
Yes.
Okay, and I'm amenable as the seconder.
Thank you. And again, this isn't suggesting that the similar adjustment wouldn't be made in 2024, but I think we need to wait and see what happens with the political climate and the financial climate for that time. You're right. Because I don't like in between things.
Okay, colleagues, that amendment is now up. That was moved by Councillor Huenick that the $756,000 increase in 2024 be funded through the tax stabilization reserve. All right, that the $756,000 increase in 2024 for one-time funding be funded through the tax stabilization reserve. Okay, we'll put that up and everyone can vote. We're voting on your amendment, which says we're going to, that the $756,000 increase in 24 for one-time funding be funded through the tax stabilization fund. You're right. I should have allowed for questions, but we are kind of, let's pull the vote thing down for a minute and we'll not that we're trying to rush in any means, but you know, I thought we were on the amendment. There was no further discussion on it, but there obviously is. So let's go to Councillor Wolf on the amendment. No? Okay. Councillor Erb on the amendment, or is this something separate? Okay. Councillor Craig? Okay, well, we're getting close to that vote. Councillor Shantz? No. Councillor Foxton?
I was going to just quickly ask, what's the tax stabilization reserve at and how much have we dinged it already?
So based on the budget as it stands, there's approximately $8.9 million committed from the tax stabilization reserve in 2024.
Wow, and how much is left if we take that? 7 million?
Well, on the assumption that as we get through year-end 2023, that we're at the $15 million limit, that would leave about $6 million in the reserve, assuming the entire $8.9 million would actually be used and needed next year.
Do we sometimes use a tax stabilization reserve to carry us through the first part of the year?
So no, I would say that's not the purpose of the tax stabilization reserve.
Thank you.
I think we're at Councillor James.
Thank you, through you, Chair Harris. I am extremely conscious of going into this tax stabilization reserve for this. And the reality is we know that the need is going to continue, sadly. What I also want to say is we spent months talking about the tax stabilization reserve and all of these reserves and not using them. And now this is the first thing we're going to over and over and over again. We shouldn't be looking as that as the solution to try and make the levy lower, because that's what I see that's happening here. We're using one to get out of addressing the issue with the levy. So I cannot support this amendment. I think if we're going to commit, we commit, and it's not just us. I think the community that's spoken out has also recognized a need and a growing need from every demographic in this community. So I can't support that, and I'm so conscious. Thank you for asking that question, Councillor Foxton, about the reserve, because I feel like we're inching up on there.
Okay, Councillor Deutschland.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Harris. Yeah, I appreciate Councillor Hinnick's intention, because as we know, the province isn't doing their fair share, but I can't support this motion. Now, just for clarification, in last year's budget, or the end of this current year's budget, what was our commitment from the tax stabilization reserve at the start of 2023?
Through the chair, I don't recall specifically. I suspect it was somewhere in the $7 to $8 million range, but we can look that up.
Okay. Yeah, I think it was over 8 million, and the big issue, the big savings for us was the gas issue over the past year. So, yeah, I'll discuss. We'll see how this vote goes and talk about it. If there's an amendment to the main motion about it all coming from the levy, certainly that could be entertained as well. But I don't support this particular motion.
Councillor Verbenovich.
Well, thank you very much. And I mean, first of all, I do want to acknowledge the important work that the Food Bank of Waterloo Region does in our community, serving our community. And there's no question, I think we all know that there is significantly more need, and I think this motion is endeavoring to deal with that. We may very well need to look at doing this beyond 1 year. But I don't think we necessarily know how things are going to play out. And I think this is the kind of decision that we should be dealing with next year at budget time again, if you know if the team there is facing the same challenges, if the community is facing the same challenges that they are. And if it is something that we're just looking at funding on a one-time basis, then, respectfully, I would suggest that reserve is the appropriate place to do it. We wouldn't be taking it out because if we put it on the tax base, it's there permanently. And so if we're only funding it for 1 year, then it just creates $700,000 in, I guess, tax room for something else next year. I think we would be wise, knowing again the pressures that people are feeling. We don't want to be adding more than we need to those points. And it's not unlike, when in our own households we face some of these challenges, right? Folks have plans. They may want to do some work on their house. All of a sudden the roof leaks. You need to reprioritize things. That's what we're doing here, is reprioritizing and saying, you know what, food security is important in our community, and we want to look after that. And then we'll evaluate it as it goes along. And potentially, see that occur again next year. I think we also need to remember that, this isn't the only agency, and we've heard from some where we're going to be dealing with some today. We're going to hear from others that are feeling pressure points in food security, housing security, and so on as well that we need to address.
Okay, I think I've gone through the list on the amendment, unless there are.
Chair Harris.
Oh, Councillor Hewinik wants to
Sorry,
go. Okay,
I'm a little lost by the discussion. I think maybe something got mixed up somewhere. I was under the impression that the motion with respect to 2024, so prior to the amendment that I have proposed, was that the entire amount come from the tax stabilization reserve. Is that not the case?
We have the amendment coming from the tax stabilization reserve.
So what I'm asking about, though, is that different than the before the amount?
The original motion would have, the funding mechanism would be what, Craig?
Would be.
I understand the intent would have been 50% of the increase from the levy and 50% from the tax stabilization reserve in 2024.
So, I'm more amenable to that as well. My intention was strictly that we review this again in 2024, that this not be in perpetuity. So if half is to come from the tax stabilization reserve and half is to come from the levy, that makes perfect sense to me.
Okay, so, yeah, if I can hear you understand, if I hear correctly, it's about, let's make this a 1-year commitment.
Correct.
Regardless and keep the funding mechanism the same, half from the tax stabilization, half from the levy, but it's going to be a 1-year. And we'll have to revisit it next year.
Yes, please.
Okay. No, that's fine. Okay. Does everyone understand?
Which says that the additional funding that we're awarding the food bank for this year is coming from the tax stabilization reserve.
Half of it would be.
Yeah.
So, Mr. Chair, I guess as the seconder of the motion, and I was asking for clarification when I seconded it earlier because this motion is about only 1-year funding, it does not make sense to put a permanent addition into the budget.
But historically,
Well, the original motion speaks to the being a multi-year commitment. It's going to be
Right, but
annualized.
the amendment is only 1 year, 2024.
Right?
but historically we provide half of the money to the food bank anyways. So that should stay in the.
All right, so do you accept the seconding the motion that Councillor Huenick has made to amend the original motion that would basically, commit this decision to be annualized, basically, to just 1 year?
Sorry, it's not annualized. It's a 1-year, it's a 1-year budget, and in Councillor Deutschman's original proposal, this was a permanent addition with half of it coming from tax stabilization this year and the other half coming from taxes. And then next year it would all start coming from taxes.
Yes.
With Councillor Huenick's amendment, which was only 2024, my point is if it's only one-time funding, which is what her amendment is, it doesn't make sense to put anything permanently in the budget. And so that's why I understood it was going to use the tax stabilization this year for the full amount.
Councillor Baranovich, if I may, I think it does make sense because we have always.
Yeah, okay. Do you second her motion or not?
Not in its current form, then,
Okay.
no.
Does anyone else, do we have a seconder for this request of Councillor Huenick? Councillor McCabe? Okay. Okay. Councillor McCabe to get that on the floor. So we've got a seconder. Okay. Councillor Verbenovich.
So I will then move an amendment to the amendment.
Is that
that the full amount come out of tax stabilization because it's 1-year funding.
All right, do we have a seconder for that then? Do we have a seconder? Okay, no, Councillor Nowak.
Point
Okay.
of clarification.
Folks, sorry, Mr. Chair, some people are not understanding. The core amount that they're getting already is coming out of the budget. The new amount, which is the doubling, half of that is being proposed would come this year out of tax stabilization, and the other half would come out of, in addition to the budget.
That's right.
And that would be in perpetuity. Councillor Huenick has suggested that we only do this in 2024 and use that same funding model for the second half. I'm suggesting with my amendment to the amendment that if this is only 1 year, and I support that personally, that it only makes sense that it would come out of tax stabilization, not add any permanent dollars to the budget.
Okay, do we have a seconder for the amendment to the amendment? Councillor Noah. All right. Does everybody understand? Because I think I think we can go to a vote if we do. I'm prepared to vote on this if you guys are. Pardon me? Yeah, so in a nutshell, I understand this motion. So the amendment would speak that the amendment to the amendment would be, we're going to fund the entire 756 on top of, so we've got the current 756, but the new 756 would be funded entirely from the tax stabilization fund. And Councillor Huenick's motion would be, okay, we're going to just do this for 1 year. That's basically what the amendment to the amendment is Councillor Verbanovich's. about it being funded entirely from the tax stabilization. I think we're going to go to a vote now on that, and then we'll come back to Councillor Hunick's amendment that it be just for 1 year. So Councillor Verbenovic's amendment comes first. So this one's on the where, and the next one is on the how long. Okay, that's carried. We're going to go right to a vote now on Councillor Hunick's amendment that it be 1 year funding envelope because we've amended it already. That so if her amendment passes, then it's 1 year only, unless it doesn't and we go back to the main motion. But regardless, it'll be if the increase proceeds. It will be entirely coming from the tax stabilization fund because that amendment was just passed. Well, no, this we'll have to, yeah, assuming, yeah. Okay, we're voting on Councillor Hunick's motion that the 756 increase in 24 for one-time funding via the tax stabilization reserve. Okay, and that is carried. Now we go back to the original motion that's been amended, and the original motion now has been amended that it's a one year funding commitment with the doubling of the funding coming from the tax stabilization. Okay, is there any discussion on the the motion as is? Councillor Erb, I think you were up, or Councillor Wolf was actually up next, so go ahead.
Through you, Mr. Chair, well, I was going to support the main motion, but now I guess it's this one. And just to say that I think we're all aware of the great need. And after reading the letters from the 7 organizations, we know how well they collaborate together and how important it is for us to have this funding. I spoke with Diane McLeod of the Cambridge Food Bank, as well as Kim, and was very impressed with how well they spend the money, how it's shared amongst the region, and how they are all in total support of this motion. And so I guess now we'll be looking at it again next year, but as well, but which I would have liked to have given them the security of knowing that they would still have the money next year, because I'm afraid our need is not going to diminish that much. Anyway, I have strongly supporting them.
Councillor Erb.
So I just want to remind council that there's, I can't imagine that they would spend their afternoon doing this, but there's the public watching us online. And if we're confused, what they might think. And I think it's important that we try and remember that what we're doing is communicating clearly and to them. Anyway, am I correct that I thought we were voting on an amendment that we are now only funding them for 1 year, and this is going to happen, this conversation is going to take place again next year?
It could very well, depending on the outcome of this motion, yes. It will almost certainly, likely, yes. Well, it's going to have to.
I wonder if we were all clear on that, and if that's what we really wanted to do. I'm concerned that we got sidetracked with the amendments and the intent of wanting to fund them on an ongoing basis has been lost. But we made that decision.
Yeah.
Point of clarification, Mr. Chair, or point of order, or whatever you want to call it. To be clear, we're only talking about the extra dollars. Nobody's talking about the core 750-ish.
Exactly. The core will remain.
That's continuing in perpetuity. The additional, the doubling is, that's in front of us right now, is for 1 year. That's the proposal.
Correct.
And that can come back a year from now if we need to continue it again.
Yeah.
But why do we want to make it so difficult for ourselves?
Well, I think that Councillor Hunick made the point that, the province, while this wasn't an, ideal option for her putting forward, that there are other folks in the space that need to come to the table, and us, approving it for, years to come would be, perhaps letting them off the hook a little bit easy. So we're going to continue to do our best to advocate between now and then. And if we have to come back and remind them of the responsibilities they should be at the table, then we're going to do that. So that's, I believe, what she was bringing forward, and we voted on it, and now we're on the main motion. So, correct. The doubling of the doubling of the funds going to the food bank and their partners would be doubled this year, with half of it coming from the tax stabilization. That is the main motion that we're now discussing. So, Councillor Erb, are you done discussing that, or did you have other thoughts on that? Councillor Erb, did you have other thoughts on that? Okay, Councillor Craig.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to support the motion. And I got an education in this process. I thought originally that all the money went to the Waterloo Food Bank, not understanding that in fact it gets distributed. And I thought, and sitting down with all the different partners in a meeting, it was good to see that there's this cooperation across the region in terms of dealing with these difficult issues. I don't think we have to worry about consistency, because politicians by tradition are never consistent about anything. So I think next year when this comes up, I think it's an obvious need that's going to continue, and it's going to be an obvious add-on, which will become a permanent base in terms of going into the future. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for listening.
Okay, Chair Redmond.
Chair Harris, I too am very supportive of this because it is a flow-through, system-supported allocation for food that goes throughout the region. And I would remind all of us that when we look at other people that are asking for funding, they may be doing really good work in the region, but if it's not a system-wide approach, I think we have to look at it slightly differently. I think the Food Bank of Waterloo Region supports so many worthy agencies that partner with us and would have to find that food somewhere else. So I'm very supportive of this increase. I know that they're looking at capital projects, as is the Food Bank of Cambridge and North Dumfries. So there may be additional asks that come forward, or they may have additional considerations when they come forward. But I would also remind colleagues of what we're struggling with is that we can't be all things to all people, and the region is not an ATM. So despite the fact that there are other groups out there asking for increases similar to, for different reasons than the food bank, we may have to make a different decision. But I certainly support this one because they support the partners that we already support.
Councillor Williams.
Thank you, through your chair. I just wanted to make a comment that I think it's actually a positive thing to review it yearly, because as we know, the need is growing. So that gives us the flexibility to then come back next year. And if they need a bigger increase than what they have, we can then give it to them. So I think that because they're doing such good work in the community, we can adjust accordingly and we can be flexible in that way. So thank you.
Councillor Hunick.
Thank you, Chair. In line with what Councillor Williams has just stated, my intention is not necessarily to reduce the funding in a year, but to reevaluate. And if the food bank comes back to us with a bigger ask, that gives us the freedom to consider that, 1 year's time, should the need grow.
Councillor Salonen.
If I could actually just go after Councillor Erb, because I wanted to second what he was going to bring forward.
Okay, Councillor Erb.
Thank you, Chair Harris. There's no doubt in anybody's mind that the food bank does amazing work in the community. We fund it from our discretionary funding, which we had to do after the province cut back in the 90s, and we continue to pick up the balance. And so I want to amend the motion, and I don't want to make any bad enemies here by another amendment, but my original intent was to amend the motion that we would give them an extra $350,000 this year, and the funding would be the same as Councillor Deutschmann had recommended, where half is coming from the levy, half is coming from the tax stabilization fund. And the bottom line would be therefore to resolve the Region of Waterloo increase the annual grant to the Food Bank of Waterloo Region for $1,094,000, and that would be continuing on forever. It would not be something that would have to come back year after year, that it would be continuous funding. But we would be reducing, or we would be increasing their amount by $350,000, just simply acknowledging that it's a difficult budget year and we're not giving other people everything they ask for, and unfortunately we would have to do the same with the food bank. So my amendment would be that be amended to $1,094,000.
Okay, hang tight, Councillor Erb, thank you. Do we have a seconder for that? I think it was Councillor Stalin. Okay, 2 seconds.
That's what I want. I want solid funding. Yeah, it's just, don't play games.
May not be exactly the same amount that Rob has, but it's some.
That's right.
Because then they can advocate to the province and the feds
And the province and feds aren't gonna give anything, honey. I'm sorry. We're dreaming.
Are we reducing what we originally said we're going to?
By a few hundred, yeah. But we're giving you the full amount year after year. Can increase it again next year.
But they're short this year.
It's an increase, but not as big an increase.
That's correct. It's only a small cup. It's not a good sign when the chair walks away. That's true.
Point,
Like, I can't say, there's so many.
Mr. Clerk or Mr. Chair, just before you put this up on a point of order, like I'm just trying to understand, and I'm not trying to be difficult here, but I'm just trying to understand how this isn't a contrary motion from what we've just passed. And so, like, it would seem to me that if folks don't, I appreciate what Councillor Erb is trying to do. And so the way to handle it would be if the motion as amended fails, then that would be an alternate motion to bring forward to make sure something passes. But we've already passed the other two. I'm not sure how this isn't contrary.
Well, because we're actually amending the amount now. We really didn't touch the amount previously. It was just the funding mechanism and the duration. Now we're actually amending the amount.
But you're now making it annualized, and the amendment that we passed was that it was a one-year decision. And again, I'm not trying to be difficult, and my struggle with this right now, and again, people will do their own thing, is we'd actually be giving them less money in 2024 by about $375,000.
Okay, I think I believe that Councillor Erb will be withdrawing this motion. Do I have that correct, Councillor Erb?
Yeah.
And I get where you're going with this, Councillor Erb. It was a timing thing with regards to Councillor Humanix and Councillor Verbenovic's motion, but we've already dealt with the duration piece, or I guess the funding mechanism piece already. So to revisit that would be out of order, frankly. So.
Yeah, and I apologize if it's created any confusion, and so I'll withdraw them both.
It comes fast and furious at times, and those who get in on amendments first, kind of pave the way for the main motion. So we're back to the main motion. As amended, is there any other discussion on that? Councillor Craig.
Well, just a quick question. And it comes up about this whole concept of annualized. Is it in fact any motion that's annualized, can it be changed in the future? That's a rhetorical question, but it's got to be answered.
So just for clarity, if the question is about an item that's in the budget, council has to approve a budget every year and can make whatever decisions
So we can change anything regardless of how long it's been in the budget, for 10 years, 20 years, because people, I think, are getting confused that if you annualize it forever, it's there forever. It's not.
Unless there's a mechanism, which would be which would be a councillor that would put a motion forward to withdraw it. It's there unless it's going to not be there.
Well, I'm getting back to nothing's consistent. That's all I'm trying to say. Okay.
Nothing's permanent. You're right.
That's true. Not even us.
Not even you guys. Not even you guys. Okay, Councillor Shantz.
I'm not sure what we're voting on right now, but I'll just say that I do support the food bank and the work that they do, and in increasing their allotment. They are truly regional and cross-cultural too, I believe. So I do support them. At this point, I'm not sure what the motion is. I had a thought for another funding option, but I'm just not going to go there. So thank you.
Well, you know what? Okay, so the motion would be to double the funding. We're going to double the annual funding grant this year. It was originally 756. We're doubling it to 1.5 million. And of the doubling amount, we're going to fund it from the tax stabilization reserve, and it's going to be for 1 year.
Okay.
We will revisit this next year.
At the risk of confusing things, I will just throw out what my thought had been. We just previously approved a $648,000 savings by adjusting our salary positions. So my thought was we apply that to the food bank and do the additional 108 from the tax stabilization reserve. But no. I think we've had enough discussion.
No, that ship has sailed. So it has. Councillor Rabenovic.
Yeah, thank you. And just very, very, very quickly, there's no question here that the need's there. I think what I understand from conversations I've had with food bank people, and we can ask them, they really could use that $1.5 million this year. So I'm hopeful that we can pass that. We've talked about the timing, and I'll be very upfront, and I'll say it here today. I mean, if our community's continuing to face the same issues that they are today, please come back, because we want to deal with this again next year. So
we may be asking for food if we're here much longer.
Okay, Councillor Wolf. Nothing? Okay, we're going to go to a vote here. I am going to say one bit on this myself. I was going to pass the chair over, but I don't think we're going to need to do that. Obviously, I agree with everyone. However, I know when I had a tour at the food bank, there was discussion of, facilities, both for the Waterloo Region Food Bank. They're, growing at the seams and need for more space. We now understand that the Cambridge Food Bank is likely in a similar position. There is reserves, I understand, built up. I was potentially going to ask for, some teeth to this motion, whereby it would require those two agencies to come together and somewhat report back to us. But I would imagine, and I guess I'm telling you this now, that if there is a future ask for capital or facilities, you know, it would be at least my expectation from my perspective, and hopefully some of my colleagues, that you are working together to figure that potential solution out, where there's a cohabitation, knowing that this is food distribution. We need to stretch dollars as far as we can. I don't think, I can tell you, I'm a Kitchener guy, and I don't care where the facility is in the region, as long as it serves the most amount of people possible, because we understand that the dire situation that many of these folks are in, and you know, more facilities isn't always better. So that would be my ask, and my message to both food banks is to spend some time this year talking together about what that might look like ahead of any future requests potentially of this council. So that's it. We'll pull up. Are you wanting to get in, Mr. Craig? Councillor Craig? Oh, you have been. Okay. I didn't see you on that. That's why I kind of said the last minute, but I'll go back to you, and then we're going to go to a vote on this.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. Of course, I don't quite agree with what you're saying about the combination, but I think you would expect that. The one thing I want to make sure, the food banks have come in, they've worked together collaboratively, and they've come up with a number that they need in order to satisfy the demand in the community. And I'm adamantly opposed to reducing that, because I don't want people in the food banks selling 50-50 tickets and out there trying to raise funds to make up shortfalls. That's my position on this. We want them in the food banks doing what they're voluntarily doing to help people, and not spending a considerable amount of time on fundraising. And that's a problem with a number of organizations that are trying to survive in this climate. So I'm very supportive of the request. And when they come back next year, I'll be supporting next year, because this issue is not going away. And we got to be very, very frank about that.
Okay, I'm going to ask the clerk staff to put this motion up. By now, I'm hoping people would have had a chance to read it, and we'll vote on it.
I'm in favor, but it's not responding.
Hit submit. Oh, they got you, Jim, anyways.
Okay, that is carried. 8.2, Councillor James, Waste Management Bag Tag Fee. Okay. We've received a notice of motion from Councillor James. Councillor James, do you have a seconder for this motion? Councillor Williams. Okay, over to you, Councillor James.
Thank you, through you, Chair. So I'm presenting this motion regarding our bag tags, having to do with our waste management. So we're in a tough budget year, and the good news is I'm not asking to go into the tax stabilization reserve right now. Many residents are concerned about their ability to maintain cost of living, but I also know and recognize from our engagement that climate and our environment was a priority for our residents. And as I learn about the changing climate and the environment and our need to, steward it as much as possible, I'm presenting this motion under our climate-aligned growth within our strategic plan. So what I am proposing is that we do increase the bag tag fee by $1 for the extra bags, garbage bags, that as our current policy, I guess that is. So we have a 3-bag limit, and I don't want to reduce that limit. I've checked with some of our counterparts, and they have a 2-bag limit, and I remember the discussion when we were going to the 3 bags, and don't want to disrupt that. But I do recognize that we do have to provide a greater, individual household kind of responsibility with our waste. And so with this, we'll allow our fees to as well be in line with some of our other counterparts. I did some surveying across with Peel, Niagara, Durham, City of Toronto, just in terms of what they're charging. And I think it is one way we can help to encourage residents to be more mindful of their waste, and in one capacity also waste diversion. So I'm presenting this motion. It has a small impact in a reduction of the levy. I also believe that while we can make big impacts on the levy, the smaller ones also help to contribute. So following in line with our client-aligned commitments, I want to present this motion, and hopefully there's support for this.
Councillor Hunek.
Thank you, Chair. I'm really torn about this motion because I know I do want to encourage responsible garbage sorting. Also, I know that there are people with limited funds who are finding workarounds, the bag tag fees, in terms of putting their garbage in communal piles, etc. And I really don't want to accentuate that further. So I'm concerned. Thanks.
Okay. Councillor Foxton.
Thank you, Chair. I'm sorry, e-scribes kicked me out, and now I don't have e-scribe. But anyways, I just wanted to ask a question. How many tags do we actually sell in a year? How well is this done? I know in our area, people just put it in their neighbor's yard or whatever.
They're away.
Is it a big deal?
Yeah, so through the chair to Councillor Foxton, in 2022, we sold 9,600 tags.
600?
9,600
9,600.
tags. And we have approximately 200 residents who use this program.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Rabinovich.
Sorry, just to be clear, when you say 9,600, do you actually mean 9,600 sheets of 10 or 9,600 individual ones?
Through the chair to the councillor, that would be individual ones.
Oh, so that's not a lot at all, but I mean, every little bit helps. I will support Councillor James's motion. I will just flag that every time we do things like this or increase the dropping fees at the transfer station, it does, for a period of time, create some dumping issues in area municipalities, and I think we need to be cognizant of that and just recognizing that we're not downloading the responsibility from the region to area municipalities. But I think this is a reasonable request and I'll support it.
Okay. Well, Councillor Liggett.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I also want to say something similar to what Councillor Verbanovich just stated. We have certain areas in our community where this is happening on a regular basis, where garbage is being dumped. And, sorry, Mr. Chair?
Nope, carry on.
Thank you. We have certain areas of our city where garbage is also being dumped. I'd like to close those areas off, but I can't because of emergency vehicles. So I do support this motion, but I think we need to be cognizant of the fact that the dumping is going to happen and it's going to be long term. It's not going to be right after this happens, because this has been long term for us and it's problematic in our community. Thanks.
Okay. Colleagues, I think there's a good handle on this one from everybody. So if you don't mind, we're going to go right to a vote on this one. Moved by Councillor James, seconded by Councillor Williams. I guess I'm the only one. Oh well. Okay, Mark. Okay, and that is carried, folks. Thank you. 8-3. Okay. 8.3, Councillor Hunick, Mobility Plus setting the target for undelivered trips. We have received a notice of motion from Councillor Hunick that was listed on today's agenda. Councillor Hunick, I know there was a discussion with you and the clerk staff earlier. In reviewing the motion, it appears that its contents does not directly address the 2024 budget. To ensure comprehensive discussion, I propose that we consider adding this motion to the agenda for the upcoming Planning and Works Committee meeting scheduled for January 10th.
That is correct, Chair Harris.
Is it accepted?
There's no budgetary impact, so I hope it is passed in January. Thank you.
Motion withdrawn. Thank you.
Not withdrawn, just deferred.
Deferred. Yeah, withdrawn, deferred to the meeting on January the 10th.
And same with the
So
next one.
the 8.4, faster software upgrade for Mobility Plus. Again, colleagues, same issue here, encouraging that this item come for discussion in front of Planning and Works Committee on January 10th. Councillor Hunick, do you agree to withdraw the motion?
It's not a withdrawal, it's a deferral, but yes.
Very well.
Thank you.
8.5, Councillor James, funding for children and youth programs. We have received a notice of motion from Councillor James that was listed on today's agenda. Do you have a seconder for this motion? Councillor Wolf. Councillor James.
Thank you, through you, Chair Harris. I know I raised this a few weeks ago at a prior budget session, and staff came back with some thoughts, a response. I just want to reiterate that there are lots of people watching, especially youth watching. I am conscious of the need to ensure that we are preserving something and making our youth a priority as well. And I want to make sure we're growing with care. So the motion is still here presented for an ask. And again, I'm not trying to have this go into the tax stabilization reserve. I think that there should be something in our budget annually as well. I know that there is investment happening now. I don't want to disregard that. We are investing in youth now. I do know that funding for some will expire or run out or is not confirmed after a few years. So this is more a placemaker to ensure that youth in our community, in the region, that we are ensuring that we're preparing for them with our growing with care, with our climate, with all of the avenues within our strategic plan. So with that, I'll open it up for questions and see where that goes.
Councillor Foxton.
Councillor Salomon is before me.
Oh, right. Yes, Councillor Salomon. Go ahead.
Thank you. I most certainly agree with Councillor James that we do need to be investing in our youth, and it's really important during critical ages of, well, youth from 0 to 14 or 0 to 18. Investments in them are investment in our future, and that's where you'll get best return on your investment as well. Having said all of that, because a lot of this is insightful looking down for when funding is going to reduce over the next few years, I would ask, also being cognizant that this is a really tough budget year, that this year we look at contributing $150,000 instead of the proposed $500,000, and then next year review how much more. Hopefully it'll be a nicer looking budget year. I'm hoping that we'll go against the predictions of Commissioner Dyer, but so my ask would be an amendment to make a change to $150,000 instead.
Okay.
I also hope my predictions are not correct.
Yes. Okay. We have an amendment by Councillor Salonen to reduce the amount here from 500 to 150. Do we have a seconder for that motion? Seconder, Councillor Wolf. Okay. Discussion on the amendment, folks. Councillor Foxton.
Thank you. I'm going to go through Mr. Dyer to probably Shuli and Peter. And how much do we spend on youth today? How much does the region invest on our youth?
Mr. Sweeney.
Thank you. Through you, Chair, I'll try to speak on behalf of all of my colleagues here. It would be a difficult number, Councillor Foxton, to pin down given the broad range of programs and services we offer across the region, everything from prenatal to end of life. And so I can look around the horseshoe at my colleagues and think about a number of programs where we serve youth and families across this community in education programs in water and wastewater in schools, obviously significantly in transit and public health, immunizations, smoking cessation programs, and then clearly in community services. Not only do we have a children's services program that you heard about earlier today, but even all of our housing programs. We have job programs. There's a significant and really neat program that we run through the housing department where we hire equity serving youth and youth living in Waterloo Regional Housing for summer jobs. So we touch youth in all aspects of our work. In addition, maybe more specifically where we can pin down a number would be related to the efforts outlined in Councillor James's motion with respect to the Children and Youth Planning Table, which is fully funded by the organizations that represent youth serving organizations across the region. And then Smart Waterloo Region is an entity where there are regional funds. About a third of that budget is from the region. The rest of that is made up from the Hallman Foundation, the United Way, and area municipalities. So it's a difficult question to answer with complete accuracy, other than to say that from where I stand, and I'll ask my colleagues to jump in if I've missed anything, serving youth is a significant part of the work we do across the region of Waterloo.
Thank you for that attempt. What I wanted to say is that I think we do a lot for youth, and I would love to put more money aside, except that if it has no direction, it serves no purpose. But maybe what we need more is an education on what we do provide for youth, and not just us, but the general public in different formats, and getting out there to explain. There is so much available, and it isn't that it's not there, but sometimes it's making the connection. And if we spent the money that we invest in this, if we approve this $150,000 as a connector used to connect the youth, to reach out to the schools, to provide more information to parent groups and things. Maybe that may be the best use for this money. Just to give money for money's sake, because we know that we want to provide more for youth without realizing what we already have would be, I think, an error. So I think if we supported this, that I would like to see it directed to connecting what we already have existing to be used for youth, unless my colleagues have plans for the money. Specific plans. Thank you.
Councillor Liggett.
Sorry, so busy listening to that I wasn't watching. I have a question first, and then I want to make a comment. Would this money be also utilized by the neighborhood associations?
I'm not sure if that's a Councillor James question or if it would be...
Whoever can answer it, whoever has knowledge.
Well, my understanding is that the neighborhood associations are through the cities, the area municipalities or townships or what have you. So I will say this, I think there's greater opportunities for potential partnership and collaboration. And the initial ask with this was really about youth and the identified objectives that they have set out and making sure that they're addressed. One of the other things too is the original request that I had was for a reserve fund, because I know that there is funds there now. I know that there is investment happening. What I don't know, and especially what we don't know, especially looking at funding sources and allocations and funding that's being removed in conscious of children's services, we don't know about the future, and that reflects on youth in our community and children in our community. So the initial ask was regarding a reserve fund. That didn't, I withdrew that for clear, obvious reasons. But I'm invested in youth, and I think, us around this table are conscious of youth, and there's going to be future need and we have to be proactive about this. So I think there's opportunities, greater opportunities. I think youth identified those opportunities, and it's really for them. I don't know if I have anything else more to say, but again, this for me will come up year after year after year, especially as we know that their needs and what is required to, for sustainability, for growth, for participation, it's going to increase. So, Councillor Liggett, I hope that somewhat answered your question. I think there's opportunities. With youth, the possibilities are endless, and we have youth at a planning table, youth that are participating in groups, and it's something that can encourage their participation even within governance.
So, Mr. Chair, can I make my comment now, or do you want me to make it later?
No, I'd like you to make it now then, if you're talking to the amendment, please.
Well, it's talking to both, so yes to the amendment. I support fully Councillor James's motion, but I also support the amendment because I'd like to see something happening here. It's not just the youth planning table. My great concern is the children who will not be connected through any of this. When we look at what the provincial government is doing, and particularly with Children's Aid, I have personal knowledge of that. We have Children's Aid workers leaving in droves and leaving children at risk that may not be caught in the wording of this motion. So I want that to be looked at. How do we catch those children and save them? So the amendment can speak to that. I hope staff can take that away. No matter which one passes here, I would like staff to take that away and look at how do we catch those really severely at risk kids and as part of our upstream work. Thanks.
Okay, colleagues, we are going to be breaking at 4:15. We have almost 20 more motions to deal with. So I know they're all important, but if we could, I really would ask that we keep her moving here on these things. So, Councillor Wolf.
Through you, Mr. Chair. I support the original motion, but I understand that with our tight budget, I can support the amendment. I think we all agree youth are important. As far as Councillor Leggett has said, sometimes the region doesn't cover the whole region in terms of youth. For instance, in Cambridge, we do not have a youth shelter, which is desperately needed. We also, there's many youth programs. So what I like the idea that it's a placeholder. It signifies that we do value youth, and we can work with staff for the criteria for the use of this funding, if this passes. And I would encourage everyone to vote to pass it. Thank you.
Councillor Craig.
I think, if I may, I'm going to follow along the lines of Councillor Liggett with regards to where this money is going. And I got to say this and I'm trying to find a balanced way of saying this. But if you look across some of the programs we've been doing with regards to arts funding, there's about 50 different groups asking for money. And then there's the upstream model of another 50 odd groups. And a lot of them, that money is not going into the Cambridge area. It's mainly going into KW. And I think it has to be looked at why that seems to be happening. So I'll support the 150, but I would like some sort of staff examination of some of these concerns about what I see as a disproportionate distribution of monies into various programs and areas of the region.
Okay, Councillor James.
Well, thank you very much, and thank you, Councillor James, for bringing the motion forward, because I do think that investing in our young people is extremely important. I think some of our upstream funding programs and grants that we've established and that are being looked at for continuing are a mechanism for those groups to apply there as well, but they're not youth specific, and so there, it could be argued that there is merit in ensuring there's some youth specific funding available. I will support the notion, and I will also support the amendment, because I do think at this particular time we need to look at it in a context that builds on the principle, but does it in a measured way. And the other piece, though, that I would look towards as, if we're going to consider this in the future, is the recognition that, there is some very specific work that we do in public health and social services, as well as in housing with respect to youth. But there's a vast majority of work around recreation, programming, and so on that's in the responsibility of the area municipalities. And so, I think part of what needs to be done here is having a dialogue with area municipalities, particularly if we're going to look at growing this grant funding in the future, in order to ensure it's done in a way where we're not trying to duplicate things, but maybe support things. And so, maybe, I'll just give an example. I mean, some of I was at COP last week, and participating municipalities are now able to access some funding through Bloomberg for youth and climate change. And so maybe that's the kind of model where, the region may provide some dollars that could be matched by area municipalities to augment some of the programming that we're already delivering, and we do it together. So that's maybe, then that'll give us a year to talk about that as well. Thank you.
Councillor Shantz.
Thank you. I think I'm going down a similar line to Councillor Verbanovic. I think our investments in the community are really important, and clearly youth are really important. One thing that happened during COVID was we brought people together and we brought organizations together. And I have always said government's greatest strength is when they bring the right parties to the table to work together. And so I will support the amendment to the motion. I think $150,000 is a good start. But after hearing Mr. Sweeney's comments as well, I think there's a lot happening out there. And so I would hope that that would be used to try and coordinate what we already have. And I think we need to be really careful about just giving money to organizations. I think our part of our role is to bring them together and help them to work together.
Hit the mic. That would help. No other speakers on the amendment, so I'd like to post this amendment that we would reduce the proposed funding amount from 500 to 150. Colleagues, if you could use eScribe, and we'll vote on that. And that is carried. Colleagues, with that, I see no reason why we wouldn't go into the main motion now as amended to approve this motion at the reduced funding level that we just passed as an amendment. So colleagues, head back over to eScribe. Okay, and that is carried. Thank you. 8.6, Councillor Williams, discretionary grant funding. We've received a notice of motion from Councillor Williams that was listed in today's agenda. Councillor Williams, do we have a seconder for this motion? Councillor Salonen, thank you, Councillor Salonen. Councillor Williams, to your motion.
Thank you, and through you, Chair, would you allow me to speak on my second motion as well, since they are intrinsically linked?
Unfortunately, we're going to need to get you to focus on the one first, and the second one is one that we're going to ask you to move to the January 10th meeting, I believe. So, as it doesn't pertain to the 2024 budget, so if we can focus on this particular one, that'd be great.
Okay, nope, that's fine. So to begin, I looked into this area because I've just been hearing from so many people that they're concerned about the tax levy increase, and things that are called discretionary grants and external funding are things that we look into, and they're discretionary. Things change, you know, politics changes, the community changes, and what people want changes. So I also looked into the fact that over time, we just keep adding to our lists of granting envelopes. Some are annuals, some are terms, some are considered legacies, some are agreements. So to me, it would make sense to have an overall amount, stick to this amount, and then adjust accordingly over the term. I think that this would help offset some of the new funding envelopes that we have approved by giving a 20% reduction. I looked at a lot of different current funding envelopes. I looked at different things, and I wanted to be fair, so that's why I chose to look at granting envelopes in full. I didn't want to remove any specific items because I think that all of our organizations are valued, and there are many different areas that are really important to the community. So as councillors, we're supposed to demonstrate fiscal prudence. We're supposed to thoroughly examine the spending at the region. And after looking into what has been proposed, I decided to look at what this reduction could look like in this area. So there is a chart in the motion that has a list of the amounts that would be reduced by 20%. So overall, my intention was really just to kind of look at the different organizations. Many organizations will still be funded. A lot of the granting envelopes change every year. People apply for these grants. So it might just look a little different, but I'm not suggesting that we stop funding external organizations altogether. Overall, we do, I think, if I'm correct, the overall funding is now a little more than $9 million, I think, based on what we've been talking about over the last couple of months. So I think that council looking into this, doing an overall reduction would be one way of reducing the tax burden slightly. So I would look forward to the discussion on this, as it's something that I think needs to be looked into for accountability to not only ourselves, but the organizations and the public at large. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Williams, for this. Councillor Hunick.
Through the chair to Councillor Williams, I'm just wondering how you arrived at the figure of the 20% reduction.
I thought that 20% was reasonable, with most of the funding envelopes would still have a significant amount of funding available to different organizations to apply for those grants. I looked also at like a little bit more of 25%. I thought that could eat into a lot of budgets, like especially if some of the boards have operating funding that they need to use, and then only 5 to 10% wouldn't make as big of an impact, but I have heard tell that there are those numbers available as well, that Commissioner Dyer has available if people would like to ask him and look into that.
Councillor Wolf.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I applaud your desire to reduce the taxes. We have already heard from, I think, the Philharmonic Choir that 20% would make it very difficult. They've already planned their budget, their season. So frankly, I think maybe 20% is too much. If we want to do a reduction, I would suggest 10% would be the most we should do. And I don't know how you feel about that, but I could make it an amendment if you, and someone, I'd need a seconder. Colleen?
Okay, sorry, I don't think everyone caught that proposed amendment.
the proposed amendment would be to reduce the funding by 10% instead of 20%.
Okay, seconded by
Colleen.
Councillor James. Discussion on the amendment. I've got Councillor Verbenovich.
Well, thank you very much, but if I can actually ask a question first. So the Councillor Williams, the list that you've provided saw entrepreneurial initiatives going down from 76,000 to 60,800. So those are annual grants that people apply for. Key cultural institutions are actually part of in many instances, a multi-party agreement that includes the area municipalities that also fund part of it. And so those amounts have been jointly, there's been an understanding around those amounts in terms of, how much the region pays versus how much Waterloo or Cambridge or Kitchener pays. I don't believe there's any specific ones with the townships. And so it would have an impact there, as well as potential. Well, the major arts and culture organizations is a new one that we just added in, I believe, this year. So, we'd already be reducing it. What was the total amount, if someone can remind me, in this year's budget for the symphony that's not being utilized at this point in time?
Mr. Dyer, I know we'll likely have an answer.
So through the chair, we had a provision in 2023 for the symphony at $385,725. That amount has already been removed from the 2024 budget.
Oh, so that's been removed from the budget already? So we actually can't even reduce that then from Councillor Williams's motion because it's already been taken out. Correct?
No, through the chair, as I understand the motion from Councillor Williams is to reduce the existing 2024 budget provision by 20%, now potentially amended to 10%.
Okay, but it showed under key cultural institutions that amount that you just referenced, 385,725, and then it showed a 77,145 reduction.
Right.
You're saying that's already taken out?
No.
Or
so
am I misunderstanding something?
Perhaps I can clarify. The 385,725 for the symphony has already been removed from the budget. What's remaining in here is $385,725 for the museum.
Gotcha. Okay. Okay. Gotcha. All that saying, like, I understand where Councillor Williams is going with it, and maybe this is a conversation to have. I mean, I am struggling, and I said this to Councillor James earlier, because it was my recollection when we had the debate around the upstream fund originally, and some who were around this horseshoe will remember that. Everyone talked about this is now baked in the budget, this is permanent, and so on and so forth. So it was very much a surprise this year to learn that, in fact, it's not baked in the budget and that we're having to put it back in. I would be inclined to say that if we are putting it back in, that, perhaps that's the area where we, if there's a reduction that we're talking about, that's the area where it should come from. And then look at, because these other organizations have had some really tough times during the pandemic. And when we talk about living, building a vibrant Waterloo region and being a world-class community, these arts and culture organizations are such a big and important part of it. Chair Redmond earlier today referenced, the economic development mission that we had. When you visit these other cities, you very quickly come to realize the important role that these types of groups and organizations play in our ability to attract and retain talent. It came up last night at an event at the launch of Waterloo Inc. that Mayor McCabe and I were at Mix. And so I'm just concerned that we're, while I applaud Councillor Williams for bringing it forward, that we're not perhaps hurting ourselves with organizations that, quite frankly, get a much better bang for their buck than we ever would if we were doing the same thing. So something to think about.
Okay, colleagues, we are going to stop for a break at 4:15. So we're going to take 15 minutes for a break. We're going to come back at 4:30 and we'll continue the discussion on this item. this item 8.6 to reduce the tax levy supported 2024 discretionary grant funding envelopes by 10%. It was originally 20. There was an amendment by Councillor Wolf, seconded by Councillor James. Colleagues, we do have council tonight. And so, you know, with your permission, we're going to try to continue to get through these. And so I'd ask, is there anybody that has still yet to speak that, you know, is opposed to this amendment that would like to speak to it? And then we're going to go through the list on that because, you know, you'll have your chance to weigh in on whether you support it through your vote. So, Councillor Craig.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do want to say right off the top, I think this is a very huge mistake. I mean, there are a number of groups out there that are depending on funding that they expected to get, that all of a sudden they're going to read in the newspaper tomorrow they've lost 10 or 20%, whatever you come up with. I think it's terribly unfair to those groups. If you want to reduce this by 10%, 20%, then I would suggest that you've got to notify them ahead of time. I'll come into one particular area. It's the key cultural institutions. So according to the 20% rule, for that grouping, there would be $308,000. So there's the museum, which got, what, $385,000 last year. And now there's three other groups. There's the two galleries coming in and Drayton Theatre. And Drayton Theatre is as much and has much status as the museum in terms of its impact across the community. So then what do we do with that? The staff, I wouldn't say it's a recommendation, but it's an acknowledgement that that particular funding area should fall between $700,000 and $900,000. And I think we're sitting here and we're going ahead, and I think it's a huge mistake to do this. If you want to reduce something like this, then you've got to tell people ahead of time. You have to do that. Because like I said, and I'm repeating myself, a number of these groups are depending on what they thought they were getting. So let's be very careful here. And again, we need to deal with the key cultural institutions. And there are 4 groups in there. And so you're going to give them $77,000 each? Is that what we're going to do? I think we have to relook at this.
I think Councillor Craig, too, just to clarify, it would be a reduction of 77, and obviously staff would have that opportunity to come back at a later date.
Well, it's
and make recommendations.
308,000 divided by 4.
No, this funding envelope would have the ability for staff to come back and make recommendations to council on the makeup of the overall funding envelope.
I agree. I understand what you're trying to say.
Last year's number doesn't dictate next year.
So what I'm saying is the recommendation here is 308,000. And if you have 4 groups, how are you going to divide that up? When you had one group last year, the museum, getting 385,000. So it creates a lot of problems. I think this is a mistake to go ahead tonight dealing with this. And I hate to use the word defunding these different groups. It's a mistake. And we're going to hear about it.
So speaking to the amendment to reduce by 10, any other opposition to the Councillor? I mean, I got a speakers list here. I know. I'm trying to get there as well. So, Councillor McCabe.
Yeah, just.
Yep. Then you have the floor. Yep. So if you. No, Councillor Salonen did. She did. Councillor Salonen did have the floor.
Oh, what a mistake this is.
Okay, you want to make a motion to call the question?
Yes, please.
That'd be great. Okay, motion to call the question. Does it need a seconder? Yes, it does. Seconded by Councillor Wolf. We will go to a vote. No laughing, Rob. Councillor Liggett, are you on? Okay, so that failed. It did fail. Councillor, oh, whoa. It's not 2/3, so it does fail. Yeah. So, Councillor McCabe.
What happened? Did it fail?
That vote did not carry. You need 2/3 to call the question.
didn't
We did not
realize
have
that.
that threshold, so Councillor McCabe. But I think we're close. I think we're going to get there.
Really briefly, how about really briefly, through you, Chair? Yeah, I really believe that not only is this not the right direction to go, with all due respect to Councillor Williams, that it actually, you know, I mean, if we had the wherewithal that in fact arts and culture is something that we need to invest more in. I was at a dinner, as Councillor Urbanovic referenced last night, and one of the things they asked us that we, you know, what do we need in our community? And I said, we really need to create vibrant communities where people can have fun. Like, it's not just a place to work, it's a place to really enjoy themselves. So in arts and culture, whatever it is, spoken word poetry, large, you know, music festivals, book readings, whatever your jam is, like we need more of that, not less. So I think in addition to what Councillor Craig said about, you know, the short notice of this for organizations that have put their budgets together as well, I think it's really difficult to do this to them. Particularly, again, we know it's a really tough budget year, but we're talking about a few dollars, you know, overall, when you look at the regional budget overall. And again, I'd go back to the strategic plan. The strategic plan clearly outlined that people in our community enjoy arts and culture. The scene, the creative industries are really needed in our communities, and people have asked us to continue those investments.
Councillor Erb.
Thank you, Chair Harris. I would have supported the 10, but I guess I'm back to supporting the 20. It is a tough budget year. We're asking many people in the community to take that into account and reduce some of their asks. And I think some of these organizations coming to the region, it's just sort of been a creeping increase year after year after year. And I'm looking forward to the next motion where we begin to start looking at who does what and who funds what in the region. So I'm prepared to support this motion, and I hope there's support from the rest of council for it.
Councillor Williams.
Thank you. Is it possible to put up the chart onto the screen so that we can see the 20% reductions? And
We're now talking about the amendment though at 10, so, but you'll be able to see the
10%,
chart.
just so people could see.
I don't know if they've been able to modify the chart. I don't think they would have, but maybe they have that superpower. They actually do.
I mean, it would just be in half, but.
Councillor James. Okay, Councillor Liggett.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to commend Councillor Williams for trying to make a difference on this budget here. I think it's not a bad motion, and I also want to say that nobody, until the budget is finalized, I don't think any group should have an expectation that they're going to be getting the funding that we have been discussing or that they had got in a previous year. That's what this is all about. So until we finalize it, you know, nobody is going to get any money at all. So I want to commend her for this. I can support 10 or 20. So that's all I wanted to say.
Councillor Urbanovic.
Thanks very much, and thank you to Councillor Williams, as I said earlier, for bringing this forward, because I think it is important that we're all looking for, some options, and I know many members of council have been trying to do that. Most of these grants, well, I shouldn't say that. A number of the arts and culture ones have been more regular for organizations from year to year. Is that correct? When I say that, I'm talking about entrepreneurial initiatives, Community Environmental Fund, Waterloo Region Arts Fund, Upstream Fund. Those haven't been as regular. Those are annual applications. People get them, but they haven't become sort of part of, rightly or wrongly, part of people's expectations in their annual budgets. Is that, can someone, I don't know if Mr. Shamiri Russell can answer that, or if who can answer that?
Thank you, Ellen.
Or just grab the end seat.
Let's make it quick. So I think through the chair, what Councillor Bravanovich is getting at is a difference between operating funding and project funding. So yeah, there are different program streams that you see there. Some of those are operating funding, so that would be things like key cultural institutions. That would be things like the entrepreneurial initiatives, and to a certain extent, some of the organizations in major arts and culture organizations, as well as in the cultural drivers of tourism. Some of those organizations have been receiving operating funding, and the other ones tend to be more, and obviously Upstream Fund, some is operational, some is project, but the environmental funds are all project granting. So they will have different implications on the different organizations, because some will have been receiving operating funding year over year. Others ones, they come for a specific project, receive the funding, undertake the project, and then it will be up to them if they were choosing to come back again.
Okay. Thank you for that. And so, I mean, I'm struggling with this one, and I do agree with Councillor Craig that if we are going to be making cuts, you almost want to be making that decision, by mid-year for the following year, just so that folks have some clarity. And so, I don't think that today I can support either the 10 or 20%. I do really thank Councillor Williams for bringing this forward, but I'm very interested in supporting the motion that you've indicated will come back on a future date, Mr. Chair, which will be to have that in-depth review of the overall envelope, which I think is, Councillor Williams told me is closer to 9 or 10 million, because it includes other grants that aren't here. And having a conversation around that later this year.
Councillor Williams.
I just wanted to speak to the main motion, not the amendment.
Okay, we'll come back to that. So that being said, I think we're at a point now where we are going to put that amendment up for a vote, colleagues, to reduce the tax levy supported 24 discretionary grant funding envelope by 10%. Ask you to go to eScribe.
Paying attention, honest.
And that is carried. Colleagues, we have Councillor Williams to speak to the main, now the amended motion, or do we want to go right to a vote on the amended motion?
Oh, I was just hoping to put up the funding envelopes on the screen so that people could just have an idea of the exact things that I was suggesting being reduced by 10%.
Yep.
I just think it gives us a really good opportunity to talk about what we value as a community and what types of organizations and granting streams we're funding across the board. So I wasn't trying to pick on anyone in particular. Like I said, I was really just looking into how are we funding, who are we funding, and to start that conversation. So I can appreciate everything everyone said, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Williams. We will go to a vote now. Councillor Craig.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a quick question, so I don't delay this. But again, I come back to the key cultural institutions, so they'll be at 340,000. When is this coming back to council for how it would be divided up?
Helen, please.
So through the chair, it'll be sometime in the new year, probably February or March. The staff recommendations based on the applications that we recently received will be coming back to council for approval. So that'll be either February or March.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, colleagues, we are going to deal with now the amended motion that you see here. Really, it's as is with the funding envelope now being reduced by 10% for 2024. So ask you to vote in e-scrap. And that is carried. Thank you, colleagues. Appreciate that discussion. I know, albeit difficult. 8.7, Councillor Williams, we discussed that when I dealt with you previously, that we will propose you to consider adding this to motion to the agenda for the upcoming A&F committee meeting scheduled for January the 10th. Do you accept that?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. So 8.8, Chair Redmond, planned and chronic homelessness. We've received a notice of motion from Regional Chair Redmond that was listed in today's agenda. We will need a seconder. It was moved by Chair Redmond, seconded by Councillor Erb. I'll call on Chair Redmond to speak.
Thank you, Chair Harrison. I would ask that if it's possible, if Craig and his fabulous wing people there could possibly tell us what tax increase we're at this point. And you don't have to do it right now. I'll talk and you can figure it out. I'd have to tell you, colleagues, that we asked staff to go away and come back with a plan to end chronic homelessness, and they have done an amazing job. And they have worked with the community, and they've worked with people with lived experience. I think all of that bodes well to when this final plan comes back to us in the spring. So what we have now is, in my view, a next step along a longer journey and a down payment on a really good plan. There've been a tenfold increase in the number of affordable homes built across the community, and our annual contribution from the regional tax levy for housing services and homelessness has increased over $28 million. $28 million since 2021 and 2023. An annual contribution of the regional tax levy to housing services and homelessness has increased 111% in 3 years. And that is why I'm asking that we put a bit of the brakes on and put forward a motion where there will be $7 million through the 2024 property tax levy and $3.2 million for the from the tax stabilization reserve fund, and that we get a report back in January. Colleagues, I know that this is a priority for all of us. This is a focus point for our community, and we will probably deal with my next motion after this, but I see many tools in the kit that we have to use in order to make sure that people are housed. And I guess I would ask Mr. Sweeney if he would just remind us what being a housing first community is, because I think sometimes people take that on face value, and the reality is we do have people who need shelters. We do have people living rough, and I think this plan is so important because of that.
Yes, thank you, Chair Redmond, and through you, Chair Harris. So a housing first community is a community that prioritizes the finding of people who are experiencing homelessness, a roof over their head, and the supports that they need. Waterloo Region was one of the first communities in the country to be housing first community since 2007. The plan to end chronic homelessness and the overall housing and homelessness budget of 2024 is indeed a housing first document and housing first plan. But it also recognizes, like is recognized in every other community that is a housing first community, that when you have people living outside, when you have the supply of people entering into homelessness and need immediate acute support, that fire is real, that you also have to direct some of those resources towards supporting those people who are living outside while also building out. For some math, again, the increased requests that are in the overall 2024 budget include the $11 million plan to end chronic homelessness. The largest line item in that budget is for portable rent supplements, which is the key pillar of any housing first strategy in communities around the world, and an amount that is 9 or 10 times higher than that to build affordable units. So thank you very much.
So thank you, Chair Harris. And I guess if I could just finish off my introductory comments, we know that when the full plan comes back, it'll be a much higher number, or at least that's my assumption. And that will be the time that we can go to our partners and say, we have done the journeyman work to put a plan together that we think will be successful, recognizing there'll be ongoing need, and we will then petition the federal and provincial government to say they need to step up and help us create the kind of supports that we know our community needs.
Okay. Thank you, Chair Redmond. Councillor Hunick.
Thank you, Chair Harris. I'm not sure if my question is for Chair Redmond, Mr. Sweeney, or Commissioner Dyer, and I apologize for that. I'm just wondering, so this motion is directly related to the plan to end homelessness. So provided that it's passed, this will reduce the plan to end homelessness envelope. Is that correct?
Mr. Sweeney.
Yes, that's correct. So what we put forward, what's in your existing plan and budget is the 2024 initial budget ask for the plan to end chronic homelessness prior to us delivering, to Chair Redmond's point, the full plan in April. The total amount of that is $14.2 million, with 11.1 of that coming from the levy. So this would mean that that initial budget allocation would go from 14.2 to 10.2, and by the end of January, staff would come back and provide council an update of how we would reprioritize everything that's in the current budget ask.
Okay, so if
Does that answer your question?
I think so.
Okay.
So just to follow, if I do my math correctly, that's a reduction of $2 million, correct?
No, it's a reduction of the original total budget allocation, because the original budget allocation of 14.2 included some resources from the tax stabilization reserve and the levy.
Okay.
And so the overall impact is a reduction of, so if you think of that budget that we presented that included the plan to end chronic homelessness and the fee for service allocations, the total outlay was 14.2 million. This would now make that 10.2 million.
Okay, so, okay.
Craig, did I get that right? Thank you.
Councillor Shantz.
Thanks.
Thank you. We've made a commitment, a strong commitment to deal with homelessness, and so I think this is a really important initiative. And I said earlier today that I've got some concerns with financing a plan that isn't really finalized yet. So I appreciate the motion from Chair Redmond, and I will support it and look forward to hearing the rest of the plan. I mean, I read this week that Moncton, New Brunswick had some initiatives going on. Vancouver, it's not just us, it's across the country. And so, as much as we can deal with it, we do need help from other levels of government. And, that just played out in Toronto. And so I think it's really important that we look to the other levels of government to step up and help us in this. So I will support the motion.
Okay.
And I look forward to the year coming up.
Councillor Salonen.
Thank you. I do just want to state again that the Canadian government definition of housing first is rapidly moving from streets or emergency shelters to stable long-term housing with supports. But I do, of course, appreciate and recognize that we need to help house our individuals who are currently unhoused or in precariously housed situations. That has always been where I've been coming from. It's just I have a different view of how we should do that. Having said that, I appreciate that this year that doesn't seem to be the appetite around the table to structurally change how we support those unhoused. I would ask for an amendment to Chair Redmond's motion that would show that we're focused on not only helping the immediate emergent problem, but also that we're looking to be providing supports that prevent those from becoming unhoused. And that would be through the means of setting aside out of this funding $100,000 of this budget item be used as a one-time fund for the Children Witness Center in the context that children who are victims and do not receive supports from victim services are 26 times more likely to be unhoused in the future. So I would ask that in this funding parcel, we would look at providing that funding. That is funding to youth in our community on a wait list that would support 100 youth in our community for a year to get the support, victim support services that they need, and it will reduce their likelihood of being unhoused in the future.
Okay, Councillor Sallins moved a motion. We will need to get you to get that over to us so we can put that up, but would there be a seconder for that motion, or do you want us to? Yeah, let's get it up and then we'll, oh, Councillor Liggett seconded it. So give us a few minutes, folks. We're going to get this put up. And, you know, if there are questions now on the amendment. So, Councillor Salonen, a bit of a discussion up here. So, this is, you know, approving somewhat the funding envelope, whereby staff will be coming back in January on the specifics of that funding envelope. Is this something you would want to consider bringing forward at that time? Because we're not getting somewhat prescriptive in terms of the allocation of those specific funds. That'll be staff's job to go back now with this envelope and report to us by January 1st, 31st.
Sure, if they're reporting back with how it's used, fine.
Is that something you'd consider doing? Okay, great. I think that's excellent. Okay, so we are going to withdraw that amendment. And Councillor Erb.
Thank you, Chair. I'm happy to second it and support this. I think we're starting with a significant down payment on the plan to end chronic homelessness. This is an important step. From 21, I think we spent $2 million, and this year it's going to be over $30 million. So we put an unprecedented amount into to homelessness over the last 3 or 4 years. And I just warned, and I think this gives us an opportunity with not funding it as originally requested to do some more significant lobbying to the provincial and federal governments to say, look, we can't do all of this on our own. We need your help. But I do want to warn council that when this comes back with the final budget number, we're going to be looking at some significant dollars, and we're going to have to figure out how we're going to do it. And so we can't keep putting it off and keep putting it off, that there is going to be, as many have said, another sticker shock.
Okay, Councillor James.
Thank you, through you, Chair Harris. I thank you, Chair Redmond, for putting forward this amendment. You know, I think we have no choice but to invest and commit in addressing homelessness in this region. And thinking back to Commissioner Sweeney and his early remarks about just taking a risk and taking a chance and I am cautious, but I also believe that we have to do something. And as we've just displayed with many decisions today, we've had to take a look at just how much we're investing. So there's a slight reduction over time here. But I am conscious of what Councillor Erb is saying, that there is a big sticker shock that will come potentially. And I think we need to drill down on how important it is for the province and the feds to help us with this, because we cannot do this alone. And to be frank, we should never be doing this alone and addressing this crisis. So I'm happy to support this motion as it stands currently. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Wolf, and then I imagine, yeah.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I strongly support this motion, and again, thank Chair Redmond for reducing the cost for this tight budget year. I'm looking forward to all the groups in fee-for-service, including Porchlight from Cambridge, that will find funding, and the fact that this also includes, in principle, funding for a women's shelter in Cambridge, something that we desperately need. I'm also looking forward to seeing the plan, and as everyone at this table knows, homelessness, supportive housing, affordable housing are our number one needs at the moment in the region, and I'm very proud of staff for the work they're doing day in and day out with this population. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Hunick.
Thank you, Chair. I'm in support of this motion as well, specifically because it opens a window for the provincial government or the federal government to step in and help us with the remaining amount.
So I am hearing lots of support verbally, and in that case, I think without any additional speakers, we're going to show that support through e-scribe. Thank you. Yeah, Councillor Liggett, and so Barry's a yes. Councillor Liggett? Yes.
I did vote. I guess I didn't hit submit, sorry.
Okay, all right, and that is carried, everyone. 8.9, we have received a notice of motion from Regional Chair Redmond that was listed on today's agenda. In reviewing the motion, it appears that its content may not directly address budgetary matters. To ensure comprehensive discussion, we're proposing consideration of this item for the upcoming Community and Health Services Committee meeting scheduled for January the 16th. Are you good with that, Chair Redmond?
I am, but with the chair's indulgence, I would just like to note that we have our former colleague Helen Jowett in the audience, as well as Phil Mills from Habitat for Humanity. And I think this motion, I'm happy to have it referred and have a vigorous discussion, but I would tell you there was so much momentum when this was announced, and I look forward to seeing that 10,000 houses built. It's a rare opportunity when we have developers at the table, we have the nonprofit, and I'm very excited about this, and I'm happy to see it go forward. So thank you for your patience. Can we just all vote in favor in principle?
Yep, okay, let's put it up on eScribe and we can deal with this matter right now. There is no impact to the actual budget, so we do need a seconder for this motion, moved by Councillor McCabe. Moved by Councillor McCabe. Let's go to eScribe and get this done, because I know, question for, sorry, we'll put that down for a sec, but Councillor Verbanovic, question?
Sorry. Yeah, I'm just wondering, Chair Redmond, you're referencing that regional staff bring back a joint action plan. What exactly is that speaking to? Like a joint action plan?
The joint action plan will be between the region, the 7 area municipalities, as well as Build Now.
Okay. has there been any conversation with the area municipalities around that time frame and the timeline? Like, I know our CAOs have been meeting, but I haven't had any update, so.
Well, I would suggest if it's, if the council is amenable to it, let's support this in principle. It doesn't have a budget implication, and we will have a fuller discussion for concerns like that at the committee on January 27th.
Okay.
Councillor Liggett?
Sorry, I see where Councillor Verbanovich is going, and I'm also concerned when I read this motion, it talks about municipalities being a partner. There has been no discussion with my staff, as far as I know, about this motion, or with myself about this motion. And we've been talking about, I know Councillor Verbanovich keeps talking about scope creep. And I don't want us to be put into a position where we have to do this because this motion is here. We need to have a proper discussion. We fully support the organization. We were the first out of the gate on this. So and I'm not going to withdraw that. But even in principle, I think it says that we go along with this without having that discussion internally first. So even in principle, I'm not going to support this because I don't think this should have been brought forward without discussion.
Councillor Foxton.
Oh my God.
I had my hand up before we even started this motion, so ignore that. I'll take it down. And could I speak after the motion's done, please?
Okay. Councillor Salonen.
I'm just asking for clarification. So if we're voting on it now in principle, it is still coming back to committee then for further in-depth discussion? That's, yes? Okay, I just wanted to make sure that I knew what I was voting on.
Councillor McCabe.
Thank you. I just wanted to correct the record a little bit to say in support of Chair Redmond that, our CAOs have been in regular discussions with people from Build Now, and including Mr. Mills and I think Ms. Jowett. I've asked for regular updates from my CAO to find out, what point they're at, what the discussions, how the discussions are going, and things of that nature, as I do with a variety of issues. So I feel quite well informed about the process and the progress and where we're at with it. So I just wanted to put that on the record that I think the project and what's been put forward is really ambitious, and I really like that. And I think it's been very collaborative, and I like that as well, because I think, as we've all said many times, we're only going to solve this by an all-of-community approach and by all coming to the table, willing to work in goodwill and in some cases take a bit of risk. So again, fully support this motion, whether it's in principle or otherwise. And again, as I said, feel that our CAO has certainly kept us very well informed of what's the process and what's happening.
Councillor Verbanovich.
Thank you very much. And just to be absolutely clear, I've been supportive of this initiative from day one as well, and continue to be supportive of the objectives that are being sought out here. I think, and in no way have I suggested that I haven't been informed by my CAO. I have been, but I haven't had an update recently. What I will say, however, is that this is Chair Redmond has put this on the all-council agenda for this Friday. And I think out of respect for all of our colleagues that are elected throughout this region, it would be a little premature for us to, and I think you were heading in the right direction originally, Chair Harris, for us to be passing a motion today on this, even in principle, if the whole point of putting it on the agenda was to engage in a presentation and dialogue with our area municipal colleagues. And so I really think it would be best suited if we dealt with it at the January meeting, and that there's and that's coordinated with the area municipalities, because I will say that I think between the region and the area municipalities. This is a partnership, then we need to handle it as a partnership and not as, the municipalities here simply being here to sort of serve the region. We're here to work together collaboratively on these issues.
So I don't know if I'm hearing, is that a request for a deferral, or are we just gonna? Okay, so Councillor Foxon, you're up next anyway, so.
I'm going to request a deferral, please.
So do we need a seconder for that?
Doug's seconding.
Seconded by Councillor Craig. I guess we go right to a vote on this, do we? To defer to January 16th standing committee? Okay. The deferral is defeated, so Mr. Deutschman?
Thank you, Chair Harris. I just wanted to point out that the motion itself speaks to collaboration at all levels of government. And so what Councillor Verbanovich is asking for is exactly what this motion is speaking to, the continuation of those discussions. And to be frank, I mean, we've been hearing about this project for such a long period of time, and it is an urgent matter. I'm surprised we haven't found land yet to get this project going already. I mean, I'm shocked by that we haven't gotten to that point. So we've got to get moving on this. This is a housing crisis. This motion is about as collaborative as one could get, and respectful of all levels. This is not the region imposing anything on the area municipalities. The area municipalities are fully supportive, and it's talking about let's get moving, let's get doing something. And that's all we're affirming tonight by this motion. So let's get on with it. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Foxon? Okay, so I think we've had some discussion, and we're going to go to a vote on this. So let's pull up eScribe on the main motion. Yep. Moved by Chair Redmond, adding in principle, seconded by Councillor McCabe. Now we can vote. We're voting on the main motion, yep, with in principle being included. Councillor Liggett?
I voted.
Absent. Oh, she's in, and that's carried. Everyone, thank you. Okay. Yeah, let's do, we're gonna, Councillor Foxton.
Just 30 seconds for council to be aware. We started at, what, 7.6 or 7.8? No. I want you to know that that 7.6 or 7.8, whatever it was, the townships are a lot higher than that because of the other things that are weighted in us. So the township of North Dumfries, when you're at 7.6 or 8 or whatever it is, we are at 9.85. And we're one of, I believe the other township members are as high, if not higher. Just wanted to make you aware of that. So with the add-ins that we've had.
Well, we were going to go to a quick commercial with Mr. Dyer here. He was breaking news. He wanted to update folks, with where we're at as of right now. So over to Mr. Dyer.
Yep. So with the most recent changes, the overall average position is currently sitting at 6.91%. So it's
we're going in the right direction, colleagues. Okay, 8.10. We've received a notice of motion from Councillor McCabe that was listed on today's agenda. We will need a seconder. Do we have a seconder for Councillor McCabe's waste diversion strategy? Councillor Hunick, over to you, Councillor McCabe.
Thank you, through you, Chair. I think this is pretty self-explanatory, but I'll just say briefly that I know it's there is a small budget, very small budget impact. However, the point of this is to actually save money in an upstream proactive way, going forward, looking ahead. That's why, even though, as we've said repeatedly today, we're in a tough budget year, but why I decided to move forward with this is because it will ultimately save money in our waste diversion stream for years to come. It also will save it will also save the need to look for our new landfill and add years to the life of the landfill, which of course will save millions of dollars over the coming years. So I'll just say that piece and hope that we can look for your support.
Chair Redmond.
Thank you, Chair Harris. I think that the intent of this motion is laudable. I do think, though, that I do not have a handle on what's happening in the community, and I know that at the region of Waterloo, we do great with diversion, we do great with green bins. We're in the process of looking how our blue bins and green bins will go on a go-forward basis. There is a cost attached to this, and I can't support it at this juncture because this is such a tight budget year, and I understand I'm all for keeping our landfill as long as we can. But I guess if I could, through you to Jennifer, the cost for this year would be $176,000 and be $235,000 annualized. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So I won't be supporting this, but I would love to know what else is happening in the community that we might partner with people, but I don't think that it's something that we need to take on in this juncture.
Okay.
Are you looking for Commissioner Rose to respond to that? Or, I thought you were asking her what's sort of happening in the community. Because certainly, I mean, what I've learned from talking with Commissioner Rose is that there are potentially some places in the community, including grocery stores and. Oh, but I thought that was a question you were asking, like me as the mover of this. I thought she was asking me a question as the mover of the motion.
No, good intentions. I know. I hear I knew where you were coming, and that's yes. But maybe I'll go to the rest of the speakers, and we can come back, and I'll get to you. Sorry, Councillor McCabe. So, Councillor James.
Yeah, thank you through you, Chair Harris. Thanks for putting this motion forward, Councillor McCabe. You know, as I learn a lot about the climate and the needs that we have to ensure, I'm conscious of a couple things, which alludes me to kind of not lean towards supporting this at this point in time. I am aware that we have a waste management master plan that's coming up where they will be reviewing or incorporating waste divergence in that. I'm also conscious of the need to engage with community as well, because there are organizations who are doing waste divergence, but looking at how can we potentially partner more with them. I think there's some unknowns here that needs more exploration that will come through. And in learning more and speaking about this motion, there are some things in terms of resources. We will not be having our blue bin program in a little bit, and potentially we can look at allocations for staffing there instead of creating more. Like, I just think there's too many variables right now, but I do get the intent, absolutely, because it does align with our strategic plan. So I will not be supporting this, Councillor McCabe, but I do get it, and I know that this will be something that will come up within the next little bit, should it not be approved. Thank you.
Councillor Schatz.
Thank you. Similar to the last two speakers, I'm not going to support it at this point either. We have a lot of thrift stores. We have places to drop off electronics. There's a lot of private enterprise that handles this kind of thing. So my suggestion would be that we work to encourage people to use those places. Yeah, I'll just leave it at that.
Councillor Williams.
I just wanted to assure Councillor McCabe that there are some really great programs through some of the community centers. Like, I know the one near me, you can actually bring in things such as chip bags and stuff that you normally would have to throw in the garbage. So I think that we should maybe look into those and see how we can kind of partner with them as well.
Councillor Liggett.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm concerned not supporting this motion because the way I'm looking at this, sorry, hang on. Okay, there's my video. I don't know that our staff at the dump are giving the public. Mr. Chair?
Yes, I was just conversing with Mr. Dyer here, but repeat that question, Councillor Liggett.
I don't know that our staff are sharing places for people to go to take their waste material. Like I had said, and it was added into the motion about construction waste, there are places where people can take chunks of concrete, curbs, that sort of thing, where they can get rid of it without paying our dumping fees. And this is reutilized. And I know that's not happening. It's being dumped at the and this is something that isn't biodegradable. And I have grave concerns about this. And this is also material that we're seeing at the side of the road in our community. I'd like to see our staff at the landfill provide everybody leaving or coming in with some sort of a paper that tells them where they can take all of this different waste so they don't have to pay for it at the dump.
Okay. That was more of a comment, I guess. So
yes.
I will call the question now, folks, and I don't see any other speakers, so I'd ask the motion to be put up, and we'll go over to eScribe, and we'll vote on this. Okay, it's defeated. Thank you, folks. 8.12, Councillor Urbanovic. Funding, 811. Notice a motion from Councillor Urbanovic that was listed on today's agenda. We will need a seconder for the motion, Councillor Urbanovic, seconded by Councillor Foxton. Councillor Urbanovic.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And this is an issue that came before us a number of weeks ago, and we said we'd be raising it here. It has to do with a better tent city, which we know is an alternative housing option that's available to residents in Waterloo region. And that except for a $150,000 contribution early on with its setup, unlike our other shelters or the Herb Street alternative housing option, it does not receive any ongoing funding from the region, but rather is funded by a nonprofit charitable organization in our community, and was the initial housing option of this type in Waterloo region that others across Canada have modeled similar setups, and which we have modeled our Herb Street setup upon. We know that this organization has not been able to access funding on at least a couple other occasions by the region, despite delivering services at considerably less cost on a per resident basis than we've been able to. When we look at it in the context of their recent application, and that application has been previously shared with us, and look at it against the criteria, it certainly looks to meet all of the criteria that have been identified. And we've heard on a number of occasions that it's not sustainable for this group to continue doing it without any support. And recognizing that a Better Tent City currently provides homes to over 50 residents at its current location, where residents do get shelter, some wraparound services, and other life-affirming services. And where we know our shelter system cannot accommodate these individuals if it were to close. And where our own staff have said that the likely outcome for residents if it did close would be homelessness if it ceased to operate. I'm moving that the region of Waterloo, on a non-prejudicial basis, provide $236,390 in annual funding to a Better Tent City as a regional contribution towards the housing services being provided to regional residents. And the only amendment that I'm going to make to this is that this funding be in place and for 2 years, with it coming back to regional council at that time. And obviously we would review it at that point in time. That would give us the opportunity to continue to work with them, as we are with the other shelter providers, to more permanent housing solutions for individuals, which we know is ultimately the right answer for everyone. And our plan for solving homelessness will hopefully take us in that right direction, but will ensure that these individuals who are from throughout Waterloo region would continue to have a place to call home in the meantime.
Councillor Deutschman.
Thank you, Chair Harris. I support the motion brought by Councillor Urbanovic. Better Tent City is doing basically, with this motion at this funding level, about a tenth of the cost of what we spend to manage, to operate our facility on Herbsville, in Herbsville. Plus, another $3 million to construct. So, we're getting a really good deal here. Also, too, I appreciate the issue about the issue of transitioning, and I know that's come up a few times. And I think that given our current market with respect to homes and housing, that in the new year, I'll be pushing for a review of this criteria, as I've brought up before, to see whether all those elements really meet what this council feels should be met. Because transition is it's almost like a noble goal in some sense. Transitioning, we'd all love to have people transition, but it's transition to where? Eventually there's a ceiling and a bubble or a ceiling where everyone's crashing against, trying to find space, and it's not that easy. And yet our chronic homelessness population increases rapidly. And so whether, we're going to say we can't fund something because they're not providing, if they shut down, there's another 50 to 60 people that we have to find space for and to assist. And what's the cost of doing that? People like Nadine Green and Father Toby and Jeff Wilmer and that whole gang of people are volunteers doing a noble thing in our community. And this is a very small investment to make. I appreciate, staff was basing it on the criteria that we established at the time, so there's no criticism of that at all. If we want to change the criteria or have things looked at differently, that's up to council to make that sort of decision as we take a look at that going forward. But I think this is very important. We need to do this. We need to keep them operating and functioning, and it's a benefit to our community and to the chronic homelessness population. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Councillor. I just want to remind our colleagues that we obviously have had extensive discussion and debate on this very particular matter. So just wanted to, I know we just talked about recycling a minute ago, but, I just wanted to throw that out there. So, Councillor Erb. Councillor Erb.
Thank you for the introduction not to speak. No one argues the benefit that a better tent city has created for some of the most vulnerable in our community. However, I want to remind council that a year ago we set up this process so that we would create some equity in the system, that people who were applying for funding, particularly on the fee for service to end homelessness, would be all treated with the same criteria. And when the representatives from A Better Tent City were here a while ago, in 3 years, they've housed 6 people. The Cambridge Shelter Corporation has had a fabulous record in housing people. House of Friendship on Weber Street has housed 21 people since they've been opened in 7 months, and we've done the same thing at Herbs Road. And so if we're seeing A Better Tent City as a permanent place for people, well then maybe we do fund it. But if we're looking at moving them into permanent housing, I don't think it's meeting the criteria that we asked them to meet. And I feel I was very disappointed in Councillor Urbanovic's motion to say that their application appears to indicate that the evaluation criteria have been met. And I don't think that's a fair comment to our staff. To me, it suggests that staff did not look at this application fairly in comparison to the others. And I wish that was removed from the statement or from the notice of motion. I just don't think that's a fair statement at all. And I know it was quite upsetting and hurtful to staff to think that they wouldn't be following the criteria and treating all the organizations equitably. So I'm not going to say any more, but to me, they did not meet the criteria. And if we're looking at funding them to be equitable to the other organizations, I just don't think they meet that expectation.
Councillor McCabe.
Thank you, through you, Chair Harris, and thanks for your remarks, Councillor Erb. This is I found this one particularly challenging to consider because, like I think Councillor Deutschman said, they're doing some good work, and however, part of what I'm concerned about with the requests that we got and then the motion today is that it feels to me like it's politicizing homelessness, and I really struggle with that because I don't think that's the way we should be dealing with issues like this, and I think that's really challenging for us around the council table to have to speak to it when because it's such a challenging issue. And I am concerned too about the accuracy of the whereas that Councillor Erb pointed out, that about the statement that staff that it doesn't it's been a long day, I'm not being very articulate, that the criteria that was established in the Housing First application and that staff indicated that the Better Tent City did not meet the criteria. So I think that's not accurate, and I think that as Councillor Erb said, that is really not appropriate to put into a motion as a reflection of our staff team. I also certainly understand that if a Better Tent City closed, there would be people, they would add to the population. However, on a week by week or 5-day rolling average, there are shelter beds not being used. At least on average 35 every night not being used. So there is capacity in the system for people to come in out of the cold. Yes, there are 50 people or maybe more at a Better Tent City, but there are shelter beds available, and some of them, for their own reasons, actually choose not to go to the traditional shelter system. So that's something that we have to keep in mind as well. And finally, one of the reasons that I'm not going to be supporting this motion is because we've just put over $10 million into what's already a very significant amount of money that we contribute to a plan to end homelessness and the housing and homelessness services that we already fund as a region. And so I think we should be focused on the plan to end homelessness that we just supported, and support staff and support our community partners with the implementation of that plan, and which will ultimately, as the goal is stated, end homelessness and help the people who are the most vulnerable in our community. I think that's where we need to put our efforts.
Thank you, Councillor McCabe. That was well said. Councillor Foxon.
Hello, Chair. How are you doing?
I'm good.
One question is Councillor Bovanovic said that he wanted for 2 years. How much would that be?
Say that. Sorry.
How much was the cost for 2 years?
Well, $524,000. Times 2 here.
This motion, the way I read it, would be an annual funding.
Okay, all right. Annual funding, okay. So I hear a lot of what people are saying, and sure, they didn't make a list, and we got a plan to fight homelessness. But I don't understand how, if we're fighting homeless, why we would allow something to create more homeless, go under so it creates more homeless. To me, that's contradictory to what we plan to do. This program runs in parallel with what we have. And any community group that comes up with a good idea to deal with homelessness, we gotta back them. I mean, I don't even think it's a question, because they alleviate the pressure on us. Because they become a partner, whether we chose them or they chose us, doesn't matter. They're doing a job that we want to work. I'm proud of them. I'm proud that they're doing. I'm going to back this. I just wanted to know how much. Thank you.
236,390 is in his motion. So
236,390, Mr. Chair, is the motion, and I've said it would be reviewed in 2 years' time.
Where does that say that?
I added those words at the end. I said, and today I'm adding the words that it be reviewed in 2 years' time. Seems several members of council heard me say that.
Chair, do we need a mover for that amendment? I'll move that.
Just a second. We're just clarifying if our clerk staff heard it, which we didn't. So it was seconded by who seconded the motion? Councillor Craig did. So Councillor Foxon seconded it. Okay.
Yeah, I'm cool with everything, yeah. Especially if it's a separate way. I think we should all do calisthenics for a few minutes to wake us all up. Don't you think? All of the above.
Yeah. Councilor Benovic, I think to add perfect clarity to this motion, you would maybe want to revisit delete in annual funding and just provide 236,390 for 24 and 25. So it's definitive to be reviewed then in 25. Because, if you do a review,
for
right
26,
now this states it's annual funding, that's period, that's firm.
To be reviewed in 20, I mean, we
That's
do.
black and
We
white.
put that wording in place for many other things, but if that's going to give you comfort, Mr. Chair, my job is to help ease your role today, so I'll be happily go with that wording.
And you accept that, Councillor Foxton?
Accept everything, yeah.
Okay, I think clerk staff hopefully caught that discussion at least. And we will carry on with questions. And I think I was at, is it Councillor Craig?
Yes.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. And I just want to make a couple of comments. First of all of us sitting around this table, council table, are politicians. Everything we deal with is political. And I think we have to come to terms with that right off the top. I've been out to the Better Tent City a couple of times. And I'm quite impressed by the fact that it's a ground-up operation that came from nowhere and put something together. So the criticism is that there's only been a transition of 6 individuals over 2 years. You compare that to Bridges or wherever else you want, you can say, oh, it's not very good. But I think you also have to look at the population out there. And I think the population is very demanding, very challenging. And I think that's part of the reason. Now, the staff made a recommendation. We shouldn't overturn staff recommendation, but that's exactly why we're elected. We're elected in that gray area to make decisions that may at times be contrary to staff recommendations. I mean, we do that all the time. So I'm going to support this. And I look back at my own career, which is going back a few years, as a teacher dealing with children who were profoundly handicapped and challenged. And I see, how people struggle and how people need help. And Better Tent City really is part of my background in a sense of what I understand and what I think the needs are. And I think we have to look at that. As far as coming back to staff again, I mean, they're a tough group. They really are. They wouldn't be here. And they can handle any criticism from us in a constructive way, and they can deal with these kinds of issues. Mr. Chair, I just want to say that I'll be supporting this motion. I'm glad Mayor Bogdanovic has brought this to the table. And again, I come back to the fact it's something extraordinary that's come out of nowhere and is actually helping people. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, we got quite a list. I don't know if we want to go down that. If I'm opposed to this, I'll speak to it, but we'll go to Councillor James.
Yeah, thank you, through you, Chair Harris. I don't know where I stand on this yet, but I do have a question for Councillor Banovic. Just with his original motion, I just want you to explain the portion where it says, therefore be it resolved that the region of Waterloo on a non-prejudicial basis. What did you mean by that statement?
I put in that wording because I recognize that we process those other applications through the staff process, and recognizing that this is now being made as a political decision and a non-prejudicial basis, so that it's also not setting deemed to set a precedent.
Okay, so I recognize that a Better Tent City, they filled in or stepped in at a time when clearly there's a crisis and a growing one happening. I am conscious of the accountability piece with this. If we now fund them, and what does that look like? And I don't know if Mr. Sweeney, there's some sort of mechanism that has to be introduced. And I see this as something separate than the plan to end chronic homelessness then, because it's not part of that 10.2 that we just approved. So what would that look like? Is this something that could come back to us because it is now separate from what we have approved for our plan.
Through you, Chair. Thank you, Councillor James. From staff's perspective, this would effectively be a now a 2-year grant to a better tent city, and that would be what it is. It would not require or have any process involved in that or accountability through our role as a service system manager. This would be a community grant to an organization in the community doing this kind of work.
Okay, thank you. So I think with that clarification, I would like this in here as a grant for 2 years. Some of the language, I don't think that's in there. And I don't know if that's creating another challenge elsewhere, but I think it needs to be recognized that, yes, they are addressing homelessness. It may not be determined as transitional yet. I'm not even sure about that, but knowing that this would be a 2-year grant for them. And thank you, Councillor Urbanovic, for adding in some parameters there. For now, I could support that. So just, I don't know if it's possible for clerks to put in there the grant. I don't think there's any friendly at budget.
We don't have friendly amendments, but as the mover, I will add the word grant in an unfriendly way.
I think as the mover, we can accept that. We're trying to keep the things moving, so if the seconder agrees with that. Normally, we don't like friendly amendments, but today we're going to be friendly. Not tonight. Not tonight. Okay. Councillor Hunick.
Through the chair, Councillor Urbanovic, I agree with the justification stated in this motion. However, where I'm getting stuck is that earlier today, the food bank of Waterloo came to us and wanted to double the funding, and we modified that for 1 year. So I'm wondering why this particular motion or grant is for 2 years instead of 1, and might that be another friendly amendment?
See what you started here?
Yeah, I'll happily answer that question. Councillor Hunick, I think we all know as we look at the work that's going to come forward in terms of a plan to eliminate chronic homelessness, that building additional shelters can't happen overnight. It's going to take some time for that to happen, and that's why I used 2 years. That's even probably pushing it a little bit to see it all happen within that time frame, but we can review it at that time.
As a follow-up to that, in line with what Councillor James stated around accountability, I would really like to see if the region does grant this funding, that there be some form of communication accountability between the region and a better tent city. I don't know how we establish that tonight, but that would be my suggestion, recommendation, issue with the motion on the table.
Well, are you going to, first of all, on the duration piece, are you going to propose an amendment?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, that would be great.
So Councillor Hunick's proposed an amendment of 1 year. Is there a seconder for that?
Knowing that we can review it in
Councillor
time.
Williams? I guess, do we want to build upon that amendment to elaborate on your second piece just while we're dealing with it all?
Yes, proposing some level of communication accountability for the funding received. Clerks can help me, or Peter can help me, or...
Mr. Sweeney, would there be any recommendation on the fly here for this, or? I mean, this is in essence a grant. It's giving a check, right? So.
Yeah, if we're looking to put sort of parameters and accountabilities on this, I would prefer not to try to do that here in the moment. Again, this organization came through a funding envelope that was evaluated against criteria that this council approved and directed us to. They did not meet that criteria, and therefore they did not meet that funding envelope. That is not to say that a better tent city does not fill a need and does not fill a gap. This was really about meeting or not meeting criteria of a specific funding envelope. So this would just be a one, and unless otherwise directed, we're in your hands. It's a grant. It's a discretionary grant, and we would treat it as such. If there were parameters, I'd prefer to come back and talk to staff about what that might look like. Does that help?
Yeah, I'm fine to leave it as a grant for 1 year, not for 2 and not in perpetuity.
Would there be then something about, to staff to report back on something, or is it, yeah. Okay, so we'd be limited to the 1 year amendment here. We've moved, seconded by Councillor Williams, so now we discuss the 1 year aspect, unless we want to just go right to a vote on that. Okay, I think it's agreement. We'll go to a vote, so pull up e-scribe, folks. Okay, and that is defeated. So we're back to the original motion. And I don't know if we want to go right to a vote on that, folks. If there's more discussion that's required, sorry. I guess I've got Councillor Williams.
Oh, yeah, through you, Chair. Mine was just kind of a suggestion of kind of wording it as an exceptional funding grant with the potential for a review after, with the potential for a second year of funding pending a review, which I think is basically what we're now trying to say instead of the 1 year. Or it would be like, that would just be my suggestion. So that it's kind of 2 years, but like not potentially 2 years. Maybe that would make people more comfortable, or it might confuse people. I'm not sure.
Yeah. The motion here is in front of us is for 2 years, and that it was further somewhat amended by the Councillor Verbanovic that it would be up for renewal in 2 years. It wouldn't be automatically renewed. It would be up for, yeah. So, Councillor Wolf.
Through you, Mr. Chair. First of all, I'd like to say that I was bringing a motion for the Cambridge shelter for $90,000, and they met with staff, and they said they had a good talk with staff, and they realized that they hadn't met the criteria, and they didn't want me to bring the motion because they felt that that was what was fair. They hadn't met the criteria, so they didn't. And we know from our figures that the Cambridge shelter has the best track record for housing people, and their philosophy is that people should not be homeless. They should be housed, and they do that as quickly as possible. And they do have the same kinds of people that come to the Cambridge shelter as other shelters. Now, saying that, this funding is for 3 staff. And I really do appreciate Jeff Wilmer and the other staff there who are getting burnt out because they're volunteers. And because it was staffed similar to the Cambridge one, that's why they didn't meet the criteria. So I would be tempted to vote against it, but I will vote for it because I think it's important that these volunteers have been doing this for a few years now, and it makes sense to have some paid staff to help them and keep going. But I would like us to, when we are funding places, for instance, the Cambridge shelter gets the least amount of money of all the shelters in the region, even though it has the best track record. So I think we should be looking at funding based on what they're providing. Anyway, so that's all I'll say. I will support the motion.
Councillor Shantz.
My points have all been made. I'll Say
Okay.
I support the motion.
Chair Redmond.
Thank you, Chair Harris. It has been raised, but I'm going to respectfully request that the mover and seconder take out the clause, whereas review of their application appears to indicate the evaluation criteria have been met, because I don't believe that is factual. And I also looked at the list of other people who did not receive their funding, and they all do really good work. So it was not in any way, I think, an indictment or a devaluation of the kind of work that a Better Tent City does. Neither was it of Aqua or Sanguine or any of the other people that did not meet the criteria. So I would respectfully request that that clause be removed from this motion.
Okay, there's an amendment on that. So we can have a discussion or we can go right to a vote on that. Vote, let's go to a vote, please. So we're removing the second paragraph or the third paragraph? The third paragraph only? Okay, third paragraph only. Okay. Councillor Liggett? Okay, we're good. And it carried. Okay, colleagues. Speakers list would be up in a minute here. Is there anyone else who would like to speak to this? Councillor Liggett? Go ahead, Councillor Liggett.
I'm not going to support this motion, and I'll tell you why. I think it's good that we have criteria and that we follow that criteria. If we're all going to be honest about it, Better Tent City hasn't been without problems in their time. There's no oversight with this type of a grant. And we've got it set up that when this money is given for housing the homeless, that we do have some sort of an oversight. And I think that's a great reason for the criteria. Other service providers will want to be given that same consideration going forward if we don't follow the criteria that we have. And I think that as Councillor Wolf had stated, Bridges removed their ask because they realized they hadn't followed the criteria. So does that mean that they should come back and be asking for some money? That doesn't mean that I don't support people that are living in, well, let's call them garden sheds because that's what they are. But I don't think that that's a good place for people to be living. And I recognize that people may be out on the street, but they have an option. We have 30 beds every single night that are open to people. We also have motel rooms. So all of those people could be housed should they decide to take us up on it. And those are the reasons why I won't be supporting this motion.
Okay. Colleagues, Councilor McCabe?
I have a question of staff. Thanks.
Sure.
I'm wondering if you could share, through you, Chair, if you could share how many organizations did not meet the criteria? How many applications were denied?
I'm looking to staff. I believe it was 6. 6 or 7.
I have it right here.
Oh. Thank you.
I'm sorry, I don't have the.
That's okay.
thing.
That's.
There were 7 that did not meet the criteria, and then Marillac Place and the Y were, because they wanted some capital funding, there's going to be more work done with staff.
Right. Okay, thank you for that. And I just, again, support, I mean, like I said before, this is really challenging, but this is why I'm concerned about I feel like, there's 6 or 7 organizations that did not meet the criteria, and as Councillor Wolf said, they talked to staff, realized that they didn't, but they chose not to come and advocate in front of council and, I guess take that route. And that's what I mean by the politicization of this. And the politicization of homelessness. And I know that we're all politicians, but I do really worry, and I am very concerned that, if we'd had the 7 or 8 other organizations come to us as well, we'd be debating whether or not to provide them their funding as well, right? So this does not feel like a fair process. That is I really struggle with that. This is not really, we're not treating the organizations fairly. We had criteria set that council established. Some of them met it, some of them didn't, and all but one who did not meet the criteria have chosen to continue to work with the region or continue to do their work without coming back to council. And I don't think that we're treating the work that they do, which is also very valuable, fairly. I'd just like us to think about that. If we'd had 6 or 7 or 8 other organizations come over the last 2 or 3 months with their requests for 200,000 or 300, whatever it was, we'd be also debating those tonight as well.
Okay, we're going to go back around here, so I'd like people to limit those comments. Everyone's going to have had a chance already once, so Councillor Urbaniak.
Just looking to make some closing comments, so if you can come to me last, please, as the mover.
Councillor Huonick.
Commissioner Sweeney, in line with what Councillor McCabe has said, I want to ask the question, if all 7 or 8 who didn't meet the criteria came back and asked us for funding and we granted them all fairly, how much money would that be?
Councillor Huonick, if my memory serves me correctly, about $2.5 million.
Yeah, I don't think that I'm prepared to submit that. And so again, as much as I love the work of a better tent city, if we're not willing to fund all, I don't know why we should fund one.
Councillor Craig.
Well, I'm a little stressed about a couple of comments here. I mean, if we accept the fact that staff follow the criteria and have made decisions, then basically what I'm hearing is people should not be allowed to approach council at all. Basically, no, that's what you're saying. And that's how I'm seeing it. The other 6 or 7 want to come, that's fine with me. They have every right to do that. But we're not sort of to give our responsibility to staff, say you make the decisions, and because you've made it, we're not going to look at it. Well, I have trouble with that argument. Thank you.
Okay, we're entering into a debate, and I want to wrap that up, so we don't really technically have final conclusion remarks, but...
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I'm just going to conclude by thanking everyone for their comments and their viewpoints on this issue. I do understand that there's a range of views, and we'll now take it to a vote, but I would urge people to keep in mind that these are 50 people that potentially will be homeless if we don't address this issue. And I don't know, I mean, unless I failed math in grade school, 50 people with 30 spots on average, I don't know how the 2 equals 1, how 1 equals the other. I don't know if I go back to Mr. Michelle or Mr. Rickard or any of my math teachers, they would kind of say 50 does not equal 30. So I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Okay, colleagues, we are going to get the final motion as somewhat amended a couple times there up on the screen. I think we have a good idea what that is, hopefully. So over to you, Scribe, please.
Can you read it, please?
Sure. No, I want, for sure, Chantal. Just, I'm going to read this, read it out when it gets up. So, Whereas a Better Tent City and alternative housing option available to residents in Waterloo Region and funded by a nonprofit charitable organization was the initial housing option for this type in Waterloo Region, and whereas this organization has been denied funding on at least 2 occasions by the region, despite delivering services at considerably less cost than the region, and whereas a Better Tent City currently provides homes to over 50 residents at its current location, where residents are offered shelter, wraparound services, and other life-affirming services, and whereas our current shelter does not have capacity to accommodate the individuals living in the community, and whereas regional staff have confirmed that the likely outcome for the residents would be homelessness if the shelter ceased to operate due to lack of a budget. Therefore, be it resolved that the Region of Waterloo, on a non-prejudicial basis, provide $236,390 in grant funding for 24 and 25 to a Better Tent City as a regional contribution towards the housing services being provided to regional residents, and that a funding to a Better Tent City be reviewed during the 2026 budget process. And that is carried, folks.
Mr. Chair, if I just may make one comment. A few minutes ago, Councillor Craig said that staff are tough and they accept the debate that goes on. I just want to remind Council that words, whether they're written or spoken, have an impact and could be hurtful. And we need to remind ourselves of that as we have the debate around the table here, not just on this issue, but other issues that come before Council. Staff can't speak back.
Thank you, Councillor Erb. Okay, so we've got 8.12, Councillor Verbanovic, funding of regional staff positions. We've received a notice of motion from Councillor Verbanovic that was listed on today's agenda. You will need a seconder. Do we have a seconder for that?
So for all intents and purposes, we've already dealt with that with the earlier motion. I know there was a little bit of difference in dollars, but I'm happy to withdraw this one.
Okay, withdrawn, understand. 8.13, reducing the capital levy. We've received the notice of motion again from Councillor Verbanovic. We will need a seconder for that motion to reduce the capital levy, seconded by Councillor Salonen. Over to you, Councillor Verbanovic.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And so today, in an effort to bring motions forward and provide notice ahead of time, I've provided notice of this motion. It is across the board, so it impacts all 10 years of our capital budget. Obviously, staff will have to go back and take a look at the specific projects and how they would make those adjustments. But I didn't want to do that, obviously, today, because I think that's work that staff can do going forward. So this would be roughly $3.5 million in our capital budget for the next 10 years. Yeah.
Just a point of clarification, is this something that's having an impact now, or I'm not sure, like now or later on?
So it would start having an impact this year in terms of the 0.5% and then carrying forward.
Okay, Mr. Dyer, take a minute.
Yes, thank you. So I'll start off with a point of clarification. Do I understand that the intent is to, because we don't have a capital levy per se, is the intent that our contributions to our capital reserves would be reduced by $3.5 million in the 2024 budget? And is it on, I guess, is the 0.5% on the full levy or just on the non-police portion of the levy?
So
I'll ask those questions.
I mean, we always do everything non-police, so I would presume I would have interpreted that to be non-police.
Okay, and so that would be approximately
3.5 million.
2.4 million.
2.4?
About 2.4 million on the non-police levy.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay. Okay. So just from a staff perspective, I think, our comments would be along the lines that, we provide funding through the annual budget to a variety of capital reserves, that those reserves in turn are used to fund our asset renewal works, as well as any non-DC eligible capital projects or capital costs that are included in our capital program. And I think our from a staff perspective, our main concern is that, we're already in a position where we're underfunded from an asset renewal perspective. Any increases that have been put in place over the last few years, I would say, have likely not kept up with capital cost inflation, which has been significantly higher than consumer price inflation. And I think, so if anything, we're probably falling behind, I think, with the work that Jennifer Rose is going to do with her team on an asset management perspective over 2024, with a report out in 2025 on an updated asset management plan that will give a much more clear indication of what the funding gap is right now. Our initial estimates at this point is that the gap right now is in the range of $10 million a year or $100 million over the 10-year capital program. So from a staff perspective, this would be very concerning for us. I think this council and previous councils have heard me say for some time that infrastructure is our most significant long-term financial risk to financial sustainability. And I think it would be a great challenge to start reducing those contributions. That being said, we're entirely in council's hands.
Councillor Hunick.
I have two questions. Councillor Vrbanovic, how did you arrive at the 0.5% reduction?
Again, Councillor Hunick, this was, as you know, we were all asked to bring suggestions forward in order to impact the budget. I know a number of us felt we had concerns around the level of the increase and the impact that it was having. The amount that was proposed was one to have some impact on the taxes, recognizing that capital budgets are funded from a variety of sources, and also recognizing exactly what Mr. Dyer just indicated. I and all of us are fully aware of the challenges I think that we're facing on capital budgets and the work that needs to be done in the fullness of time to tackle those issues. But we have a lot of pressing financial issues and a significant increase before us. And so, I think we need to keep in mind that this council approved a significant increase last year. And that, we're faced with something that, quite frankly, is not affordable to many people in our community. And so it's a suggestion. If others have better suggestions to put forward, I'm certainly open to considering them.
So, thank you. I have a follow-up question for Mr. Dyer, if that's okay. So, Mr. Dyer, if I understand correctly, if this motion passes, it will require staff to go back and prioritize various projects and take various projects off the list, or at least the short-term list. And so I'm concerned that that work will amount to the cost savings. Do you understand what I mean? And I'm wondering, how much money will this motion potentially save after all the work is done to implement it?
Through the chair, I'll try this in a couple of different ways. I think there's a couple of possible outcomes. One is, as you've indicated, the deferral or delay of certain asset management and renewal related projects. That creates some concern because it all comes down to service levels, right? And the state of good repair of those assets. And sometimes what happens is that if projects are delayed too long, then the fix becomes a lot more expensive. The other potential outcome is is the issuance of additional debt over the 10-year term as well. So to the extent that it's needed, with less money being available in those reserves, then our only other way of getting these works funded is to issue more debt. And I think, one thing that we've been successful at over the last several years is to minimize the amount of debt that gets issued for asset renewal projects. And what that does is it creates the capacity for the region to issue debt and pursue significant, what I call, transformative type projects. So it has, certainly some impact in terms of financial risk going forward, and in terms of managing our overall level of debt and reserves, which we've discussed, I think many times as part of our Moody's credit rating update. So I think that summarizes the concern for staff.
Thank you for the excellent summary. And so while this motion might look good on the 2024 levy, I will not be supporting it because I do not think it saves the residents money over the long term.
Okay, Councillor Foxton.
Thank you, and to you, Chair. I also can't support this motion, and I'll tell you why. Did we not just in Regional Council pass a motion a little while ago to allow for movement on certain issues that are going to happen in 2024? I know we may have not, I know my council did, so that we can get out to tender in end of December, January to meet projects for 2024. And what we're doing is trying to, capital budgets are fluid, except the year you're going into. The year you're going into, you're committed. Those are the things that you've promised your public, that you've committed, you've raised the funds for, and you've built towards that. And you may have built some of those projects over the past 10 years to hit this period of 2024. So you can't, I think, do that to the 2024. Secondly, staff reevaluates the capital budget constantly. I know we do every 6 months, and we go through it fine-tooth nail to see what we can carry through and what we can't carry through. And those things we commit to, we work out dollar for dollar how we're going to fund them. And we show it to our council, and we say, this much is coming out of reserves, this much is coming out of grants, this much is coming out of tax levy. And we build on that 10-year capital forecast to make those things happen. To arbitrarily cut a percentage is really difficult. You either cut a whole project, or you can't cut pieces of a project. You just can't, especially in this competitive market. And let's say we did go down the percent that was suggested. Things aren't cheaper today. And that's why we put contingencies in, because things cost more than what we hoped for. So I'm sorry, I can't support this.
Chair Redmond.
Thank you, Chair Harris. Was that a big sigh for me?
Wasn't meant to be a big side.
I just really want to compliment Councillor Vrbanovich, because I think this is very creative, and I have spent some time noodling over it, trying to figure out exactly what you meant. So I do appreciate the fact that you were looking for some savings. I guess the point that I would like to underscore, one word, Walkerton. We know that we have a duty to maintain our water system and our sewer system. And when we talk about the state of good repair, it costs municipalities, area municipalities and residents if the water mains are leaking or the sewage is seeping out. And those kinds of things are a real cost. And we've seen evidence of that. We've also seen major projects, and I think of River Road, which is not this council's concern, but it has been in the past. And what we're asking is for a savings in the 2024 budget and rolling out to over a 10-year period, is putting the burden on staff to decide which projects go forward and which don't. And clearly this state of good repair is not anything that we should trifle with. So I can't support it, but I do appreciate the fact that you were creative in coming up with the motion. Councillor Vrbanovich.
Okay. Councillor Shantz.
Thank you. Every municipality has an infrastructure deficit, and we've heard about that since I came on here in 2014, and I'm not sure if we're making a dent in it or not, but I can't support the motion as much as I'd like to reduce the tax levy by that 0.5%. notwithstanding the detour issues this year, we have definitely appreciated getting some attention in the township and getting at least a start on some of those projects that have been put off for many years.
Okay, Councillor Banovic, suppose you want to get a
Yeah, I
last
just
word
want
in here?
to thank Chair Redmond for the comments. I do just want to say, though, that when it comes to sewer and water, those are separate utilities. And so when we talk about Walkerton, that's funded separately. That's funded through sewer and water rates as opposed to capital. So I just wanted that clarified.
Okay, colleagues, we have made the rounds. Points for creativity to Councillor Banovic on this one, if anything. So we're just going to go to eScribe and we're going to vote on this one. So my token's expired, so. Councillor Hewenick? Okay, colleagues, that is defeated, likely. Yes, defeated. All right, I am cognizant about dinner, but we can do this here. I don't hear any growling stomachs as of yet. At least not by the two guys that are sitting beside me. So, I'm in your hands here, I suppose. Yeah, let's see what we can do to get through these. So, Councillor Salonen, obviously, we've received a motion here on the waste management rebate for townhome complexes. I know that clerk staff did review today with you that this content does not directly address the 24 budget.
No, they didn't. Not for this one.
Oh, the other one, okay.
And it does impact.
So this one, in reviewing the motion, it appears that the content does not directly address the 24 budget. To ensure comprehensive discussion, we're proposing that you consider adding this motion to the agenda for the upcoming Planning and Works Committee meeting in the first quarter. Do you accept that?
Can you please explain how this doesn't directly impact the 2024 budget as it's asking for a redistribution of taxation? It's asking for redistribution essentially so that there's a rebate given to those who can't seek or ever render this waste services, which would impact the 2024 budget.
Through the chair, maybe it's a nuance to the comments from the chair. I think that the challenge is, so if such a policy were to be approved, it potentially could be an impact on the 24 budget. I think the challenge is we're not in a position to estimate what that impact is today. Because I think there would be the need for some amount of work to establish, among other things, eligibility for the for such a policy, given the reference to townhomes in particular. Some work to be done to assess, which of those, where those properties are across the region, how service is currently being delivered, and what the rebate might be. So I think our challenge from a staff perspective is we're not really in a position to estimate the impact on the budget today. I think our sense would be that having a policy discussion about this in 2024 and better understanding, what it is that council wants to put in place would give us a better sense of the financial impacts, and then recommendations could be made in terms of what implementation would look like. I hope that's helpful.
So if not accepted, I'll ask for a seconder.
I guess I'm surprised that staff are surprised because Commissioner Rose did provide us information about the program before, and I did ask for it throughout the budget process, but fine if staff aren't prepared for that. does that mean that this wouldn't be able to be in effect? So if we postpone it till January, does that mean that it would not be able to be in effect in 2024?
Well, through the chair, I think that would entirely be up to council, and I think so I think a couple of things. First of all, I'm not sure that staff could be ready to have a conversation in January, but perhaps Commissioner Rose would like to speak to that. Whether could something be implemented in 2024 post-budget? There's always that option, and I think it depends on the order of magnitude of the financial implications. But perhaps Councillor Rose could speak better about the process.
Commissioner Rose? Yes. I mean, I think what we should do is we'll get a seconder, now that we're having a discussion, because it sounds like it could very well have some impact.
I'm fine doing it. I'd just like to hear what Commissioner Rose has to say.
All right. Go ahead, Commissioner Rose.
Thank you, through the chair, to Councillor Salonen. The rebate program that you're referring to that was taken out of the, sorry, I'll speak into my microphone. The rebate program you were speaking about that was taken out of the budget, I believe in 2021, was $1.9 million. That was a savings that council decided on at that time. When I read your motion, it was unclear to me whether you were just referring to townhouse complexes. The rebate for multi-res usually includes condos as well. If we were to open this up as a policy discussion for council, then staff would want to get direction from council on whether we just look at the previous rebate program for those particular buildings that were receiving the rebate, or if we were to open this up from an equity perspective and look at what a multi-res rebate program would look like for the entire region of Waterloo. And that policy can certainly be developed. It would take longer than January. It's probably, I'm looking more at Q2, Q3 of 2024 to put the policy together. So I guess we would need more direction from council on what exactly is wanted with respect to this rebate program.
Okay, thank you. In that case, fine, we can carry this over for discussion in January, and Commissioner Rose, I will reach out to you and clarify those things as well.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Salonen. 815, 1001 Herbs Road shelter location.
If you're going to ask to defer it as well, that's fine.
The next one not? Okay. 816 Oxford Road 5. Okay, moved by, so same sort of situation, obviously, but
it's not,
the motion is not being withdrawn. It was seconded by Councillor James. Councillor Salonen.
Thank you. I will just preface, this is not the same context, as it will have direct impacts should this pass on the 2024 budget, including road operational fees and also to include updates required to the road, which I know Commissioner Mathieu got from my staff earlier this week. I did also ask for additional wording that I passed to the clerks. I just want to clarify that that will be added. And as they're adding that, I just wanted to talk about so this road, many people know about it as Punky Doodle's Corners. It is been referred to as a Bermuda Triangle in terms of we have Oxford County, Perth County, Zora East, Tavistock, and Wilmot Township are currently all in part owners of this intersection. The reason I'm requesting it for upload is that in 2020, my staff actually identified that it should be uploaded to the region. Regional staff did agree. However, then long conversations, and to be fair, this predates anyone who's currently here, but long conversations continued that said, well, it does qualify, but we need to update our upload policy, and it's essentially gone stagnant. We're now at a point that the County of Oxford, in discussions that the region have also been involved with, as well as the other area municipalities that I mentioned, has brought forward a plan to upgrade this intersection to make it more safe. And as Wilmot is staring at that, knowing that it is a key space for interregional traffic, as well as the region doesn't really have ownership of lands out in that area to complete their interregional transit routes, I've brought it to council to the request that it be uploaded, and that request also, which is what I believe staff are adding, just outlines the financial impacts that will include. Right now, operational costs, my staff estimated at about $40,000 a year, and the upgrades that Oxford County is looking for would be a shared 1/3 of about $1 million worth of upgrades to improve the intersection and make it safer. So I've brought it forward, and I hope that we can make it an easy upload. And if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer to the best of my knowledge.
I'm going to go to Councillor Hunick. There is a couple questions, and I think staff will want to chime in on this as well. So, Councillor Hunick.
Thank you, Chair Harris. My questions are, would we have the capacity to implement this in 2024? And what would the financial impacts be on the region?
Matthew?
So through Chair, the impact on the capital side, so as Councillor Salinan mentioned, it's a joint funding for $1 million project split in 3 between Oxford County, Perth County, and the third party. So today identified as the Township of Wilmot. So the impact on the capital plan would be $333,000. And I would say in terms of implementation, Oxford County would be taking the lead from a construction standpoint. So it's just a funding agreement.
So sorry, it's 333 flat per.
So 1/3 of $1 million. So,
okay.
But I mean, this is these are preliminary estimates. So once the design is advanced, the principle is. That's the order of magnitude of the, like in any capital project, this is the first estimate without the design having been fully finalized. So it's estimated at $1 million, and we get 1/3.
Thank you.
Councillor James.
Thank you, through you, Chair Harris. Councillor Hunick asked some of my questions around the cost associated, but I'm also wondering about process, and it's making me think, I don't know if it's possible for us to defer this for staff to come back with a report with some more information. Just looking at, I know there's history with that specific road, but I'm conscious of a process to upload. If any of our bylaws and or policies need to be updated to do this. So I'm just wondering if we can defer this and have staff come back with a formal report on what the process would look like, the costs associated, and any updates to any of our current bylaws or policies.
Okay, motion to defer. Do we have a seconder for that? Councillor McCabe. I think we vote on that relatively quickly, do we? Yes, we will. E-scribe over it is.
Yeah, it could come back in January, but just.
Okay, that's carried to deferral, folks. Okay, we are at the end of councillor motions. I need to ask for any motions, actually, well, we're not there yet. I need to ask for any motions that would require notice waived. Okay.
So I do have one question. So earlier today, we dealt with grants for a lot of our key cultural organizations, including the museums and so on, and we passed a reduction of 10%. I'm wondering if Mr. Regier can say what applies to our own museum in that regard, if anything, because I do think that there should probably be some consistency around there. And so what is the net regional contribution to our own regional museum?
Yeah, I don't have the numbers for the museum budget at my fingertips right now, but the way that we deal with the museum is through the standard operating budget and capital budgets, which we talked about, some of which we talked about earlier in the budget process through the capital program. We over the last several years, we've made pretty significant cuts to the Ken Sealing Waterloo Region Museum budget, and have had. And that's had a significant impact on operating. And last year, you'll recall, we made a temporary closure of Doon Heritage Village in order to complete capital works and revise and update the program of interpretation at the village. So we haven't had a significant change in the operating budget for the museum in this particular fiscal year, particularly because that we've made very dramatic changes to it over the course of the last three budgets.
Mr. Dyer, can you or your team indicate what the net regional contribution is to the museum?
Yes, certainly. Just give us 1 minute here. So through the chair, combined levy requirement in 2024 for the Kensiling Waterloo Region Museum and McDougall Cottage and Schneider House is about $4.7 million.
That's the net contribution.
That's the net levy requirement, correct.
Okay, so I'm not going to make a motion on that today, but I'm just flagging that for council that, we put a lot more money into those facilities than the not-for-profits that are running similar kinds of operations for us in the community. And I think we need to keep that in mind, that the optics aren't very good when, we continue to see our numbers grow, and yet the community organizations that do so much on so little are getting impacted. So I'll leave it at that as a comment today.
Okay, I did ask about if there are any motions that require notice to be waived. Yes, Councillor Craig.
I have just another item very quickly at the end.
Okay. Go ahead.
Right.
We are not at the end, but.
Well, near the end. Councillor Erb was quite correct when he pointed out that the remarks I made earlier were inappropriate. And I do apologize to everybody here. I'm sorry about that. I was a bit cavalier, and I'll try to make sure it doesn't happen again.
What a nice guy.
Well, when you hold off dinner for a while, people are going to get a little edgy, too. So that being said, we got this one follow-up from earlier today on the land readiness specific to the reserves. So I'll let Mr. Dyer deal with that.
Yes, that's correct. So through the chair, you'll recall the conversation earlier today with respect to the revised language around funding for the land readiness team and some work that we had to do to assess the extent to which staffing costs would be funded through the Industrial Land Reserve. I'm just going to hold on to the rest of my comments for just a moment. Mr. Chair, if we could just have 2 minutes to double check that calculation, that would be extremely appreciated.
Yeah, we can take 2 minutes, and then we'll get to it. And I guess I'd just like to gauge folks in terms of taking a bit of a break. I don't know how much what the mood is, if you want to drive forward. Yes, carry on. I don't know. I mean, I don't know what to expect. There's only a few items here left technically on the agenda, so we can try to achieve those so that folks that are eagerly waiting at home to tune in to council tonight can tune in at whatever,
We have council after this.
Oh. Okay.
So we could.
All right. Well, let's do this adjustment. Okay.
User fees and charges.
Okay, yeah. Let's do that. Let's do 9.1, user fees and charges update. Mr. Dyer.
Yes, thank you to the chair. If we could ask for the original slide deck to be put back up, and we are at slide number 74. And almost there. So just very briefly, we've talked on and off over the course of the last 2 months worth of meetings about user fees and charges. We have a quick summary here of some of the more significant changes that are captured in this budget. We had a detailed discussion about water and wastewater, lots of conversation about transit services. There are proposed fee changes for waste management as of April 1st relating to tipping fees at our sites, some minor changes at the airport and at a number of and through a number of other regional services. If we go to the next slide, this is a bit of a highlight of the water and wastewater changes, which again, as we discussed, are in line with our projections from the 2023 budget and would come into effect on January 1st, 3.9 for water supply, 4.9 for wastewater treatment, and then 2.9 for water distribution and collection. Next slide, please. And the full list, of course, has been included in on today's agenda and was originally provided for back, I believe, at the second meeting back in October. And so there's a motion that we would look for Budget Committee to approve to repeal the existing bylaw to establish fees and charges and to pass a new fee and charge bylaw that includes the new and adjusted fees set out in report COR CFN 23048 dated December 13th.
And Councillor Foxon would like to move that, seconded by Councillor Wolf. Discussion, Councillor McCabe.
Thank you. I'd like to propose an amendment that removes the transit fare increase.
Sorry, repeat that to Councillor McCabe.
I'd like to remove the transit fare increase.
I will second that.
Am I too?
So, yeah, so you wanted to move that amendment, seconded by Councillor Huenick. They'll need to do a calculation on what that would be, I think, first, or do we just have a discussion on Matthew, while finance is doing their thing, I'll let you comment.
Maybe just for clarity, because there's a whole set of transit fare increases that are put forward. So are you talking about just the cash fare increase?
Yeah, the single fare
before?
yeah, that one. Thank you. Just that one. Yeah. Can I amend my amendment? Mr. Dyer, I actually meant to say, which I said this morning, was to not increase the single fare, but to move that onto the monthly pass. When did we vote on that?
We voted on that. Chantal's motion.
Don't do that, because that motion is...
Okay, so if I understand so the motion would be to maintain the current cash fare rate at $3.75 rather than increasing it to $4. Is that correct? Okay, so just for clarity, I'm going to turn to Commissioner Getzke to provide some clarity here.
So we're not able to reconnect all the pieces, but I think the estimate for the revenue impact for this was the revised estimate is around $200,000 a year of revenue that would be lost by keeping that fare at $3.75. And so I think the fare increase is only applicable July 1st, so the impact would be approximately $100,000 in lost revenue. 100,000 because it's only applicable July 1st. So annualized would be 200,000. And the impact on the 2024 budget would be 100,000. I think in the slides that we had presented on in November, I think we had estimated it at 115K. I think it was, so maybe we can just use that number there and.
Yeah, I think Mr. Dyer wants to chime in, just to make sure everyone's clear.
Okay, so the motion would be an amendment to the user fee, the proposed user fees and charges, cash fare staying at $3.75 rather than increasing to $4 on July 1st of next year. The budget impact would be a fair revenue budget reduction of $100,000 and a corresponding increase in the property tax levy.
Okay, Councillor James.
So I have, it's not related to the fares, it is regarding the.
Well, then we're on the amendment, so we're speaking to the amendment.
Okay,
Yep,
all
so
right,
if you
so
have
I'll
any
wait. I have
discussion on the
something else.
amendment, nope. Councillor Hunick?
Yes, so I'm for the amendment because earlier today we voted for $500,000 in ad revenue, and there was something else that I was going to say, but it's now escaped me, but I don't know how well. Oh, yes, the record ridership is also contributing to our revenue, and so for those reasons, I don't know how we would justify the cash fare increase, especially given the negative financial impact that would have on our most vulnerable users.
Okay, so I have no other folks who want to speak to the amendment, so we're going to vote on the amendment that was proposed, moved by Councillor McCabe, seconded by Councillor Hunick, to remove transit cash fare increase from the proposed 2024 user fees and charges update. Over to you, Scribe. Councillor Liggett, are you on to vote, please?
E-scribe didn't come up from, like, it, not, oh, there it comes, there now. Okay, hang on. Give me 1 second.
Okay, and that is carried, folks. So we'll head over to the main motion amended now. Councillor James.
Okay, so I don't have a budgetary adjustment. It is regarding the cultural services. The research time. So we have first 15 minutes free. I want to amend that to make it the first 30 minutes free.
Being told there's no budget impact.
There's no budget impact, so.
Nominal. Seconded by Councillor Foxton. Discussion on the amendment. Councillor Salonen, discussion on the amendment. Councillor Salonen. Discussion on the amendment.
It's not on the amendment.
Okay, so no other discussion. Going to ask folks to vote on this amendment. Again, the amendment I'll read when it gets popped up. Okay, great.
It's not popping up for me in eScribe.
Yep, just same down here. Give us a minute or so, we'll get it up.
Point of clarification, Chair Harris, will the motion be put up so we know what we're voting on?
Yes, we will.
There's a little confusion in our corner here.
This is the amendment. Yep. To 30. That the fee for cultural services research time be free for the first 30 minutes. Okay. Councillor Hunick? You all over this one? It's carried. Councillor Solomon.
Thank you. I just had a few questions of clarification. I see that this year we're adding a heritage site film permit for the Ken Sealing Museum, which I think is fantastic. I was just curious if that's only for the Ken Sealing Museum, or if we're also doing that at Joseph Schneider House and McDougall Cottage, or do we not get requests at those sites?
I'm not sure if somebody can tell us now if Brad Pitt's coming to the region or.
Through you, Chair Harris. My understanding is that it applies to all of the sites. We do get requests for all of the sites, and as Council will know, Cambridge is a pretty active filming environment, so periodically we do get requests at McDougall Cottage as well.
Okay, that's great. Can that just be a bit more clearly identified later on then, once this is published for the general public on user fees? I did also have a question on airport services. I see that we're removing the value parking hourly rate. Can you just explain that, Rod? Or I'm assuming people still need to pay to park at the airport, but just want to understand that, please.
Yes. That parking rate has been moved. We actually have, and I'm just scrolling here down through the parking config. I'm not seeing it here, but what we do now is we have the remote. The value parking rate used to apply to the parking immediately around the terminal building. At the moment, with our remote site available, we have a remote daily rate of, I think it's $12. There's a premium paid for parking in the immediate location of the terminal building. So our rate structure is quite a bit different, and we've been actually changing it periodically in order to optimize the outcome of the of our parking infrastructure there.
Okay, great. I just wanted to make sure we weren't letting people park for free at the
No,
airport.
we are certainly not. That's a bit of a profit center for us.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, colleagues, we've got the main motion up. We've amended it twice. So I'd ask that folks can get over to eScribe and
Chair Harris, I know you're going to hate me, but please, can you?
No, I would never do that, Chantal. Councillor Hunick.
Thank you. Can you read the?
Oh, yes, of
revised
course.
motion, please?
Yeah, that the Regional Municipality of Waterloo, Waterloo repeal bylaw 23009 as amended, being a bylaw to establish fees and charges for the Regional Municipality of Waterloo, and pass a new fees and charges bylaw, including the new and adjusted fees and charges in the 24 budget as set out in the report, and that the transit cash fare increase be removed from the proposed 2024 user fees and charges update, and that the fee for cultural services research time be free for the first 30 minutes.
Excellent. Thank you.
We can now vote. Okay, that is carried. Over to Mr. Dyer.
Thank you to the chair. The next item is the annual report on the municipal budget regulation. So the Municipal Act, of course, requires municipality to prepare and adopt a budget. There are certain items that municipalities do not have to include in their in their annual budgets, and that includes amortization expenses, post-employment benefits, and solid waste closure and post-closure expenses. So before adopting that budget, we have to prepare a report which explains what we have put in the budget relative to those three items. That report is provided to council on an annual basis. And we usually go a little bit deeper into this when we bring the financial statements forward to audit committee in April of this year. Sorry, in April of each year. So there is a motion to adopt the report entitled Municipal Budget Regulation as required by Ontario Reg 28409.
Okay. Mover and a seconder, please. Moved by Councillor Fox and seconded by Councillor Wolf. Discussion? I like it. That's good. That's good. That's good. Okay, well, let's get up for a vote on this one, folks. Over to eScribe. That is carried. Okay, we're going to go back to that land readiness motion that I do believe is now baked and out of the oven. So let's hear it.
Yes, we've completed the calculation, Mr. Chair.
Okay. So do we need so that the regional municipality? Nope. Oh, we've already done this. Okay, so I'll read this out. There we go. That the Region of Waterloo amend the service expansion for land readiness and development that is described on page 165 and 166 of the 2024 preliminary budget document as amended on December 13, 23 to adjust the start dates of positions requested in the service expansion to include a contribution from the newly approved Industrial Land Readiness Reserve in the amount of $153,410 with a corresponding decrease in the 24 property tax levy requirement. I guess I'll need a mover. Well, we need a mover and a seconder. Moved by Chair Redmond, seconded by Councillor Williams. Councillor Schatz? Nope. Councillor Rabinovic.
Sorry, just so that we have the full clarity. So what charge is going against the reserve and what charge is going against?
Right, so the original service expansion, I believe, had a levy impact of just under $700,000. That was reduced earlier today through the motion to change the start dates for various service expansions, and now we're amending it further to fund in 2024 $153,000 of costs from the newly formed Industrial Land Readiness Reserve.
So what amount is being charged to the capital accounting or to the reserve?
$153,000.
And the other 550 is still coming out of operating dollars on a
So it'll come out of the levy, but it's a lower number now because, and maybe I can just get some clarity from my colleagues. So the original the original 700,000 was reduced as a result of changing the start dates for a number of those positions. And what did we reduce it to?
It was reduced by about 164,000 to 535,000.
Okay, so of that 535,000, another 150,000 of that number is being funded from the reserve. The balance would be funded from the levy.
Okay, so I guess where I'm just struggling a little bit for clarity is that if I'm hearing you correctly, in the long run, 550,000 of this will continue to be, roughly, will continue to be funded from the levy and 150,000 from the reserve. And yet the vast majority of those staff positions were to deal with the industrial land role. Now it seems like the vast majority of it is actually going towards other economic development purposes.
Yeah. Through you, Chair Harris, I'd ask Mr. Chandy to come down. The amounts that Mr. Dyer has referred to reflect the actual allocation in Mr. Chandy's organizational model of the allocation of time by area of focus. Approximately 35% of the team's time is spent on employment land development. The rest of the time is spent, or is forecast to be allocated to housing. Matthew?
So that's correct. That's what we project in this new model. That also is based off the workload that we're currently doing, where we spend about that much time working on, again, the affordable housing projects such as Charles Street Terminal, 1388 Highland, 30 Loris in Cambridge, all of those types of projects. So again, the team does not just do industrial land projects. We also look at shovel-ready affordable housing projects.
But would that not, the work on those projects, not be charged against those capital projects as opposed to operating money? Because when it's charged to those capital projects, then it becomes eligible as part of the granting that we typically get from other orders of government toward it. Whereas if we're dealing with it through our own staff count, that's not the case. Who can answer that for me?
Well, through the chair, I can give it a try. I think each grant program has its own rules and regulations about what is allowed and what is eligible. I think in each case, with the work led by from a housing perspective, to the extent that administrative costs are eligible, that we are doing so to the extent allowed by each program, and so in these cases, it's the balance of the funding then that typically gets that is then available for various RFP processes in order to proceed with the construction of affordable housing projects. So I think we're already maximizing that administrative funding to the extent that it's available.
Okay, Councillor Craig? No. Councillor Salonen?
I think this is on me, but I'm just a bit confused. I thought that the reserve fund was set aside for land readiness in terms of capital, not operational, which I thought staff would fall under operational. So I get the premise that this is redistributing and it's not all coming off the tax levy, which I appreciate, but I'm just confused now again at the purpose of the fund.
Well, through the chair, I think the purpose has evolved a little bit over the course of the day today with the motions that we've had. And so the direction that we were given earlier today was that to the extent that positions are working on industrial land, shovel-ready industrial land initiatives, that those positions, rather than being funded by the levy, would be funded by the reserve that we're going to borrow money from other reserves to fund. So that allows us, I believe this was the intent, was then to reduce the levy impact of that service expansion, which is now exactly what we've done. So we've taken the original service expansion, We've adjusted it to delay the start date of a number of those positions. That brings the cost down. Now we're bringing in $153,000 from that reserve, right? And that's a partial amount based on those start dates. It'll get annualized, if you will, when we go into 2025. But that's the calculation that we've made with the information gathered from Mr. Chandy around how those positions will be spending their time.
All right, I think my synopses are misfiring with all the information today, so glad staff are keeping track of that. Thank you.
Okay, colleagues. Okay, we do have a mover and a seconder, so we're going to go up and we're going to vote on this. Thank you. Okay, I think we're gonna take a few minutes, like 5, and people can go to the restroom or what have you, and then we're gonna just, folks are gonna crunch numbers and we're gonna come back and we're gonna do this. Here, I guess I'd like to ask you all, before we move on to item 11, I'd ask if there are any additional amendments with respect to the 24 budget before we vote on the main budget motion as amended. If not, I will now call on a vote to the main budget motion as amended. Yeah, but I had to call, I have to do that first, so. So the main. Okay, so I'm going to read out the main budget motion as amended. Yes.
Sorry, before you do that, though, can we not see the graph that shows the percentages and so on? Because I think that's what council's probably interested in.
Okay, so here it is. So if you may, I'll read the motion. We'll get a mover and a seconder. And then, so that the Regional Municipality of Waterloo take the following action with respect to the 2024 plan and operating budget. 1, approve the 2024 plan as set out in Appendix A of the report dated today, December 13th, 2023. 2, approve the 2024 operating budget for as summarized in Appendix D of the report dated December 13th, 2023, as amended by Budget Committee on December 13th, 2023, with a net expenditure of $1,510,130,581 and a property tax levy of $746,230.93 in 2024. 3, approve the 2024 capital budget and 2025 to 2033 capital forecast as summarized in Appendix D of the report dated December 13th and subject to final adjustments for 2023 project carry forwards. $146,230,093. My bad. These are really big numbers.
So, Mr. Chair, just further to my question, just for the benefit of the viewing audience, and I'm sure there's many who have been watching throughout the day, I'm wondering if staff can just reiterate again, if we look at the increase in the property tax levy, the regional increase is 10.45%, police is 6.71, for a total of 9.28. That translates into something different when we actually talk to the regional taxes, and I'm just wondering if staff can reiterate that for the benefit of media and the viewing audience.
Certainly. So through the chair, the overall change in the property tax levy of just under 9.3% translates into a tax impact of 6.94%, and that's due to the increase in the assessment base over the course of 2023, and that's available in 2024. That increase was 2.18%. So the overall impact of the regional budget is at 6.94%.
Okay. Mr. Chair, those are all the questions I have at present. Thank you.
Councillor Deutschman?
Yes, so just a question then. Before we had a stat that indicated that the provincial part of 8% was 4.3 or 4.7. Are we able to do a similar assessment of what the 6.94, what's provincial impact and what's local levy?
Yeah, so through the chair, yes, we can. I think we'd like just a little bit of time to make sure we've parsed it out properly, and perhaps that's something we could send out to council sometime tomorrow.
Councillor Hunick?
My question was the same as Councillor Deutschman's.
You guys are just two peas in a pod. Councillor Rabinovich?
Yeah, sorry, one last question. If Mr. Dyer can also remind us in terms of the percent change in property taxes, where we started today and now where we've ended.
Yes, certainly. We started the day at 7.95%, so we're a full percentage point lower than where we started at 10 o'clock this morning.
Okay.
Well done, colleagues. Okay. Well, let's do a vote. Let's vote on this. Moved by Chair Redmond, seconded by, Councillor James. Let's vote. Wow, colleagues, that was unanimous. Congratulations, everyone. Thank you. Communications, the written submissions were received for information from the following parties: MHBC Planning, Waterloo Region Police Services, Melissa Bowman, Janice Jim. Folks, is there any other business? Okay, seeing none.
Mr. Chair?
Oh.
I just want to say thank you to you.
Oh, don't, yeah, it's
it
not
was
about me. I'm
a,
just the guy up here on the microphone. These, you know, all these people here have done tremendous work, our financial staff, our clerk staff, the commissioners and their staff. You see all these folks sitting here in the galleries tonight with their laptops open all day. You know, these are the real heroes of today and has been over the course of the last few months. So it is, I just get to read the paper.
Well, I was going to say thanks to staff as well.
Okay, I know.
That.
I just wanted to bypass all that other stuff, so.
You chaired all of our meetings. You made some difficult decisions. You chaired it with humor and with commitment, and thank you.
Yes.
Okay, well, thank you. And, you know, I want to make that serious compliment, Mr. Dyer, to you and your staff from Financial Services, to all of our commissioners and the support that you've, you know, brought forward to council, to all the staff that supported our commissioners, the clerk staff for giving good advice sometimes here and there, our communication staff that will help deal with communicating this tomorrow. And for the year to come, and to our residents for being patient with us too, and our partners that we'll work with throughout the year to continue to deliver the high quality services that our community expects and that we want to deliver. So with that, I will ask for a motion to go into closed, moved by Councillor McCabe, seconded by Councillor Hunick. Oh, Chair Redmond, sorry.
If I may, I think that Councillor Erb's done a really good job, and you have of staff and of your leadership. I just would like to really reflect on what a difference a year makes. Colleagues, this was not the result of last year's budget. This was a result of us working together, working as a team. This is a unanimously supported budget. So I say, colleagues, well done to you as well.
Councillor James.
Thank you. Most of what I had to say has been said, but thank you, Chair Harris, for chairing. And a special thanks to staff for answering all of the questions, the emails, to, you know, crunching the numbers as much as you could and giving us as much information to help us with this decision tonight, and to the public for engaging for all of these decisions that we've had to make today. And I think it really shows how committed we are as a council to really addressing needs of the community. And I will agree with Chair Redmond, this is definitely not the budget process that it was a few months ago. And I feel that there is more of a sense of collective, you know, collaboration at the end of today. And one big happy family.
Okay, we're going to get that motion on your devices, folks, to go to closed. Yeah, we're doing that. they can bring it up. I don't have it yet. I don't think so. Yeah, we'll head downstairs to the close. Thanks.